Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hey, everybody. Yes, thank you so much for joining me. I apologize. I have 2 lives going, plus I'm still covering the airplane and helicopter tragedy in DC. So if things are a little bit quirky today, please, forgiveness is requested. I have another live right now that we are on lunch break from the Cochran murder trial, forgive me, but we are currently live with the other murder trial, Sementilli trial. So I'm going to get that up and going on here for those who want to watch it here. There we go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you People's 8. Can you again briefly look through those photographs?
Yes.
Have you previously reviewed this packet?
Yes.
And again,
Okay,
these
this
photos
screen.
accurately depict what you observed.
Wow,
at the crime
I didn't
scene
know
that
we were
night.
sharing that
Thank you.
screen. We are going to share screen and put up the
Your Honor, I have a
other
third
trial
set of
on this
photographs
screen.
that is labeled Sementilli Residence with the address. It is 24 pages in length. May it collectively be marked as People's 9.
Yes.
There we go.
Thank you.
So I have 2 streams
Showing
going
you
at
People's
once.
9. Again, if you could review the photographs contained in that packet.
Okay, I have 2 lives going at once.
Have you
We
previously
have
reviewed this packet?
the
Yes.
Natalie
And again,
Cochran
this is a set of
murder
photos
trial going on
accurately
her
depict
sentencing
the
phase.
crime scene or the
And then we also have this one over here, which is the Monica Sementilli trial. So we got both going at the same time. Y'all can go back and forth if you'd like. I think this will keep it cleaner and easier for now. Let's see. We'll try.
not necessarily the crime scene, the residence that you were at on that evening, January 23rd.
Yes, it depicts the residence.
Okay. Not necessarily taken on 23rd, but photographs of the residence you were at on January 23rd.
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this point, we are going to switch to another witness. We just wanted to mark some exhibits. If Detective Verna could step off the stand, we will subsequently recall.
Not quite. You may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Verna,
The problem
Those
is when they're
3
both on, I'm going to hear
batches
both.
of photographs, were they taken at your direction?
No.
At the same time.
So there were other LAPD officers on the scene when you arrived?
There were.
Was there personnel from the crime lab there as well when you arrived?
Not when I arrived. No.
So these photos were taken after you arrived?
Yes. 2 of the packets. The first packet I was shown are overall pictures of the crime scene. The second packet were photos of the decedent for the most part, in position where he was. And then the third packet was taken at a later time. I believe those photos were when the home was listed for sale for the most part.
So that would have been what, weeks later,
I think months later.
months later, at your direction? The photos were
I
taken-
didn't direct the home to be sold. No.
No.
Yeah.
You didn't buy it either, though.
I did not. No.
I'm talking about the photos
Yes.
that were taken weeks later. Was that at your direction?
No, I believe it's something that the realtor did when they listed the home.
I see. So that wasn't part of LAPD's investigation.
Correct.
But you've identified them as photographs you've seen before, and it accurately reflects the location that is depicted in the photograph. Is
Yes.
that correct?
That's right.
And the first set of photographs, does the crime lab or SID, if that's the initials, decide which photographs to take of the victim and the crime scene and so forth, or do you direct them in any way?
For the most part, they're directed at what's going to be of interest to us. They do take overalls that they take themselves. We don't need to direct them to take an overall of a house, or most likely the vehicles that are parked out front. That's something they just kind of do themselves.
So they take it upon themselves to decide what photographs might be necessary for the investigation and so forth? Or do you assist in any way?
We assist to a certain degree. I mean, like I said, when they show up, they do what's called overalls. So they'll take pictures of the general house, the street, vehicles that are parked in the driveway, things like that. Now, when it comes to actual pictures of the decedent, we kind of direct like how they're going to be taken from, what angles, what's important. If there's evidence that's at the scene, we direct them where the evidence is at to take photos of that stuff.
What about the rest of the house that is not the actual crime scene? Are photographs taken of the entire house and bedrooms, other rooms and so forth?
I don't recall if they were taken all over the house at this location. I know there's like a second floor that wasn't in play. So I don't know if there was pictures of those rooms or not.
You don't recall directing them to take photographs of anywhere else in the house other than the actual crime scene, garage and so forth?
I don't recall, and I don't know if it was necessarily my call on which photos were taken. I'm just talking in general about how things work.
So there may be other photographs besides the ones that you looked at that were taken in this case?
There could
right?
be.
Okay. You indicated at some point that the case was transferred, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was because you needed more personnel? Did I hear that right?
I can give you specifics if you'd like.
Well, I heard more personnel was necessary
Correct.
to engage in the actual investigation.
Correct.
Things like tailing the suspects and so forth.
Yes, there was a belief at one point in time that a wiretap would be necessary in this case. And to run a wire room, it's virtually impossible for our bureau to do something like that. So in that case, yes, it was out of our scope of the realm of what we could do.
Okay, and also entailing suspects and so forth.
Well, we don't do that in general. We don't have the ability, we don't have the cars, we don't have the manpower. So that's why we reached out to other agencies within our department to handle that, like G&D.
And other agencies were reached out in this case.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated you did not communicate with Ms. Sementilli and that she was a suspect in the case, obviously, correct?
Say it again, sir?
You did not communicate to Ms. Sementilli that she was a suspect in this case.
Oh, absolutely not.
And you never told her that Mr. Baker was a suspect in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It is correct.
Oh, it's correct. Yeah, but we didn't. Yeah. No, we did not tell her.
You had, by that time, through scientific evidence, pretty much established that he was a prime suspect as one of the two murderers. Is that correct?
At one point we did, yes.
And then you continued your investigation for several months without notifying Ms. Sementilli of that fact. Is that correct?
Yeah, they seemed pretty friendly, so we
Okay.
did not.
We've established that.
Okay.
We've established that. And there was a second murder you were aware of. Is that correct?
We knew there was an additional suspect at the time, but we did not know who it was.
And did you continue your investigation into the identity of that individual?
Yes,
And I take it you were long gone from force by the time that he was identified and arrested. Is that a
That's
fair
correct.
statement?
yes.
Do you have any role in the case after you
Howdy,
retired?
she wolf.
Other than
Thank you.
testifying here today?
No, sir.
This is what I'm calling live 2 today. I have 2 lives I'm going on. I know my numbers aren't going to be great because of that, but that's okay. It's easier to bounce these two than to go
Can
back
you
and
tell
forth
us,
when they're running at the same time.
Approximately, when
So if you see me
you
talking and you don't
determined
hear it,
that,
it's okay.
Mr. Baker was a suspect in this case?
I believe the date was February 14th, 2017, when the DNA results came back.
And that was due to scientific evidence and the results of DNA being found in locations in the car and so forth, which would indicate that he had been present, his blood was present, and so forth.
Correct.
So from that date, he was a suspect.
Yes,
Could have been arrested.
could have been.
And from that day on, one of your duties was to try to document whether or not he and Ms. Sementilli were having an affair. Is that right?
It wasn't about whether they're having an affair or not. That's not the.
You knew that
I wasn't
already?
investigating an affair.
Well, you were investigating a murder,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And during the course of the murder, you uncovered evidence that they were having an affair. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
And that was a major part of your investigation, correct? Documenting that.
Documenting it, yes. It's whether or not they had an affair is not part of my homicide investigation, though.
Right. It's irrelevant whether or
Right.
not they were having an affair. What's relevant is whether or not she participated in the murder.
Absolutely.
And that's what your investigation was focused on,
Correct.
correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Anna.
Anything from other people?
Yes, briefly on these topics. Would it be fair to say that even though you had DNA evidence pointing to Robert Baker as being at the crime scene and also being in the victim's Porsche that was stolen after the murder, that you and the other homicide detectives at Valley Bureau continued to investigate him along with anybody else that you suspected might have been involved prior to making any arrests?
Yes.
Anything further about that, Vince?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Vernon. You may stand down.
Thank you.
You may call the next witness.
People call Officer Gabriel Revelata.
That's it. Anything new on the people?
I know who it's supposed to be, and it's just,
Okay,
I went out and checked to see if she was outside, but she wasn't there yet.
thank you.
Do you want to move it anywhere? Move as you like.
Maybe you please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
First name is Gabriel, Gabriel. Last name Revelado, RE, B as in boy, OLLEDO.
I missed that last name. I hate it.
Thank you.
I can hear the first,
Officer
but they get real
Revelado,
soft
what do
on
you
the
do
last.
for a living?
I'm a police officer with the.
Yana, I'm going to have to depend on you, babe.
I'm currently assigned to Evidence Property Management Division, currently,
How long have you been a police officer?
approximately 12 and a half years.
And can you describe your current duties, what you just told the court?
Yes, so what I do is I go to different divisions within the Bureau and pick up any analyzed evidence and transport to forensic science over at Cal State LA, Harbor Tech, and Central Property.
Prior to that, were you a patrol officer?
Yes,
Back in January of 2017, then what was your assignment?
I was a patrol officer at Devonshire Division.
Okay, and what are your duties entail as a patrol officer in general?
In general, respond to radio calls and enforce any violations of traffic.
So I'm going to ask you about January 23rd, 2017. Did you respond to a radio call then at 5012 Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills, Los Angeles County?
I did,
Was that about 5:45 p.m.?
approximately, yes.
Now, when you got a call, can you explain how a call comes through to you to respond to a location?
So a call will come out, depending on the severity of the call or urgency. It will come out as a code 2, code 3, or a code 1. Code 3 would be lights and sirens. Code 2 would be get there as soon as possible. And code 1 would be, maybe like a neighbor dispute or, noise complaint.
Do you know what code this one was?
I believe it was a code 2.
So did you respond directly to the location?
I did.
Now, you just explained it, but did you have on lights and sirens, if you recall?
I did not. The comments of the call was to meet the fire department for a possible assault victim.
Were you working that night then in a, what we call black and white patrol police vehicle?
Yes,
Were you working with a partner?
I was.
Who was your partner?
Officer Duncan?
And were both of you in uniform, meaning police LAPD uniform?
Yes.
Now, and you mentioned Devonshire. Is that just a station within Los
Diana,
Angeles
if you
Police
can't
Department?
grab it,
It
that's
is.
fine.
And it
Thank
covers the
you.
valley area? And does that cover Woodland Hills?
No. So when we received the radio call, it was assigned to Devonshire, an available Devonshire unit, because that area normally is covered by Topanga. And at that time, I believe Topanga had a perimeter set up that utilized all their available resources. And so we responded with pretty much a delay because we were further out.
So were you helping another division,
We were.
essentially? Okay.
Yes.
How long after you got the call do you think it took you to get to this location?
I don't recall, maybe approximately 20 minutes.
So at this point, you believe that you're just responding to some type of an assault call?
Yes, initially we were thinking we were going to have to take an injury report.
When you arrived, I'm going to show you a photograph. This has been previously marked in the packet. Exhibit 9, this is page 7. This is an aerial view. Do you recognize the house from this aerial view?
I do.
And that
We walked up to the residence and I met with one of the firefighters.
as far as any patrol officers or police officers, were you the first on the scene as far as that?
Yes,
Okay, so when you got there, the fire department was there?
yes,
And when you arrived there, this has been previously marked also as Exhibit 9. I'm gonna put it, yeah, Exhibit 9, and this is page 9. Let me just focus for a second. Is this the house that you arrived at?
yes,
And then the street in front of the house, is that Queen Victoria, which would be where the driveway into the house would feed into?
yes.
Can't see it from here. All right, so walk us through then what happened when you arrived.
So when I arrived, I met with the firefighter who I asked, so what do we have? And he responded, the bodies in the backyard
When you're talking to the firefighter, where is that conversation occurring?
on the sidewalk,
So in front of the house right here?
just a little to the left of the driveway.
Crime scene, this is a Exhibit 7, previously marked page 11. Is this a closer view then of the driveway?
It is.
Now, when you arrived, is this how the scene looked? Meaning the truck there, the garage door open?
I don't remember the truck, but I do remember walking up to the driveway and the garage door was open. No
Okay, what
vehicles.
else do you recall?
There was no vehicle inside. As I walked into the garage, I noticed there was blood stains on the floor. And then there was an open door leading into the residence from the garage. As I walked in, it led into the kitchen.
Let me
And
give you a photograph of the garage, previously marked as Exhibit 7. This is page 14. Let me go out a little bit. Is this a view of the garage then that you walked into?
yes,
And was it empty, meaning no cars in the garage when you went in?
that's correct.
In the background, the bottom right photograph, there appears to be a door. Is that the door that led into the house?
Yes, it is.
And one more Exhibit 7, page 15. If you could just orient us then as far as the garage where the door is that leads into the house on this photograph.
The door is to the right of the picture.
Right up here?
Yes,
Okay. There's some placards on the ground. It looks like some white cards. Do you know what those are?
I believe that's where the blood stains were.
So when you walked in at this point, you saw what appeared to be bloodstains.
Yes,
And it indicates the area where those placards are, that general area.
Yes,
Okay, and then as you entered the house, actually one more, I'm sorry, Exhibit 7, page 19. One more view of that entry, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and there's some more placards that are a little bit closer, or I'm saying placards, but white cards. What are those, by the way?
That's to mark any possible evidence, so that way any officers, anyone who's coming to the scene is aware not to step on that area.
So those white folded pieces of paper, essentially, are those put down in your experience by initial officers when you see something of interest?
Sometimes,
Okay. And then later do forensics people come and actually,
they photograph and take DNA samples if
and they
needed.
mark the cards as well?
Yes.
Okay. When you enter that door into the house, where does it lead?
It leads into the kitchen.
And this is Exhibit 7, page 33. This is does that appear to be the kitchen that you recall?
Yes,
And again, did you notice any of these red marks on the floor that appear to look like blood?
yes. They appear to be footprints with blood. As soon as I noticed that, I asked the firefighter if that was a result of them going in and out of the house, and he replied that those footprints were already there prior to their arrival.
Okay, so it appeared to you to be blood, and then when you say footprints, like somebody had stepped in it or tracked it in?
Yes,
You don't
that's
know
correct.
which one?
Right.
Right, okay. Exhibit 8, page 7. In the background, there is a door right here. Is that the door from the kitchen?
It is.
Okay, can you just kind of orient us to what you did after you walked through the kitchen, saw what appeared to be blood? Did you walk out to this patio?
Yes. So as soon as I walked in, I observed the footprints. Walked around the island, and the firefighter indicated that the wife and the victim's children were sitting at the dining table.
Okay, so where was the dining room table in relation to the kitchen then?
So facing the door leading to the patio, the dining table was to my right,
All right, and this
facing
is,
it from inside.
let me just go to Exhibit 7, page 44. In the bottom right photograph, there
Yes.
appears to be a dining room table. Is that where you saw people sit?
Yeah. So I was standing between, I would say, between the dining table and the island, facing the door leading out to the patio.
And who did you see sitting at that table?
It was the victim's wife and his 2 daughters.
When you said the victim's wife, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Sitting to my right, she has a white blouse with a red blazer. I'm sorry, a blue blazer.
Now, did you have any direct conversations with the defendant that you recall?
No, not that I recall.
Do you remember anything about the individual sitting at the table? Anything about what was occurring at that moment?
Well, they were sitting there. I heard them crying. I remember her saying, "Why would somebody do this to him?"
When you say her, do you mean the defendant?
Yes,
Okay. And then you saw another, was it female with the defendant?
yes,
Just one?
2 daughters.
2 daughters, okay. Did you have any conversations with the daughters?
Not at that time.
Did you later have a conversation with the daughters?
Yes, with
Okay.
one of the daughters.
Were they over at that table then by themselves?
Yes,
Now, you're one of the first to respond, is that correct?
yes,
So are you the first police officers on scene to encounter those individuals that you know of,
that I know of. Yes,
other than the fire department?
right.
Okay, so what did you do next then?
So then,
My
at
dog
that
needs
time,
a
I
pump
exited
break. I'll be
the,
right back.
residence into the patio area.
And this is Exhibit 8, page 8. Is that the patio area you walked on?
Yes.
All right, and can you explain what you saw there?
So when I walked out, I remember seeing the victim with his chest and his head resting on the seat of a patio chair. He had blood around his neck and blood on the floor.
Is that indicated in the photo where the victim is?
Yes.
Is there a pointer up there? Or no?
Yeah.
It should be.
Behind his TV.
You just extend that and then turn around to the screen and just, I'll show you some more photographs, but just for exhibit 8, page 80. Can you indicate where the victim is then?
The victim is right.
And you're pointing to the middle of the photo, appears to be an individual lying over a chair. And is that the position that you first encountered the victim?
Yes.
Exhibit 8, page 9. Again, is that a closer view?
Yes.
Now, there's some yellow tape, I'm sorry, well, tape, yes. Did you put that up?
No,
Was that up when you got there?
it was.
Do you know who put it up?
Yes, I asked a firefighter who had put that up, and they said that they had put it up just to preserve any evidence.
And so based on your experience, you're saying to preserve evidence. What does that mean?
Meaning that a crime had occurred, and we needed to just make sure that nobody contaminated the area.
Exhibit 8, page 5. You orient us as far as the direction of this photograph, where we're looking.
Yes, so this is the kitchen area leading out to the patio.
And then exhibit 8, page 6. Again, this is just another angle.
Yes,
He shows where the kitchen door is again,
that's right.
and you're pointing to the left photograph, the door that leads into the house.
Yes.
On exhibit 7, page 10, do you recall a fire pit being there?
Yes. It had
Where's
a-
the fire pit?
fire pit was behind him, this right here. It had an open flame. Had also observed a television that was on.
Okay, and you pointed to a round cylinder type object in the bottom
Yes.
left of the photograph, and you recall the flame being on.
Yes,
The TV was on, you said as well,
it was.
and where was the TV?
TV would, let's say it was, I believe it was, see, in this area back here.
Okay, 1 second, let's go to photo that one. All right, and this was exhibit 8, page 7. He shows where the TV is. And you're pointing to the top of the photograph where there's appears to be television screen. Okay, what did you do next then?
So the next, I walked into the residence and figured I needed to escort everybody out of the house. So I directed them to exit the house through the front door
Why are you clearing everyone out of the house?
to pretty much preserve any other evidence that might have potentially been there in the area.
Is that standard procedure then at a crime scene to remove individuals from around and near a crime scene?
Yes.
And when you say preserve evidence again, can you kind of break down what does that mean?
Well, we hadn't cleared the residence yet. So we just wanted to make sure that there was no one else was stepping on either blood and tracking it throughout the house or any other potential, like I said, evidence.
Your job as a primary responder, was that to go around and look for any evidence and objects at that moment?
At that moment, only what's visible, but mainly is to identify what had occurred.
Then as you were there, did more officers proceed to arrive?
No.
At some point, more officers came.
Yes.
Okay. So while you're there, were you still there when officers started arriving, detectives and that?
Yes, she is. She will.
And then they
Much
appeared to
better.
have different
Much
responsibilities.
careful
and
back
roles?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do with the family then?
So as we were walking out from the dining area to the front, I was walking behind the family and I observed on the left-hand side of the front door, there was a hallway leading into what appeared to be a room. I noticed there was like an open drawer and items scattered on the floor.
Let me see if I can get that photograph. One moment. I don't have a photograph of that. So you noticed what appeared to be it was a bedroom,
Yes,
and it's on the first floor.
yes,
Did you go into that bedroom?
I did not.
So what exactly could you see within that bedroom?
I remember seeing a drawer that was open and items just scattered on the floor.
And why did that catch your attention?
It just the house wasn't. It didn't appear like it was anything else that had been, I guess, tampered with. It
Okay,
just-
if I may mark as equals 10, it is a drawing, appears to be a blueprint then.
yes,
Are you familiar with the layout of the house?
I am.
Can you describe then your point of entry, just walk us through, and then that bedroom that you looked into?
Sure. So this is the driveway, and this is the garage.
And so I have to describe what you're doing for the record. So you're talking, if you could talk it through in the bottom left corner, you entered, or bottom right corner, you entered in through what's marked driveway.
Right. And then I walked into what's marked garage,
Okay.
and there's a door just at the bottom of that side there in the center of the picture. This leading into the kitchen. So this is where I observed the what appeared to be footprints with blood. I walked around this island here, and this is where the firefighter indicated the family was sitting in this area.
And that dining room table, by the way, I'll keep that exhibit up, but People's 7, page 45, is that the dining room table?
Yes,
And then do you remember, there's a placard there marked 21. Do you have any idea what that is?
I don't.
Go ahead. And back to exhibit 11.
Okay.
10, I'm sorry.
So as I walked around the island here, I exited the kitchen into the patio area, which is marked patio. And that's where I observed the fire pit with the open flame and the television that was on. At that moment, I went back into the residence and escorted the family out to the front door, and the front door leading over this side here.
I go mark is People's 11, Your Honor. It's a, let me see if it's 30. I'm sorry, 30 marked in the book. It's exhibit 7, page 46. We see a picture of what you've already identified as the family room. Do you see the front door in that photograph?
Yes, front door is right.
Okay, so you walk the family then through the living room to the front door,
Yes.
and then what?
If we can go back to the.
That's a nice home.
And that's exhibit 10.
So as we're walking here, the family starts to exit the residence. This is where I was able to catch a glimpse of this room here. There was a door leading to a room here.
And you're pointing to a room that has an M bedroom label, is that correct?
This
At the top.
This one here. Yes. So this is where I observed items scattered on the floor.
And then what happened after that?
And we exited the residence through the front, walked out down the driveway, and as we escorted the family out to the sidewalk, we put up crime scene tape to block off the driveway.
Exhibit 752, was that the doorway in the very back that you could see into?
I believe that's it.
So that's basically, is that a snapshot of the glimpse that you got?
Yes,
And no more than that, just to see that the doors
that's
were open?
correct.
What happened then when you got outside?
So as we got outside, like I said, we had taped off the driveway. And immediately contacted Devonshire Watch Commander and Topanga Watch Commanders to let them know what we had discovered.
When you say take off the driveway, exhibit 7, page 10, is that a photograph then, an accurate one of the driveway that you recall with the gates right there?
Yes,
And when you arrived, do you recall the gates being opened?
they were open.
And your testimony is you don't remember the truck being there one way or the other, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so the tape right there, that was put up by you or someone in your presence?
That was put up by, I believe my partner had put that.
And that tape again is to keep people from going in and out, is that
That's
correct? Okay. Do you, the individuals that you spoke to, you talked about the defendant and 2 females. If I may mark as People's 11, a photograph of a female individual. Do you remember this girl as being one of those 2 females that you
Y'all,
identified
some
as
of these
one
character
bodies?
witnesses are getting
And if I
kind of
may mark as
spicy
People's
over here at the
12,
cocktail
another
trial.
photograph of a second female with long hair. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you recognize this individual as well as being one of those two females?
I
One of
do.
the three females?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with that area? You said it was out of your, basically your jurisdiction. Are you familiar with that area?
I'm not.
When you drove into that area, did you notice any, like when you enter the area, any signs for cameras or anything where the area would be under surveillance?
I did.
Okay, Exhibit 9, and this is page 5. Did you pass this on your way in responding to the location?
Yes, I did.
And there's some circled areas on the photograph. What were those, or what are those?
So one is a sign indicating that there's a video surveillance, and the other is the camera. So this is the camera.
And you're pointing to the right object that's got a red circle around it. Of the two objects is the one on the right, correct?
That's correct.
The road that's running up and down the photograph to the left of that camera, do you know what road that is?
I believe that would be Victoria.
Queen Victoria, is that the road that the house was on?
Yes.
Now, if you were to drive up the photograph, so to the top of the photograph, is that the direction that you were traveling to respond to the house on the upper left side?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you moving the mic one a little closer to you?
Yes.
Is that 12? Did I mark that as 12? I believe so. My last exhibit 12?
Your last exhibit was 12.
Yes. Okay, I put 12 back up there. That road, do you recall?
Sorry,
If you
that's
were,
not 12.
No, this is
Well, it's
exhibit
female.
9.
oh, sorry, get the packet. Exhibit 9, page 5, yes, thank you. That Queen Victoria from that direction, from where that camera is going up, do you remember how far up that hill the house was?
I don't, but I know it was quite a walk.
Do you recall, is that a flat road or a hill?
It's a hill.
Okay, like a steep hill or just an average?
So going uphill. Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councilman Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Officer
Good morning.
Rebolledo.
So
Is
what
it
do y'all
Rebolledo or
think?
Rebolledo?
Rebolledo.
Rebolledo. If there's anything I ask you that's confusing or you need me to clarify, just let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
So this is going back quite a while, January 23rd, 2017, correct?
Yes.
Did you write a report
I
in this case? And did you review that report prior to testifying here
I did.
today? When did you review it?
I've reviewed it this morning.
And did you discuss the report with district attorneys to say if there's anything you left out or was missing or incorrect?
I think I met with them, I wouldn't say maybe back in March of last year.
Okay, and that was the last time you met with them prior to testifying today?
No,
No? When did you meet again?
this morning.
This morning? Okay. And it was just to discuss scheduling and things like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Regarding your role, did you review your report this morning again?
My statement from the location.
Okay. And your statement from this location, did you do you remember saying that you received the dispatch at approximately 1726?
If I could take a look.
Yeah,
at my
if you
phone.
need to, you can refresh your recollection.
That's correct.
That's correct. So 1726, you received the dispatch for a possible assault, correct?
That's correct.
And other than that, you had no information regarding what had occurred or anything like that.
That's correct.
And you said it took you about 20 minutes approximately?
Approximately, I think so, yeah.
Sorry, can you just let me finish so we can
Sure.
get both down? Thank you. And took you about 20 minutes. When you arrived at the scene, you said you entered through the driveway, then walked through the garage, correct?
That's correct.
Did you go by yourself or with your partner?
I went by myself.
What was your partner doing when you arrived?
My partner was outside of the residence.
He was just waiting for you to get back out?
Yeah, I believe he might have been talking to the rescue ambulance. with the
Okay.
paramedics.
And you first spoke to, I believe it's firefighter Kokinski. Is that correct? Is that who
Yes.
greeted you?
Yes,
And he explained to you what the scene was when you arrived.
that's correct.
And after he explained to you what the scene was, what was your role when you got that information?
So at that time, he walked me into the to the residence and directed me where the victim was.
So the firefighter escorted you through that residence,
That's
correct?
correct.
And just a quick clarification on People's Exhibit 7, page 15. Do you have that? Can I borrow that, please?
We gave the sets to Esther, so she has all three sets.
Jail has not been kind to this woman. I will tell you that.
You got it? Was this the garage as you remember it on that night?
Yes,
So this photo would be a clear indication of the state of where everything was the night of the 23rd, correct?
I wasn't the one that put up the markers.
Okay, I was mainly talking about the furniture, nothing else. As when you remember it when you walked into the garage, as it appears on this photograph,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And when you were escorted into the residence by the firefighter, were you introduced to the family by the firefighter?
No, he just pointed out where the family was.
And they were there before you walked inside the house, correct?
That's correct.
And you heard them crying, I believe you said.
Yes,
And do you remember you said something about you heard saying, why would somebody do this? Do you remember who said that?
I believe it was his wife. the
His
victim's
wife, his wife said that? Okay. And that's who you identified previously in court?
That's correct.
Regarding the crime scene, your role at that time was just to assess what had occurred, correct?
That's correct.
And once you did, you noticed the bloody footprints, correct?
That's correct.
And the firefighter reported to you that it was not his footprints that tracked it, correct? Or any other firefighter's footprints that tracked it?
That's correct.
And was your role, I believe you said you now work in evidence management pickup Or-
Yes.
in that division?
Yes.
That wasn't your role back then, correct?
No.
So you had no role in preserving evidence, taking pictures of evidence, putting any placards throughout this?
No.
The extent of your role merely was to assess the initial crime scene,
That's
correct?
correct.
And when you got out to the back, you observed the victim's body in the chair, correct?
That's correct.
Did you touch the victim's body or manipulate it in any way to assess for injuries or anything like that?
No. The fire department had already determined that the victim had been deceased, and they had taped off the patio area.
So you did not walk into that taped area,
I
correct?
did not.
You merely observed,
Yes.
and anything that you observed that you deemed important, you put into your report, correct?
Yes.
And afterwards, you walked back into the kitchen, correct?
That's correct.
And what happened afterwards? Did you go directly to the family?
I asked the family if actually no. I asked everyone to exit the residence.
Did you
So the
intro-
family.
you introduced yourself first, correct? And
I
or
don't
no?
remember if I did.
Okay, but you escorted them out,
Yes.
and that's when you observed the drawer being empty or the scattered items on the floor and that
Yes.
drawer open, correct? In that one bedroom you
Right
previously-
before we exited. Yes.
And when you walked outside, your partner was still out there talking to the other firefighters,
I believe he was. Yes.
and you escorted them out through the gate, and then your partner taped off the area.
Yes.
Did you ever return back inside the house after the?
I did not.
what did you do the rest of the night after you got outside?
So we, like I stated earlier, we notified Devonshire Watch Commander and Topanga Watch Commanders of what we had discovered so that they could send out additional resources.
And afterwards, I believe you said in your direct that you spoke to one of the daughters later.
Yes,
Do you remember which daughter that was?
I don't.
Could those pictures help you possibly identify which one it was?
No,
You don't remember?
No.
Did you? What was that conversation about?
it was brief. She was just she was crying, stating that she felt guilty because I guess her father had just purchased a vehicle that was apparently stolen, and she had posted that on her social media, and she figured that maybe that's what drew attention.
Okay, so that was the extent of the conversation.
That was it.
Did you didn't put that in your report, did you?
No,
Okay. And you didn't ever speak to Miss Sementilli, the victim's wife, about anything, did you?
I don't recall I did.
Okay. And how long were you at the house for that night?
Inside the house?
Outside? Just the duration. When did you arrive at? You arrived at the crime scene, I'd say around what, 5:45 p.m.
Yeah, I would say it was a few hours, approximately maybe 3 hours.
Approximately. Okay. And what was your role after your initial thing throughout? Were you just there to lead assistance if needed or anything
Yes.
like that?
So because it wasn't our division, I notified Topanga Watch Commander, and he immediately sent a supervisor to our area. Like I had stated, Topanga units were stuck on a perimeter at that time. So as soon as there were available resources, they were sent to our location.
Understood. And you mentioned, I believe, that you believe the house was tampered with only in that one bedroom you observed, right? The rest of the house you didn't see.
That's correct.
Did you go into any of the other bedrooms or
I-
walk around the house at all?
I did not.
So you don't know what the rest of the crime scene was in terms of how it looked or appeared ransacked or tampered with?
That's correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Did you report your findings to anyone outside of your watch commander?
To Topanga Watch Commanders and as to the detectives as they were arriving.
So you spoke to the detectives as they arrived.
Yes, just to let them know what I had observed.
Do you remember which detective you spoke with?
I don't.
Did you tell them essentially what you testified to today about what you had observed?
Yes.
Was there any other information that you told them that was not in your report?
Not that I recall.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Very good to see you, Divinity said. All of you,
Here you
you're
are.
with me.
No redirect, Your Honor. However, I did want to correct one exhibit.
All right, do we need this officer for you to correct the exhibit? Thank you, officer, you are excused.
Thank you.
And what is it you wish to correct?
I put up an exhibit. I said it was from the packet that we marked as exhibit 7. Page 10 is actually exhibit 8. Page
Thank you. You call your next witness.
10. Call.
Wait.
Delia Rivera.
Interpreter, is that correct? Counsel, this witness does require a Spanish interpreter?
Yes, yes.
And the Spanish interpreter is present, thank you. You called Ms. Rivera, is that correct? And before the witness is sworn, if I can have the identifying information of the interpreter, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Driving license for certified 5 ID number 300436.
Thank you.
You could please raise your
right hand. Do you
Y'all,
solemnly
somebody
state
needs to get a hold of that woman
in the
and get
cause
that
now
clip
penned
out of
before
her
this court
hair.
shall be the truth, the whole truth,
That
and nothing but the truth?
that just driving me nuts. I just want to snatch it.
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness
The
stand.
interpreter. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. I got it back.
You can have a seat as well if you wish, or you can
No,
stand.
I'd rather be standing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And for the record, state and spell your first and last name, please.
Relato, ¿puede dar su nombre? Mi nombre y apellido, por favor. Delia Rivera Pacheco. Delia Rivera Pacheco. ¿Lo puede deletrear? D-E-L-I-A Rivera R-I-V-E-R-A. Pacheco. P-A-C-H-E-C-O. D-E-L-I-A-R-I-V Victor E-R-A P-A-C-H-E-C-O.
There's no way I'm going to be able to follow this woman. Even the interpreter with that accent, I'm not. I can't understand a word. Thank God for captioning.
Okay. Back in 2017, that time frame, where were you employed?
En el 2017, en ese periodo de tiempo, ¿en dónde estaba trabajando? Trabajé en la residencia, limpiando casas, en la residencia de la familia Sementilli. I was working at the residence. I was working cleaning houses at the Sementilli residence.
Okay, and the person sitting over here in the blue jacket with the ponytail at defense table over here, do you recognize her?
¿Usted reconoce aquí a la señora que está sentada con el caballo en la mesa de la defensa? Yes.
Who is that?
¿Quién es? Monica Sementilli. Monica Sementilli.
Was she one of the employers that you had during the year of 2017?
¿Ella era una de las personas con las que trabajaba en el 2017? Sí. Yes.
If I may mark as People's 13, a photograph
Ahora le voy a mostrar la
of an individual, a
de ese
male.
individuo.
Do you recognize him?
¿Lo reconoce? Sí. Yes.
Who is that?
¿Quién es? Flavio Sementilli. Flavio Sementilli.
Was he also your employer with the defendant Monica Sementilli?
También su empleador con la acusada. Sí. Sementilli. Yes.
What did you do for the Sementillis? What was your job?
¿Cuál es su trabajo con los Sementillis? ¿De qué trabajaba? Limpiaba la casa. I used to clean the house.
Did you clean other houses during that time frame?
¿Usted limpiaba otras casas durante ese periodo de tiempo? Sí. Yes.
And how many other houses?
¿Cuántas otras casas? En esa área limpiaba 6 casas. In that area, I was cleaning 6 houses.
When you say that area, is it the area of Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills?
Cuando dice esa área, habla de la calle Queen Victoria Road en Woodland Hills. En el área. Yes, in that area.
Did you clean friends' houses of the Sementillis?
¿Y usted limpiaba casas de amigos de los Sementillis? No. No.
How often did you clean their house, the Sementillis?
¿Qué tan seguido limpiaba las casas de los Sementillis? Cada 2 semanas. Every 2 weeks.
So every 2 weeks you came to the house and then just did standard cleaning, like
Venía a la casa, limpiaba
floors, kitchens, bedrooms, things of that nature?
cocina, cámaras, cosas así. Sí. Yes.
How long, as of January 2017, how long had you been working for the Sementillis cleaning their house?
Enero del 2017. ¿Cuánto tiempo llevaba limpiando la casa de los Sementillis? 2 años y medio. 2.5 years.
Putting up Exhibit 11, do you recognize
En el
that individual?
2011, ¿usted reconoce a ese individuo? Ese individuo. Sí. Yes.
And who is that?
¿Quién es? Jessica. Jessica.
And
Sementilli.
was she part of the
Sementilli.
family?
Y ella es de la familia.
Sí.
Yes.
One of the daughters?
Una de las hijas.
Sí.
Yes.
And then People's 12, do you recognize her?
¿La reconoce?
Sí.
Yes.
And who is that?
¿Quién es?
Isabela.
Isabela.
And that was another daughter?
Otra hija.
Sí.
Yes.
Would you say that you were close friends with the family?
¿Usted puede decir que era como cercana a la familia? ¿Como amiga cercana?
No.
No.
Everything, did they treat you nice?
¿La trataban bien?
Sí.
Yes.
Good employers?
Eran buenos empleadores.
Sí.
Yes.
Showing you
Ahora le voy a mostrar
Exhibit 9, page 9.
el documento 9 de la página.
Is that the house that you cleaned for them?
¿La casa que usted les limpiaba?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, you said you came
Usted
every
dice
other week or once every 2 weeks,
venía
correct?
cada 2 semanas. Cada
Sí.
semana. Yes.
Did you always come on the same
¿Usted
day?
llegaba siempre el mismo día?
Sí.
Yes.
And what day was that?
¿Qué día era?
Lunes.
Monday.
What time did you clean from on Mondays?
Limpiaba los lunes.
8 de la mañana.
8 in the morning.
Until what time
¿Hasta qué
approximately?
hora aproximadamente?
Aproximadamente de 2:15 a 2:30.
Approximately from 2:15 to 2:30.
And was it the same hours
Yes,
then
las mismas
on the
horas.
Mondays when you came?
Los lunes.
Was it always 8 to about 2?
Siempre era de 8 a 2, más o menos.
Más o menos.
More or less. Un segundo.
Sorry, I'm just gonna. Okay, so on the morning that I'm gonna talk to you about, that, there's a gate in front of the house right there.
En la mañana
Right.
que vamos a hablar. Hay un portón ahí, ¿correcto? Correcto. Correcto.
When you would come on those Mondays,
Cuando usted venía
was the
los
gate
lunes,
usually open or was it
¿el
closed?
portón estaba abierto o cerrado?
Abierto.
Open.
And how did you get into the house? Did you have a key to their
¿Cómo
house?
llegaba? ¿Cómo entraba a la casa? ¿Tenía llave a la casa?
Yo tenía llave,
I had a key,
pero ese día en especial no la usé. Me abrió Mónica.
but that day, especially that day, I didn't open the door with the key. Monica opened the door for me.
Okay, so the door was opened by Monica, and then when you left, how did you leave? Did you go out through the front
Y
door?
cuando salió, se salió por la puerta de enfrente.
Sí.
Yes.
And normally, when you left,
Normalmente.
did you lock the front door when you would leave?
¿Usted cerraba con llave la puerta de enfrente cuando se iba?
Normalmente ella me llevaba a la parada del bus.
She would normally take me to the bus stop.
Who would take you?
¿Quién la llevaba?
Mónica Sementilli.
Monica Sementilli
Would take you to the bus stop.
la llevaba a la parada del autobús.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask if you recognize another individual.
A ver si usted reconoce otro individuo.
Her name is equals 14.
Es la
Get this out of the way. Do you recognize?
Sorry, what is it? You're speaking
I'm
to our
sorry.
counsel.
14 is a photograph
14
of a male individual
de un
Somewhere.
hombre,
with the name Robert Louis Baker.
nombre Robert Louis Baker.
Do you recognize him?
¿Usted lo reconoce?
No.
No.
So you'd never seen him at the house
¿Usted
or
nunca
around the house?
la había visto en la casa o alrededor de la casa?
No.
No.
I'll show you a couple photos here.
Le voy a mostrar un par de fotografías.
My main mark is Peoples 15.
Le voy a poner el documento 15 de la
And that is a photograph of a bedroom with a bed in it.
de una cámara.
Peoples 15, and it's labeled on the left. Do you recognize that room? I'm just gonna orient you to the house.
Es, ¿en qué orientación está la casa? ¿La conoce? I do not remember.
I'm sorry.
I do not remember.
Okay, so you don't recognize? Did you ever go clean the girls' bedrooms, Isabella and Jessica's?
Limpiaban las recámaras de las niñas Isabela y Jessica. Sí. Yes.
Does that refresh your memory? Does that look like one of the bedrooms that you cleaned?
Parece una de las recámaras que limpiaba. I'm not quite sure.
That's okay.
Está bien.
The master bedroom, do you recognize the master bedroom?
¿Y la recámara principal la reconoce?
This, if I may mark people 16,
Again, what is it, please?
it's a photograph of a bed with a green comforter and some shutters.
All right.
Cama con un sobrecama verde y unas persianas. Sí. Yes.
Do you recognize that room?
¿Reconoce esas? Yes.
Okay, is that the master bedroom?
Esa es la cámara principal. Sí. Yes.
On the right-hand side, there's some shutters, there's some doors.
Hay unas
And you can see them in the left photograph. Does that lead to the outside?
los ven la fotografía. ¿Eso lleva a la parte de afuera? ¿Afuera? Sí. Yes.
Typically, when you were there every other Monday, were those doors open or were they closed?
¿Estaban abiertas o cerradas? Cerradas. Closed.
Do you know if those doors,
¿Usted
like
sabe
behind
si
that,
esas puertas
those doors, do they lock?
tienen seguro?
A veces tenían seguro.
Sometimes they were locked.
Sometimes the doors were locked. Does that mean sometimes they were obviously unlocked?
Algunas veces estaban cerradas con seguro y a veces no.
Lo que pasa es que en una vez yo limpiaba las persianas y es cuando me daba cuenta si estaban abiertas o cerradas.
What happens is that whenever I had to clean them once, I would know whether they were locked or not.
La siguiente vez no las limpiaba,
And-
no las tocaba. para
And the
nada.
next time I will not clean them, so I will not touch them.
Do you remember then back on the day that Fabio died, January 23rd, 2017, do you remember cleaning the house that day?
¿Usted se acuerda haber limpiado la casa ese día?
No. La casa la limpié, las persianas no.
Oh, I cleaned the house, but not the blinds.
So
The
you,
shutters.
do you recall then, when you say blinds, do you mean those doors?
¿Esas puertas? Sí. Yes.
Do you recall or do you know if those doors were locked or unlocked?
¿Estaban cerradas o estaban cerradas con seguro o no?
No, no sé. Porque no
No,
las toqué.
I don't know because I didn't touch them.
Okay. Were they closed like this in the photograph?
En esa fotografía sí estaban cerradas.
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
That's okay. All
Está
right.
bien.
From the master bedroom, if I can mark as people 17, it's a bathroom. Marking people 17, this bathroom right here. Do you know where that bathroom is?
¿Sabe cuál es ese baño?
Es el baño de Isabela.
That is Isabella's bathroom.
Does it connect to another room?
Y está conectado a otro cuarto.
Sí.
Yes.
What room does it connect to?
¿A cuál recámara está conectado?
No a la principal, a la siguiente.
Not to the master's bedroom, to the next.
If I may mark people's 18, a bedroom with a closet depicted in it.
Very good.
People's 18, is this where the bathroom connected?
¿Esa es a la recámara con la cual estaba conectado el baño?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know whose room this is?
¿Usted sabe de quién es este cuarto?
Fabio.
Fabio.
But this is not the master bedroom,
Pero
correct?
no es la recámara principal.
No.
No.
So the day of January 23rd, 2017, I want to walk you through that.
Le voy a repasar.
Do you know what time you arrived at the Sementilli residence?
¿A qué hora llegó a la residencia de los Sementilli?
8 de la mañana.
8 in the morning.
And how did you get there?
¿Y cómo llegó ahí?
Mi hija me llevó.
I got me some chili.
My daughter took me there.
Who's your daughter? What's
¿Quién
her
es su
name?
hija? ¿Cuál es su nombre?
Paula.
Paula.
Do you remember what kind of car Paula drove? Sorry.
¿Qué auto manejaba Paula?
Era un Honda Accord 2008.
2008 Honda Accord.
If I may show a
Le
video,
voy a mostrar un video
are you aware that the Sementilli residence had
que la casa de los Sementilli
surveillance cameras?
tenía cámaras de vigilancia.
Sí.
Yes.
And I'll get into that in a bit. Are you aware of any other surveillance cameras in the neighborhood? Were you aware that the neighborhood had
Que
surveillance
si el
cameras?
vecindario tendría esas cámaras de vigilancia.
No sé.
No, I don't know.
Okay, I'm going to show you a video and see if
Le
you
voy a
recognize,
mostrar un video.
Mark?
if I may mark it.
Reconoce.
19.
Yes, thank you.
19.
And if it doesn't work, then we'll just. Why would it work? I mean,
Well, we're close to doing this break anyway.
okay, yeah.
All right, let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
So now we are on a small break on this side of the boat. And I got no napkins. So we just got off a break on the Cochrane hearing. Now they've got someone on the stand. Oh my gosh. Tell me she didn't steal money from them. Please. That chili's good. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of telltales depending on what she has to say. But she is interesting. They should be back any minute in the Sementilli trial. We are currently listening to the adult Natalie's former father-in-law in the murder of Michael Cochran trial. We are in the sentencing phase, impact statement. Michael was a young 38 years old. We'll be back here in just a minute.
Versus Sementilli, Ben is
Guys,
present, all
we
counsel
are-
present, jury,
court is
and
coming
also
back.
present.
Hold on, y'all.
Please be very particular. You're still under oath, and you are being assisted by the Spanish interpreter whose oath is on file. People may continue with their direct examination.
Witness Rivera. When we broke up, I was just asking a couple of questions about the master bedroom shutters. Exhibit 7, page 76. I'll come back to the video. That photograph is from the patio looking into the master bedroom, is that correct? Or the outside looking in?
Yes.
Now, in that photograph, the shutters appear or are open and there's a sliding door. When you left the day of the 23rd of 2017 after you finished cleaning, do you know, if you recall, if those shutters were open or closed?
I do not remember.
Okay. Where I left off, your arrival, I believe I asked the court if I may mark as People's 19 a video. I'm going to play you just a quick snippet video. And if you'll watch the next car coming down the road. That's really fast. Was that the car that you arrived in that morning then?
I think so.
Do you need to see it again?
¿No necesita ver otra vez?
Sí, so fast.
Yes, please.
Let's see if we can slow it, if we can. If not.
Oh, that was too fast.
We have technical experts here.
You have a screenshot?
Yeah. Right here. Okay, that car's circled. Is that you arriving?
Sí, claro. ¿Ese de usted llegando?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. That's your daughter driving you to work, you said?
Es cuando su hija la llevaba a trabajar, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, and then you testified earlier. Do you believe it was around 8:05 in the left corner? Does that appear as the accurate time when you came to work?
Es la hora en la que llegó a trabajar.
Does 8:05 seem like the correct time?
¿Es la hora correcta? 8:05?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
What time did you normally arrive?
¿A qué hora?
Normalmente era las 8.
It would normally be at 8.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that road that you're turning off of, do you know what that road is off the top of your mind?
¿Se recuerda cuál es el nombre de la calle? ¿Le dieron la vuelta?
Esta es Oakdale.
¿Qué dijo?
Oakdale.
That is Oakdale.
Oakdale, and then what street are you turning
Thank you,
onto?
80s music man. Appreciate you.
Queen Victoria.
Queen Victoria.
Okay, and then after you turn right here, how far is the house from when you turn this corner right here?
¿Qué tan lejos estaba la casa de donde ustedes ven la vuelta? ¿Qué tan lejos?
Dos casas.
Two houses
Okay, thank you.
away.
All right, thank you.
Gracias.
Let me mark as People's 20 still shot of the video that was just shown
Very well.
in court. Okay, and again, People's 20, do you recognize the car that you're dropped off sometime around 8 o'clock? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got to the location that morning, you said Monica let you in. Was Fabio home when you got there?
Sí.
Yes.
Who else was home?
¿Quién más estaba en la casa?
Jessica.
Jessica.
What about the other daughter, Isabella? Did you see
La
her?
otra hija, Isabela, ¿la vio?
No estaba.
She was not there.
When you saw Fabio, when you got there a little after 8, what was he doing?
Cuando yo entré, él,
When
yo no lo miré,
When I got there, I didn't see him,
pero lo escuché que estaba en la cocina.
but I heard he was in the kitchen.
Normalmente él se está preparando su café.
He would normally be preparing his coffee.
You didn't see him, but you heard him.
Usted no lo vio, pero lo escuchó.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you began to do then.
Dígame qué es lo que empezó a hacer.
Fui al garage por mis cosas para empezar a trabajar en el en el cuarto principal.
I went to the garage to get my things in order to start working in the master bedroom.
Did you keep cleaning supplies in the garage?
Y en el garage guardaba todos sus implementos de limpieza.
Sí.
Yes.
And then what did you do after that?
¿Qué hizo después de eso?
Después del cuarto principal, el siguiente cuarto, que es el donde se quedaba Fabio.
After the master bedroom, I went to the bedroom where Fabio used to stay.
So are you saying that you went to clean the master bedroom first?
Primero fue a limpiar la recámara principal.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know where Fabio was at that time?
¿Usted sabe dónde estaba Fabio en ese momento?
Como está retirado de la cocina, él seguía en la cocina. Yo ya no fui para la cocina. Yo no lo miré ya.
It is far from the bedroom, so he was in the kitchen, so I didn't see him again.
Did you see Monica again?
¿Usted vio a Mónica otra vez?
Ella andaba ahí alrededor.
She was there. She was around.
Okay. Did you notice anything unusual that day at all?
¿Vio algo inusual ese día?
No.
No.
At some
En
point,
algún momento.
did the defendant, Mrs.
eh,
Sementilli, and
acusaba a la señora
leave the
Sementilli.
residence?
Se fue de la residencia, salió.
Sí.
Yes.
What do you remember?
¿Qué es de lo que se acuerda?
Recuerdo que salió ella y su hija Jessica.
I remember that she and her daughter, Jessica, left.
Do you know where they were going? Did they tell you?
¿Se acuerda a dónde fueron? ¿Le dijeron?
No me dijeron, pero estaban vestidas con ropa deportiva.
They didn't tell me, but they were wearing sports clothes.
Okay, like for exercise?
Como para ejercicio.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know them to belong to a gym?
¿Sabe si pertenecían a un gimnasio?
No.
No.
Did you see Fabio leave at any
Usted vio
time?
¿A Fabio que saliera en ese momento?
En ese momento yo no lo miré que saliera.
I didn't see him leaving at that moment.
Supe que no estaba porque Mónica, cuando se iba a ir, ella me dijo que ahí me dejaba mi cheque y que tal vez regresaba su esposo para llevarme a la parada del bus.
I knew that he was going to leave. Monica left me my check, and then she said that her husband was going to take me to the bus stop.
So did you ever know before you were done working
Antes
if Fabio
de
left the
terminar
house
de trabajar,
at any point?
¿usted sabe si Fabio salió en algún momento?
No sé si él salió porque cuando yo bajé de limpiar la recámara de Jessica, es en el segundo piso.
I don't know if he left because when I went down after I cleaned Jessica's bedroom, that is on the second floor,
Estaba la troca de Fabio y él estaba hablando por teléfono ahí. No sé si llegó o ahí estuvo hablando nada más.
Fabio's truck was there and he was talking on the phone. So I don't know if he had left before or not.
So there's a period of time when you were cleaning that you did not see Fabio, is that
Un
correct?
periodo de tiempo mientras estaba limpiando, usted no vio a Fabio, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And during that time, you didn't
Y
hear
durante-
Fabio in the
en
house.
ese momento usted no escuchó a Fabio en la casa.
No.
No.
But at some point, you
En
saw
algún
him in
momento
his
usted
truck
lo
outside?
vio en su camioneta afuera, en su troca.
Sí, cuando bajé de limpiar la recámara de Jessica.
Yes, when I went down from cleaning Jessica's bathroom.
And you said he was talking on his phone.
Y dice que estaba hablando en su teléfono.
Sí,
Ah,
en la
yes.
troca.
In the
En
truck.
la troca.
In the truck.
Could you hear anything he was saying?
¿Podía escuchar algo que decía él?
No,
No,
solo lo miré por la ventana.
I just saw him through the window.
Did you or were you there when the defendant and
Cuando la acusada
her daughter
y
returned
su
home?
hija regresaron a su casa. ¿Está usted ahí?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you know what time
¿Usted
that was?
sabe a qué hora fue?
yo pienso que como 12:30,
I think it was about 12:30.
de 12:30 a 1.
From 12:30 to 1.
So during that time frame, now where are you?
Ese tiempo, ¿dónde está usted?
Estaba empezando a limpiar la cocina.
I was starting cleaning the kitchen.
Okay, can you tell us then who's in the kitchen and what's happening?
Entonces, ¿me puede decir quién estaba en la cocina y qué estaba sucediendo?
En la cocina estaba Fabio.
Fabio
Después de que dejó de hablar por teléfono, él entró por la puerta del garage.
in the kitchen. Fabio was in the kitchen. And after he finished talking over the phone, he went out to the garage,
A la cocina.
to the
hacia
kitchen,
la cocina.
to the kitchen.
Okay, I'm sorry.
A ver, perdón, es que
Entró por el garage
he entered through the garage.
y de garage hay una puerta a la cocina.
And from the garage, there is a kitchen that goes into, there's the door that goes into the kitchen.
What did he do in the kitchen?
¿Qué hizo en la cocina?
Él empezó a calentar comida.
He started heating food.
Was Monica and the daughter in the kitchen at that time?
Mónica y la hija
Todavía
estaban
no
en-
llegaban ellas.
Deje que acabe. No, they were not there yet.
They weren't back yet?
¿Todavía no llegaban?
Cuando él estaba calentando la comida, ellas todavía no llegaban.
When he was heating the food, they had not arrived yet.
Okay, and then what happened?
¿Y después qué pasó?
Y llegaron unos minutos después.
They got there some minutes later.
What happened next?
¿Qué pasó después?
Fueron a la cocina también
They also went to the kitchen.
y ya estaba la comida caliente. Ellas comieron un poquito con él.
The food was hot, warm, so they ate a little bit with him.
And then what happened?
¿Y después qué pasó?
Y yo ya estoy limpiando la cocina.
I kept
Y-
cleaning the kitchen.
Ellos terminaron de comer. Fabio se salió al patio con su computadora. Jessica se fue a su recámara y Mónica a la sala.
So when they finished eating, Fabio went to the yard, to the patio with his computer. Jessica went to her bedroom, and Monica, ¿a dónde fue Mónica?
A la sala.
To the living room.
Exhibit 9, page 21. Is that the patio you're talking
¿Es el
about?
patio del cual me está hablando?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you often see on the Mondays when you came
Los lunes cuando venía,
Fabio sitting on that
usted
patio?
veía que Fabio se sentaba en ese patio.
Sí,
Yes.
Did he appear to be working out there?
¿Parecía estar trabajando ahí?
sí,
Yes.
computadora.
Was
En
there
his,
any-
in his computer.
On his computer?
En su computadora.
Sí,
Yes.
Was there any particular chair or place that he sat?
¿Había una silla o en algún lugar en donde se sentaba en particular?
sí.
Yes.
And which seat did he sit in?
¿En
Typically.
qué asiento se sentaba?
Él se sentaba cerca a la alberca mirando para la televisión.
He would sit close to the pool, watching the TV.
Close to the pool.
Interpreters correction, facing the TV. ¿Y qué? Dijo cerca de la alberca.
Sí,
Yes.
There's two chairs here. Did he sit in one of these chairs most of the
Esas dos
time?
sillas. ¿Se sentaba en esas dos sillas la mayor parte del tiempo?
sí.
Yes.
Which one?
¿En cuál? No lo vi, ¿qué?
En esta.
This one.
Entonces,
A ver, podemos señalarlo.
I just sit here.
There's a,
A ver, diga
there's a
todo.
pointer
Hay un
right in front of you.
señalador que está enfrente de usted. This one.
Yes, and you can extend it
Lo puedes extender.
and then turn around behind you, there's a screen.
Hay una pantalla atrás de usted. Voltese.
And if you could point to
Y
it.
puede señalarla. Ok.
Okay, and so the chair,
Entonces,
you pointed to a chair that's closest to the kitchen door, is that correct?
Puerta de la
The
cocina.
door
¿correcto?
leading into the house?
La puerta que da a la casa. Sí. Yes.
So the times that you worked there on Monday, you would see
Los días
Fabio
que
sitting
trabajaba,
outside
usted veía que Fabio se estaba sentado
in that
afuera,
chair facing
esa
towards the house, is
pegada
that correct?
hacia la
And the
casa,
TV?
¿correcto? Y con la televisión.
sí.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened next then? Patty, he's on the patio.
Estaba en el
What happened
patio.
with the defendant and her daughter?
¿Qué pasó entre la acusada y su hija?
Cuando Fabio estaba afuera.
When Fabio was outside.
Yes.
Sí.
Es cuando Mónica se fue a la sala y Jessica a su recámara.
That is when Monica went to the living room and Jessica went to her bedroom.
And what did the defendant do in the living room?
¿Y qué hizo el acusado en la sala?
Ella estaba con su celular.
She was on her cellular.
Was she talking on her
¿Estaba
cellular?
hablando en el celular?
Pienso que estaba texteando porque me tapaba un sillón. Yo no la escuché hablar.
I
Solo
think
miré.
that she was texting because she was there was a sofa that or seat that was blocking me, but I didn't hear her talking.
You didn't hear talking, but you saw her texting?
Usted no la escuchó hablar, pero la vio que estaba texteando.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, one question I wanted to ask you.
Es lo que se me olvidó
You had
preguntarle.
cleaned there, you said every other Monday.
Cuando dice
When
que
you
pues,
came on Mondays to clean,
sí.
was
Okay,
Fabio
guys, I
usually
apologize for those who are in the
working from home?
Monica Sementilli. If you're hearing sound effects, it's me screaming at the attorney on the
So,
other trial we're
going back
covering.
the Mondays before
He's
you
being a
had come,
jackass.
but prior to January 23rd, 2017, was Fabio working from home those previous Mondays when you were there?
Trabajaba en su casa los lunes anteriores que usted había ido a trabajar.
Sí.
Yes.
3 lunes anteriores.
Ujú.
3 lunes anteriores él estuvo trabajando desde casa.
The 3 previous Mondays, he was working from home.
The 3 previous Mondays to
Los-
January 23rd, 2017, he was working from home.
Él estaba trabajando desde la casa.
Sí, entraba y salía.
Yes, he would come and go.
So the 3 previous,
Los
and then the January date,
lunes.
those, all of
En
those
enero.
Mondays, those 4
Esos
Mondays, did you work on the patio?
¿Estaba trabajando en el patio?
Sí.
Yes.
Same chair, same direction he
La
was facing?
misma silla, la misma dirección.
La misma silla.
The same chair.
Okay. At some
En
point,
algún momento,
did you finish
usted terminó
cleaning the house? Obviously.
la casa, obviamente.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, if I make 30 mark, I'm sorry, People's 7, Exhibit 29, this is a photo. Is that the kitchen?
Ahora, 107, 29. ¿Esa es la cocina?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, in that kitchen, there appears to be a monitor in the upper left photograph, like a screen or a computer monitor. Do you recall that being in the house?
Usted estaba en una computadora o un monitor. ¿Se acuerda que estaba en la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Was that monitor ever on where you could actually see things on that monitor?
¿Ese monitor estaba prendido donde usted podía ver cosas?
Sí.
Yes.
And what could you see?
¿Y qué podía ver?
Era cuatro cámaras Eran 4 cuadritos.
There were 4 cameras, 4 squares,
4 different camera, and
Cuatro
En
diferentes
diferentes
you don't have to say
direcciones.
specifically, but what areas of the house?
in different directions. Okay. Can you please repeat that?
Yes. The camera, it was
Cámara.
visuals of camera angles, is that
Eran
correct?
diferentes ángulos de la cámara, visuales de la cámara, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Did it show
Mostraba
screens of inside the house,
Pantallas
camera
adentro
footage,
de
or
la casa.
outside the house?
imágenes adentro o fuera de la casa.
Fuera de la casa.
Outside the home.
Did you see any,
Usted
did you
vio
see a camera
Una cámara
on that screen that
en
covered
esa
the patio area
pantalla
where
que
Fabio sat?
cubría el área del patio donde se sentaba Fabio?
No recuerdo.
I do not remember.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you recall if it showed the front of the house?
¿Sabía si estaba la imagen penetrante en la casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you know anything about
¿Sabe
the
algo
surveillance equipment at the Sementilli house?
De
aside
vigilancia
from this
de
monitor
la
and what
casa
you can
de
see
los
on it?
Sementilli, aparte del monitor que ve aquí?
No.
No.
Were you there when any of
¿Usted
these
estaba
cameras were
ahí
installed?
cuando se instalaron alguna de las cámaras?
No.
No.
Recuerdo. No recuerdo.
I don't remember. I do not remember.
Do you know where the
Usted sabe.
DVR box was that backed up all these cameras?
Could you please repeat the question for the
Yes. Do
interpreter?
you know where the DVR box
¿Usted sabe dónde está?
was that backed up all
del
this
DVR
surveillance
en donde
cameras?
guardaba toda la vigilancia de las cámaras?
Me imagino que en el garage.
I think it was in the garage.
Do you know where it was in the garage?
¿Sabe qué estaba en el garage?
No sé exactamente. Lo que pasa, una vez no se miraba en una de las pantallas. Eran 4 cuadros. No se miraba en uno. Y Mónica salió al garage. Y luego ya se miró aquí.
I don't know how it was, but one day there was a square that didn't have any footage. So Monica went to the garage and then it just appeared
Y
here.
entró y me dijo que ya lo arregló.
And she came in and she told me that she had fixed it.
Exhibit 7,
En el documento 7,
page 19.
página
Is this the
19,
Sementilli garage?
¿es el garage de los Sementilli?
Sí.
Yes.
Is that where you saw Monica go to fix
Es
the
donde
video screen that was blank?
Que Mónica fue a arreglar la pantalla del monitor que estaba en blanco.
Sí.
Yes.
Now, looking at the garage, does it
Viendo
refresh your memory at
el
all where
garage.
that DVR
¿Se
box?
acuerda? Entonces,
Had been
la
stored?
casa de DVR, ¿no lo guardaron?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
As far as cleaning the house,
En
just
cuanto a
briefly,
la casa, brevemente,
did you clean the floors?
¿usted limpiaba los pisos?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you clean all the countertops in the kitchen?
¿Usted limpiaba todos los muebles de la cocina?
Sí.
Yes.
And you cleaned the bedrooms?
¿Limpiaba las recámaras?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, exhibit 7,
En el documento 7,
page 40. There's some
Página
items in
40.
the sink
hay
with some
algunos
markers on them.
artículos
It looks like a vinegar bottle with a 20 on it and
hay una botella de vinagre.
did you have that out or use that day?
¿Usted lo había usado ese día?
No.
No.
When you left the house
Cuando
around, I
usted
believe it
salió
said
de
2:30,
casa como a las 2:30,
had you ever seen that
¿alguna
vinegar
vez
bottle that day?
había visto ese video, esa imagen, esa botella ahí?
No.
No.
What about the blue rag in there?
¿Y el tapo azul?
Tampoco estaba ahí.
It was not there either.
Exhibit 7,
En el documento 7,
page 30, this photo right here, is this how you left the kitchen when you left?
¿Cómo usted dejó la cocina cuando se salió, cuando se fue? No. No.
In the right photograph, there's a mark with an
Ahí-
18 placard and some
Hay
type
un
of
número
stain.
18.
Was that there when you left?
Cuando usted se fue de ahí, ¿estaba ahí? No. No.
Exhibit 7, page 27.
En el documento 7,
Looking at the
viendo
floor,
el
there's
piso,
some stains on the floor
hay algunas
next
manchas
to a placard marked D. Were those stains on the floor there when you left?
manchas estaban ahí cuando usted se fue. No. No.
Exhibit 7,
En el
page
documento
33.
7, en el 33,
Again, you'll see a placard with an A. There's some
una
red
placa
stains, looks like some footprints.
y hay unas
Was that on the floor when you
huellas
left?
rosas, como huellas. ¿Estaban ahí cuando usted se fue? No. No.
And in fact, you would clean the floors, right?
Es que usted limpiaba los pisos, correcto. Correcto.
And another
Y
photo,
después,
exhibit 7, 26, some additional
el 7,
stains on the floor. There's red boxes around them in the photograph. Were those stains on the floor when you left that day around 2, 2:30?
En el piso cuando usted se fue en el 23. No. Enero 23. No.
When you left, did you leave through the front door?
Cuando usted fue de ahí, salió por la puerta enfrente. Sí. Yes.
Exhibit 7, page 47.
Documento 7.
Is this the entryway, meaning there's a front door on the right-hand photograph? Is that the front doors of the house?
Puerta en la fotografía del lado derecha. ¿Esa es la puerta del frente de la casa? Sí. Yes.
And
Y
that door, when you left, did you leave it open?
salió de ahí, ¿la dejó abierta? No. No.
I have a couple more photos to show you.
No.
Exhibit 738, just some
En el
close-ups. Again, some stains
Hay
around the kitchen sink area.
imágenes de
Were those there when you left?
en el área del fregadero. ¿Estaban ahí cuando usted se fue? No. No.
The master bedroom,
En
you
la
cleaned the master bedroom as well. I know
cámara
we talked about the shutters, but did you clean the master bedroom that day?
Limpió la cámara principal ese día. Ya hablamos de los persianes, pero limpió la cámara principal ese día. Sí. Yes.
Exhibit 7,
En
page
el
56.
7, página
Do you recognize that
56.
room?
¿Reconoce ese cuarto? Sí. Yes.
What is that room?
¿Cuál es ese cuarto? Esa es la entrada a la recámara principal. That is the entrance to the main bedroom, master bedroom.
Okay, first of all, you can see a drawer pulled out in the upper left corner on the countertop, the drawer pulled out. Was that how you left it when you left the house?
Cajón abierto. ¿Estaba así el cajón cuando usted salió de la casa? No. No.
There's also
También
multiple
hay
items
muchos
on the
objetos
ground.
en
Were
el
those
suelo.
items there when you left?
¿Estaban ahí cuando usted se fue? No. No.
Exhibit 7,
En el documento 7.
page 58.
En la
Is that a
página
different angle of the
es
same master
un
bedroom?
ángulo diferente del mismo cuarto principal. Sí. Yes.
Directing your attention to the
Ahora
top left
quiero
photograph, there's
que
again
vean
items
la fotografía
kind of strewn
del
about
objeto.
the floor. Were those
Hay
items there when you
objetos
left?
en el piso. ¿Estaban ahí cuando usted salió de ahí? No. No.
And then the bottom right
Y después,
photograph, drawers
del lado
open
del lado derecho.
with various items on the ground. Were those items
Cajones
there,
abiertos
those drawers
con
open when
objetos.
you left that day?
¿Estos objetos están abiertos cuando usted se fue ese día? No. No.
So you testified earlier, this is the master bedroom, and I showed you a photograph of another bedroom. Did you know what bedroom Fabio slept in?
¿Usted sabe en qué cámara dormía Fabio? En la cámara siguiente de la principal. It was the bedroom next to the main master one.
Okay, so he did not sleep in the master bedroom.
Él no dormía en la cámara principal. No. No.
And it's this bedroom, is that is exhibit 18, is that the bedroom you're talking about? That's Fabio's?
De la cual está hablando, la de Fabio?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, during your time working there, did you know that the Sementilles had a safe?
¿Usted sabía que los cementerios tenían una cama, una caja fuerte?
No.
No.
Had you ever seen any currency laying around, such as,
¿Usted había visto
let's start with like Canadian money or
moneda,
foreign money laying about? Have you ever seen that?
un dinero canadiense o algo así en el suelo?
No.
No.
And when you left that
Cuando
day,
usted se fue ese día,
you had testified earlier
Usted
that
testificó
Fabio
anteriormente
was going to
que
drive you to the
Fabio
bus stop. Did that happen?
la iba a llevar usted a la parada de los autobuses. ¿Eso pasó?
No.
No.
Why didn't that happen?
¿Y por qué no sucedió eso?
Mi yerno fue a ver por mí.
My son-in-law picked me up.
Okay. Was
Okay.
Fabio still home when you left?
¿Y Fabio estaba todavía en la casa cuando usted se fue?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was he when you last saw him?
¿Y dónde estaba él cuando usted lo vio por última vez?
En el patio.
In the patio.
Same seat?
¿En el mismo sillón?
Sí.
Yes.
And where was the defendant and her daughter when you
Y
left?
la acusada y su hija, ¿dónde estaban cuando usted se fue de ahí?
Mónica seguía en la sala.
Monica was still in the living room.
Estaba hablando por teléfono.
She was
Ahora sí estaba en el teléfono.
She was talking over the phone. Now she was talking at that time over the phone.
Now she's on the phone. Do you know who she
Ahora-
was talking to?
Estaba en el teléfono. ¿Sabe con quién estaba en el teléfono?
No.
No.
Did you hear her say anything that caught your attention?
¿Ella dijo algo que le llamara la atención?
No.
No.
And then the daughter Jessica, was she still home?
¿Y la hija Jessica todavía estaba en la casa?
A ese momento yo no supe si ella salió o no salió.
At that moment, I didn't know whether she was gone or not.
Did you know anything about Jessica having a babysitting job that day that she needed to leave for?
¿Usted sabía si Jessica tenía que salir a trabajar para hacer babysitting?
No.
ese día? No.
And then Isabella,
Isabela.
was she ever home that day when you were home?
Cuando usted fue a la casa, ¿Isabela estuvo en la casa ese día?
No.
No.
After you left,
Después de que usted
when
se
did you
fue,
hear that something had happened to
¿cuándo
Fabio?
fue que usted supo que algo le había pasado a Fabio?
Eso pasó el lunes. Yo supe el miércoles cuando
That-
fui a trabajar con otra clienta ahí cerca.
That happened on Monday. So I knew on Wednesday when I went to work with another client that was nearby.
Did that client tell you?
¿Y esa cliente le dijo?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, within that week,
¿Y en esa
go back
semana
to that house?
usted regresó a esa casa?
No.
No.
Now, you've been working there 2.5 years. Did you
Usted
continue
llevaba
after this working there?
Trabajando 2 años y medio. ¿Usted continuó trabajando después?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant,
Hubo una
knowing what has now
conversación
happened, if you're going to continue cleaning the house?
que, sabiendo lo que había pasado, tuvo conversación con ella en cuanto a que usted iba a seguir limpiando la casa?
No.
Mm.
Solamente fui a trabajar y seguí trabajando.
No, I just went there to work and I continued working.
So did you stay on your schedule then in 2 weeks, every other week? So 2 weeks later, you went back at 8 a.m. to
2
clean again, is that
semanas
correct?
después seguía usted yendo 2 días a la semana, un día a la semana sí, un día no.
Sí.
Yes.
And was the defendant there when you went back 2 weeks later?
¿Estaba allí cuando usted regresó las 2 semanas después?
A las 2 semanas después no.
Two
No
weeks.
estaba ella. Es cuando estaban haciendo lo del servicio.
No, she was not there. That is when they were doing something about the service.
Se fueron, no sé, creo a Canadá a llevar a Fabio.
I don't know. I think they went to Canada
Okay.
to take Fabio. Interpreter's correction, the memorial, the funeral service.
So you
Yes.
believe they were out of town?
Usted pensaba que estaban fuera de la ciudad.
A mí me llamó una vecina de ella.
One of her neighbors called me.
y me dijo que cuando fuera a limpiar la casa de Mónica, llegara con ella por una cubeta, que ellos no iban a estar.
And she asked me when I was going to go to clean their house, to go to her house to pick up a bucket because they were not going to be there.
Let me break that down.
A ver.
Clean the neighbor's house or the client's house or the Sementilli house?
Que iba a limpiar la casa de la vecina o la casa de los cementerios.
Que fuera a la casa de la vecina a recoger una cubeta para limpiar la casa de Sementilli.
To go to the neighbor's house to pick up a bucket.
Who told you
To,
that?
to clean Sementilli's house. ¿Quién le dijo?
La vecina.
The
Me
neighbor.
llamó.
She called
Me
me.
llamó.
She called me.
And told you to go to her
Y le
house, the
dijo
neighbor's
que
house,
fuera a la casa de la vecina
and pick up a bucket
y que recogiera una cubeta.
Sí,
Yes.
to clean the Sementilli house.
Para limpiar la casa de los cementerios.
sí.
Yes.
así es.
Why was that?
¿Y por qué fue eso?
Para que, ¿qué?
Why was what?
Okay,
Why?
why would the neighbor call you to come to her house to pick up a bucket? What was it for?
Para recoger la cubeta.
Porque no estaba la cubeta, era la cubeta en la que yo ponía mis-
It's fine. It's fine. You went and got a bucket and you went to the Sementilli house.
Usted fue
How long
a
did,
la casa de la vecina para ver la casa de los cementerios, para limpiar la casa de los cementerios. Yes.
okay, yes. How long did you continue
¿Cuánto
after
tiempo
this,
continuó haciendo esto después
the death of Fabio Sementilli? How long did you continue
muerte
cleaning
de
his house?
Fabio Sementilli? ¿Cuánto tiempo siguió usted limpiando la casa?
hasta que arrestaron a Mónica.
Until Monica was arrested.
Was there any conversation that you ever
¿Hubo
had with
una
the defendant
conversación que usted tuvo
that
con la
she was
acusada?
going to terminate your employment
Ella iba a quitarle el empleo, ¿sí?
No,
prior to the arrest?
Antes del arresto. No.
No more questions.
Yes, thank you.
Gracias.
Good morning, Delia.
Buenos días, Delia.
buenos días.
Good morning.
We just met this morning, is
Nos
that right?
acabamos de conocer esta mañana, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And you understand that I
Usted
represent Monica
entiende
Sementilli
que,
along with
que yo
some
represento
of the other attorneys here, right?
a Monica Sementilli con los otros abogados aquí, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
And
Y
since
desde
the murder of Fabio,
el
you have
asesinato
given
de Fabio,
or been interviewed
a usted
several
le entrevistaron
times, is that
varias
right?
veces, ¿correcto?
sí.
Yes.
and testified
Y
before a grand
testificó
jury. Do you know what
En
that
frente
means?
de un gran jurado. ¿Sabe lo que significa eso?
Sí,
Yes.
And talk to the police
Usted
officers.
habló con los oficiales de policía.
sí.
Yes.
And each time you've done your best to tell them the
Cada
truth.
vez
Is that right?
usted hizo lo mejor que pudo para decir la verdad, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
You began working for the Sementillis
Empezó a trabajar para los cementerios.
when? Can you
¿Cuándo?
tell us
¿Nos puede decir
how long you worked there before
cuánto tiempo trabajó ahí
Monica was arrested?
antes de que arrestaran a Mónica?
2 años y medio.
2.5 years.
And was it always every other week?
Y siempre era una semana sí, una semana no.
Sí,
Yes.
And it was always on a Monday.
Y
Is that
siempre
right?
era un lunes.
sí.
Yes.
Now you knew that Fabio worked.
Counsel, could you please repeat?
You knew that Fabio worked at a
Usted-
job.
Usted sabía que Fabio trabajaba en un trabajo.
Sí,
Yes.
Did you know what he did for a living?
¿Usted sabía qué hacía? ¿En qué se dedicaba?
no estoy muy enterada, pero hacía cortes de pelo. No estoy, ¿sabes?
I am not a
Estilista.
quite sure, but I think he did some hair cutting.
Okay. But you knew he had a steady job. He was working
Pero usted sabía
every
que
day
tenía
except for
un
holidays
trabajo
or weekends.
constante, que trabajaba los días festivos o los fines de semana.
Sí,
Yes.
Do you have any idea of what his schedule was when he was
Sabía.
working?
¿Cuál era el horario que tenía cuando trabajaba?
exactamente no, pero cuando yo iba el lunes, él iba saliendo a veces a su trabajo.
Not exactly, but when I used to go there on Mondays, he was leaving to his work.
He was leaving for his work?
Se iba a su trabajo.
Sí, es lo que me imagino.
What do you mean,
Yes,
no,
that
we
is what I
can't?
imagine.
Con su maletín.
Hey, guys,
Salía con
we've
su
got
maletín.
the
He would go
very
out with his
emotional and
briefcase.
spicy
Okay. So you were
sentencing.
there every other Monday
And-
for 2.5 years.
Cada 2 lunes por 2 años.
Mercy hearing over
Sí.
here.
Yes.
And most of the time on
La mayor
Mondays,
parte del tiempo,
Fabio would leave the house
Fabio
with a
se
briefcase
salía de la casa con un
when you
portafolio
got there.
cuando usted llegaba ahí.
Sí,
Yes.
How did you usually get there?
¿Y cómo llegaba usted por lo general?
por lo general en el bus.
Generally, it was by bus.
And did you have to walk from the bus stop to the
Y
house,
después
or would
tenía que
somebody
caminar
pick
de
you
la
up?
parada del autobús en la casa o alguien la recogía.
Caminaba a la casa.
I would walk to the house.
How far that was that?
¿Qué tan lejos estaba?
Caminaba unos 15 o 20 minutos.
I would walk about 15 or 20 minutes.
And was that okay with you?
Y era bien, usted estaba,
Sí,
bien. Yes.
If you wanted, someone in your family could
Si
have
usted
taken you
quería
there, or
que
someone
alguien de su familia
could
la
have
llevara
picked
allí,
you up from the Sementilli house.
o que alguien la recogiera de la casa de los Sementilli.
perdón.
My apologies, how was that?
Said if you wanted,
Si usted
to-
quería,
would someone take you to the house
la
from your
llevaba
What are
family?
y'all's thoughts on this witness?
As
I'm
opposed to the
curious.
bus and walking?
En lugar de tomar el
Believe it or
autobús,
not,
caminar.
house
Sí,
cleaners
yes, a
know
veces
more
me
about
cambiaba
you than you
cuando
realize.
llovía.
Don't piss off your house cleaner.
Sometimes
got
my
skeletons in
daughter
your
would
closet at
take me
home.
there when it was
Just
raining,
saying.
or whenever she didn't have class.
Okay.
Okay.
So you arrived at the same time
Usted
every time you worked there, 8
llegaba
o'clock, is
a
that
la
right?
a la misma hora cada vez que trabajaba ahí.
Sí,
A las 8, ¿correcto? Correct, yes.
All right. That
Correct.
didn't change, did it?
Y eso no cambió, ¿sí?
no.
No.
And when you would arrive, it would
Y cuando
be
usted
many
llegaba,
times the same time as Fabio
muchas
was
veces
leaving, is that
era
right?
Más o menos a la hora que Fabio salía.
Sí,
Yes.
And then you saw him
Y
drive
después
away
usted
with
vio
a briefcase.
que él se iba con su maletín.
sí,
Yes.
Did you know where he was going?
¿Usted sabe dónde iba?
pienso que a trabajar.
I think he was going to work.
And was he dressed like he was going to
Y
work?
estaba vestido como para ir a trabajar.
Sí,
Yes.
And at that
En
time,
esa época,
how did you get into the house?
¿cómo llegó usted a la casa?
ese día.
That day,
No, when you would come in the morning,
cuando
if
llegó
Fabio was leaving,
y Fabio se iba,
how did you go into the house?
¿cómo entraba usted a la casa?
Oh,
Oh,
a veces usaba la llave. Si no estaba nadie, yo usaba la llave.
sometimes I would use the key. If there was no one there, I would use the key.
Would Fabio let you in sometimes as he
¿Y
was leaving?
Fabio alguna vez la dejaba entrar cuando usted se iba? Cuando él se iba, perdón.
No, es que yo llegaba y él todavía estaba ahí preparándose para salir.
No, what happens is that I would get there and he was getting prepared in order to leave.
Okay. So would you knock on the door?
Usted tocaba,
tocaba
la
la
puerta.
puerta. Si no me abrían, yo ya abría con mi llave.
I would knock on the door. If no one opened the door, I would use the key.
Okay.
Okay.
And sometimes Fabio would open the door?
Y muchas veces Fabio abría la puerta.
No,
No,
He would already have left, correct?
él ya se había ido.
no.
No.
Okay.
A
So-
veces me abría Mónica.
Sometimes Monica would open the door for me.
Okay. So if you saw Fabio leaving with his briefcase,
Si usted
then
veía
someone
a
else would have to open the door,
que se iba
right?
con el maletín, alguien tenía que abrir la puerta.
Sí, pero él se iba cuando yo ya había entrado.
No, but he would leave after I had gotten inside.
Monica would leave?
A veces
Mónica.
estaba ahí. Oh, perdón.
No, Mónica estaba ahí.
A veces estaba ahí ella.
Sometimes she was there.
Sometimes who was there?
Algunas veces, ¿quién estaba ahí?
Algunas veces Mónica.
Sometimes Mónica.
And she would open the door for you.
Y ella le abría la puerta.
A veces.
Sometimes.
Okay. So it wasn't a regular schedule. Sometimes you
No era
saw
un
Fabio
horario
leaving.
regular.
Sometimes Monica would open the
Fabio
door.
se iba, algunas
Sometimes you would use your key.
veces Mónica
Is that
abría
right?
la puerta y algunas veces usted usaba su llave. Yes.
Okay. And the girls,
Y
for that period, that 2.5
Las
years,
niñas
were
durante
they
ese
in
periodo de
school?
2 años y medio estaban en la escuela.
Casi no miraba a Isabela. Ella no estaba.
I barely saw Isabella. She was not there.
Y Jessica sí. estaba en
Jessica.
casa.
Jessica was in the house.
On the day of the murder you're talking about, correct?
¿Usted estaba hablando del día del asesinato?
No, en otras veces también.
No, on other
Another-
occasions as well.
Okay. So the two girls lived there?
Las dos chicas vivían ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
And my question was, were they both going to school then, if you know?
Las dos iban a la escuela, si es que sabe.
Sé que Isabela iba a la escuela.
I know that Isabella was going to school.
And what would Jessica be doing, if you know?
¿Y qué es lo que hacía Jessica, si es que sabe?
No sé.
I don't know.
Sometimes would she babysit, if you knew?
¿Usted sabe si algunas veces ella cuidaba niños?
No sé.
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Ahora,
when you would go to work on Monday,
cuando
every other Monday,
usted iba a trabajar
sometimes
cada 2 lunes,
Fabio would be home. Is that
muchas
right?
veces Fabio estaba en la casa, ¿correcto?
A veces.
Sometimes.
Okay. And you told us sometimes he
Y
went to
nos
work.
dijo que algunas veces se iba él a trabajar.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know when he was going to be home
¿Usted sabía que
or when he was going to be going to work on the Monday you were there?
regresar a la casa o a qué hora se iba a ir a trabajar el lunes que usted fue ahí?
No sé.
I don't know.
It just sometimes he was there and sometimes
Unas veces
he was going to work. Is that
estaba
fair?
ahí y algunas veces se iba a trabajar. ¿Correcto? Yes.
What about if the Monday
Yes. ¿Qué
was
pasa?
on a holiday,
Y,
like Christmas or New Year's?
y que si el lunes
Would you work that Monday
era
or would you have it off?
Año Nuevo o Navidad, ¿usted trabajaba ese lunes o lo tenía libre?
Lo trabajaba.
I would work.
Good question. I'm thinking the same thing
You
myself.
said that the Monday
Usted dijo que el lunes.
of the murder, Fabio was home, correct?
Guys, if you're hearing this, it's because I'm mad on the other end.
And how many Mondays before then did you say he was also home?
¿Cuántos días de los lunes él estaba en la casa?
Yo lo miré 3 lunes. De
Ah.
cuando 3 veces que fui a trabajar, él estaba en casa.
I saw him 3 Mondays. the days that I was going to work there, he was at home.
And that was every other Monday.
Y esa era cada 2 lunes.
Sí.
Yes.
And before those 3
Y
Mondays,
antes de esos 3,
sometimes you saw him going to work, right?
algunas veces usted veía que él se iba a trabajar, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correcto.
That most of the time he was going to work, isn't
La
that right?
mayor parte del tiempo él se iba a trabajar, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But this Monday we were talking about
Pero
he
este
was home.
lunes, del cual estamos hablando, él estaba en la casa.
Sí.
Yes. Okay.
And Jessica was home that Monday,
¿Y Jessica estaba en la casa ese lunes?
Sí.
Yes.
and Monica was home, correct?
Y Mónica estaba en la casa. Yes.
You believe Bella was at school,
Y usted
correct?
pensaba que Bella estaba en la escuela.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, on that Monday, could you
Ese
tell us again,
lunes, ¿nos puede decir
did
otra
someone
vez?
open the door for you or did you use your
¿Alguien
key?
le abrió la puerta o usó su llave?
Me abrió Mónica.
Mónica opened the door. for
And
me.
do you know how she knew you were there? Did you knock on the door or
Ella, usted sabe cómo
anything else?
sabe ella que usted estaba ahí. Abrió, tocó la puerta o qué.
Cuando había carros, yo sabía que alguien iba a estar.
When there were
Entonces-
cars, I knew that somebody was going to be there.
Entonces toco la puerta y si no me abren, yo ya metía mi llave.
So I knocked on the door, and if no one would open the door for me, I would use my key.
Okay, but that Monday you
Pero
knew
ese lunes
they were home because the
sabía
cars
que
were there.
estaba en la casa porque el coche estaba ahí.
Sí.
Yes.
Pero
And,
igual
and
yo toco la
Fabio's,
puerta.
Pero,
Pero yo toco la puerta.
but I knock on the door.
of course, and Monica opened it up, yes?
Y Mónica le abrió, ¿correcto? Yes.
And then you saw Fabio there, you've told us what he was doing,
Y usted vio
correct?
a Fabio y ya nos dijo lo que estaba haciendo.
No lo vi, lo escuché que estaba en la cocina.
I didn't see him. I heard he was in the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay.
And at
Y
some time,
en algún momento,
did you see him before he left? Because you
Lo
said he
vio
left at some point, right?
antes de que se fuera, porque usted dice que se salió en algún momento.
Yo no lo miré salir.
I didn't see him leaving.
Okay,
Okay.
but you knew
Pero
he had
usted
left, is that right?
Sabía que
At
él
some time
ya
in
se
the morning.
había ido en alguna hora de la mañana.
Supe que se fue cuando Mónica me dijo.
I learned that he had left because Monica told me.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you know where he
Usted
was
sabe
going or where
a
he
dónde
went?
iba o a dónde fue.
De, ¿quién me habla?
Who are you talking about?
When Monica said he
Cuando Mónica dijo
had left,
que ella
did you know where he left for?
que él ya se había ido. ¿Usted sabe a dónde se había ido?
No.
No.
But at some
Pero
point
en
he
algún
came back.
momento él regresó.
Sí.
Yes.
And the first time you saw him when he came back
Y la
was
primera
where?
vez que usted lo vio cuando regresó, ¿en dónde lo vio?
Él estaba en la troca
He was
hablando por teléfono.
in his truck talking on the phone.
Okay.
Okay.
And his truck was parked where?
¿Y en dónde estaba estacionada su camioneta, su truck?
En el driveway,
On the
muy cerca a la puerta.
on the driveway, very close to the door.
Okay.
Okay.
So you
Entonces,
saw him
¿Usted
how?
vio-
Through a window or how
lo
did you see him?
vio a través de una ventana o cómo lo vio?
Sí, lo miré por la ventana. Yo terminé de limpiar el cuarto de Jessica.
I saw him through the window. I had just finished cleaning Jessica's room.
Bajé la escalera y ahí hay una ventana y se miraba la troca de él.
I went down the stairs and I could see through the window and I saw his truck.
Okay. And he was in there for a long time, is
Y él
that right?
estuvo ahí mucho tiempo, ¿correcto?
De cuando lo vi, él estuvo ahí como media hora.
From the time that I saw him first, he was there for about half an hour.
And was he always talking on the phone when you saw him?
Y cuando lo vio, siempre estaba hablando por teléfono.
Sí,
Yes.
And Monica and Jessica were,
Y
were doing
Mónica
what?
y Jessica, ¿qué estaban haciendo?
If you know.
Sí sabe.
ellas no estaban.
They were not there.
They had gone somewhere
I
with
spilled my
athletic
beads.
clothes on.
Ellas se habían ido
Correct.
con la ropa de deportes, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
¿Se acuerda como qué hora fue
Que salieron ellos
that they left?
Yes.
Sí.
como 11 de la mañana.
Around 11 in the morning.
And Fabio was gone at that time as well,
Y
correct?
Fabio también se fue en ese momento.
No, a Fabio yo no supe a qué hora se fue. Yo supe que se había ido cuando Mónica me dijo
I
que
don't,
ella se iba a ir.
I don't know at what time Fabio left. It was when Monica told me when she was leaving.
Okay. But he was gone when they left, Monica and Jessica,
Pero cuando Mónica y Jessica se fueron, él ya se había ido.
as far as you knew.
Por lo que usted sabe.
Sí,
Yes.
Okay. And when Fabio then came home
Cuando Fabio regresó a
and
la
was
casa
talking in the
y
car,
estaba hablando en el
were
auto,
Monica and Jessica back yet or not?
Mónica y Jessica ya habían regresado.
no.
No.
And when they came back, was Fabio still in the car talking?
Y cuando regresaron, Fabio todavía estaba en el auto
No,
hablando. No.
cuando regresaron, Fabio ya estaba en la cocina.
When they came back, Fabio was still in the kitchen.
Okay.
Okay.
So he came back from the outside on the phone and he was in the kitchen eating or something? Did
De
you say?
afuera y que estaba con la cocina y estaba que haciendo o comiendo o algo.
Se puso a calentar comida.
He warmed some food.
Warmed up some food?
La calentó.
Sí,
Yes.
And did Monica and Jessica join him for lunch?
Y Mónica y
Llegaron.
Jessica se unieron a él.
llegaron ellas
They
Sí.
got there.
y fueron a la cocina, comieron un poco ahí con él.
They went to the kitchen and they ate a little bit with him.
Okay.
Okay.
And all this time, of course, you're walking around cleaning the house,
Y
room
todo
by room.
ese tiempo
Correct.
usted estaba dentro de la casa limpiando cada cuarto.
Ya iba a empezar la cocina.
I was about to start the kitchen.
Okay. So I assume you waited
Entonces,
till they finished eating
supongo que
and then you started cleaning the kitchen.
esperó a que
Is that right?
terminaran de comer y usted se fue a limpiar la casa, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
Okay. Is that when Fabio went outside to the patio?
Y es cuando Fabio se fue afuera del patio.
sí.
Yes.
And did you see where Monica and Jessica were?
¿Usted sabe dónde están Mónica y Jessica?
Sí,
Yes.
And where were you?
¿En dónde estaban?
Mónica se fue a la sala,
Mónica went to the living room.
Jessica se subió a su recámara,
Jessica went upstairs to her bedroom.
Okay. And there was I'm sorry.
And
There was nothing unusual about that, was there?
¿Y no había nada inusual acerca de eso?
no,
No.
You knew Monica did not have a job at that time?
Usted sabía que Mónica no tenía un trabajo en ese tiempo.
sí, sabía que no estaba trabajando.
Yes, I knew that she was not working.
Okay. And you knew Jessica was not going to school?
Y usted sabía que Jessica no estaba yendo a la escuela.
No sé si estaba yendo a la escuela.
Don't know whether she was going to go to school. She was going to school.
Well, when you would come there on every other Monday,
Cuando usted iba
would
cada 2
Jessica
días,
always be there or would she be gone sometime?
Jessica siempre estaba ahí o algunas veces se iba.
A veces estaba ahí y a veces se iba.
Sometimes she was there and sometimes she would leave.
Okay. So you didn't know whether she was in school or not at that time?
En esa época usted no sabe si ella iba a la escuela o no.
No,
No,
Okay. But you knew Bella was in school, is that
pero
right?
usted sabía que Bella estaba en la escuela.
sí.
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
how much longer would you say that you were in the house before you left?
¿Cuánto tiempo cree usted que estaba en
This is after lunch and after Fabio was in the patio.
antes de irse? Es cuando estaban comiendo el almuerzo y Fabio estaba en el patio.
¿Cuánto tiempo?
How,
¿Cómo?
how long, how
Well, you call it, let me take it in order.
Lo voy a tom-
After
eh,
lunch,
Después de
Fabio went
No.
to the patio, you cleaned the kitchen.
Fabio se fue al patio y usted limpió la cocina.
Sí.
Yes.
What did you do after you cleaned the kitchen?
¿Qué fue lo que usted hizo después de limpiar la cocina?
Era lo último que me faltaba de limpiar la cocina.
That was the last thing that I needed to clean, the kitchen.
Okay,
Okay.
so then did you get ready to go home
¿Y usted
or
se
leave?
preparó para salirse o irse a su casa?
Sí.
Yes.
And about what time was that?
¿Cómo a qué hora fue?
Como normalmente era de las 2 a las 2:30.
It would normally be from 2 to 2:30.
And do you have any idea on that date what time it was, or
Y
was
ese
it
día,
normal, just a normal time?
¿tenía idea a qué hora era o tenía una hora diferente?
No, era normal.
No, it was normal.
Okay.
Okay.
So you had a regular schedule and it
Usted
usually
tenía
ended
un
about 2 or 2:30, is
Horario
that right?
regular que terminaba como a las 2 o 2:30, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
So there was nothing unusual about that?
No había nada fuera de lo común sobre eso.
No.
No.
Okay. And how did you leave? Did someone pick you up or
¿Cómo se
did you,
fue? ¿Alguien la
were you dropped
recogió
off at the bus or
o la
what?
dejaron en el autobús o qué?
Mi yerno fue a recogerla.
My son-in-law picked me up.
About what time, do you
¿Cómo a qué
know?
hora? ¿Sabes?
Pienso que eran como 2:15 o 2:30.
I think it was about 2:15 or 2:30.
And do you know, how did he know it was time to pick you up? Did you contact him or did he just show
¿Él
up?
sabía a qué hora tenía que ir a recogerla o se contactó con usted o sabía?
Sí, él me llamó, me contactó y me dijo que a qué horas terminaba, que él podía pasar por mí.
He called me, he contacted me, and he asked me at what time I was going to finish and that he was going to pick me up.
Okay, and what did you tell him?
¿Y qué le dijo?
Que como de 2 a 2:30 terminaba.
That I was going to finish between 2 or 2:30.
Okay. And when he arrived, did he come to the door or knock on the door? Did he honk the horn?
Cuando
How did you know he was there?
le tocó la puerta o el claxon o como sea.
No, yo ya lo estaba esperando afuera.
No, I was waiting for him outside.
Okay.
Okay.
And you said goodbye to Fabio and Monica
Le
and
dijo
Jessica
adiós
or
a
what?
Fabio, Mónica y Jessica.
A Fabio no le dije adiós. A Mónica sí, que estaba ella en la sala.
I didn't say goodbye to Fabio. I did to Monica when she was in the living room.
Okay. And that was normal the way you left? Did she pay you then or did she
Y ahí
you
era cuando
some
salía.
other time?
¿Él le pagaba ese día o le pagaba en otra ocasión?
Ese día, pero siempre ya me dejaba el cheque en la cocina.
At that day, but she would always leave the check in the kitchen.
So she always paid with a check, correct?
Siempre le pagaba con un cheque, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
And that day you took your check, you went outside and you waited for your son.
Tomó su cheque y esperó a su yerno.
sí.
Yes.
So again, that was just a normal day for you.
Entonces, una vez más, ese día fue un día normal para usted.
Correcto.
Correct.
There was a photograph, Your Honor. I wonder if you could put that photograph up
Hay
of
una
the
fotografía, su señoría.
garage that has the
Quiero ver si la tenemos.
box in it.
Lo tenemos en.
Your Honor, this is
Este.
People's Exhibit 7, page 19.
Thank you, Kathleen.
You see that, Delia?
¿Usted lo ve, Delia?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you have that pointer there?
Y tiene ahí el señalador.
And could you point again to that box, the DVR box that was
La
connected
caja
to the
del DVR
security system?
que está conectado al sistema de seguridad.
Objection assumes facts and evidence.
Son
Sustained.
hechos que no están en evidencia.
Could you just point to that box that you pointed to before?
¿Puede,
Same objection.
puede marcar la caja a la que marcó?
I don't recall that being done.
Creo que no es.
No
Wow.
marqué ninguna caja.
I don't see any box.
Do you recognize anything in there that has to do with the security system?
¿Usted ve algo ahí que tenga que ver con el sistema de seguridad?
No.
No.
Can you look above the, there's a door to the kitchen. You see that?
Puede ver arriba. Hay una puerta.
Point on the wall if you want on the projector, and she can see that.
You see the door here?
¿Usted ve la
You have to look at,
Sí. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And that leads to where?
¿Y eso da a dónde? A la cocina. The kitchen.
Okay. And next to it is what?
Y después en la siguiente,
I'm
en
pointing.
la siguiente, ¿qué es lo que estoy señalando? The garbage.
Okay.
Trash.
And next to that is a
Y después
piece of furniture.
hay un mueble.
You see what that is?
Cabinet.
¿Ven lo que es eso? Sí. Yes.
What is that, if you know?
Yes. No. I don't know.
You see above that,
Y ve arriba de eso,
that black thing?
eso negro. Sí. Yes.
You know what that is?
¿Sabe qué es? No. No.
All right. Try this. You testified earlier that Monica went out to the garage to fix something.
Que Mónica
Remember that?
a arreglar algo, ¿se acuerda? Sí. Yes.
What was she going to fix?
¿Qué iba a arreglar?
En la pantalla de la cocina aparecía que son 4 cámaras y en una parte no se miraba.
There were 4 cameras in the kitchen screen, and one of them didn't have anything.
Ella salió al garage
Okay,
y
this,
regresó a la cocina donde estaba
She went to the garage and went back to the kitchen where I was,
y me dijo que ya lo arregló.
and she told me that she had fixed it.
okay. When was this?
What?
you wish she could turn around.
¿Se puede?
Do you remember what day that was
¿Se acuerda que día
in
fue
relationship to the day
en relación
that Fabio was killed?
al día en el que asesinaron a Fabio?
No recuerdo, pero fue en diciembre.
I do not remember, but it was in December.
Okay. And you understand that the murder was in end of January, right?
Usted entiende que el asesinato fue a finales de enero,
Sí.
¿correcto? Yes,
So a few weeks before, correct?
unas semanas antes, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And did you notice that one of the screens was not working?
¿Y usted sabe por qué no estaba funcionando la pantalla?
No.
No.
Monica did, correct?
Mónica sí supo.
Me imagino que ella sabía.
I imagine that she
Well,
knew.
did she tell you that one of the screens was not working?
Ella le dijo que una de las pantallas no estaba funcionando.
No.
No,
No.
simplemente miró las pantallas y salió al garage y regresó y me dijo, a mí me dijo, ya lo arreglé.
She only went out to the garage and she told me, I fixed it.
Okay. And how did you know what she was talking about? Or did you?
¿Cómo sabe de qué estaba hablando?
Porque
¿Sabía de qué
me-
estaba hablando?
Porque ella me mostró me señaló la pantalla.
Because she showed me, because she pointed at the screen
In the kitchen.
de la cocina.
Sí.
Yes.
If we have to interrupt, we're going to take our lunch recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
The admonition applies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or to form or express any opinion until the cause is finally
Oh,
submitted.
gee,
to.
gad.
Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Ms. Rivera Pacheco, I'll see you at 1:30 as well.
Okay, y'all. Both courts are on break. One's on break till 1:30. That's an hour. That's 3:30 my time. Let's talk about this case. I've kind of had to be bouncing today, so I'm not catching 100% of everything. Does anybody want to share their thoughts? What is it that caught your attention today? The lawyer is testifying. You're right. I did notice that, but it also is kind of hard sometimes when you got a language barrier. It takes a lot longer, and the lawyer just wants to get her done. Um, I'm going to finish this flower. I just need to anchor it. If I get this stitch in the right place, I'm done. Otherwise, I may have a stitch or more to do. I know it's not real bright in here. Yep. See? Got the 2 reds. I got 2 more to do. And I got 8 more of those. So 8 times 4 is what I got to get done before I can change to a different color. I try to do all the same colors while I have it out. That way, if I run out, I know. And I'm not in the middle of one and the others are hanging. I hope y'all are doing well. I feel like I'm on the verge of catching something, but I'm not catching it. Let me put this down. Okay, so we're going to do a recap on both of these since both of you are on break at the same time. Let me get seated a little better. Ugh. I knocked over my beads, which happens frequently. Okay, I've got both lives going at the same time today. Thank you everybody for your support and understanding. We've had some new people hop on. Thank you so much. Hi, welcome, Mob Moon. She has. Let's talk first about the Natalie Cochran. Sorry, Natalie Cochran trial. We are in the sentencing phase. They have presented all the witnesses for that part that they're going to present. We have. We've had an aunt, we've had some other relatives, we've had the mother of the victim, the stepfather of the victim, the mother and father of Natalie. And so I think the mother of the victim was the last one, and the stepfather of the victim was impactful, and the best friend. Y'all, this has been some of the best sentencing or mercy hearings I've ever heard. I've never heard them this good. Judge is laying the law down right now. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I know that's bright. That be bright lipstick. Girlfriend, you should be nervous. So if y'all want to keep your thumb on this page over here on the SEMENTILLE, and if you want to hop on over to the sentencing of Cawthorn, I do keep on calling it Clawthorn because I know somebody with that name. Cochran, please hop on over. This ought to be good. They're doing their closing arguments now. Separated in the bedroom. Oh my gosh. Possibly. But then again, they were swingers, so maybe they had a fight over somebody they were swinging with. So they had a lot of crazy intimate desires and acts and things that they did together. They were very adventurous in the bedroom, I will say that. And liked a lot of controversial things. And so they were separate in the bedroom. They're just husband and wives who just don't like to sleep in the same bed with somebody. I know somebody like that. But it is interesting. Ah, Thank you, Dawn. No. I'll be right back. Comfort break. Sorry about that, guys. The housekeeper didn't seem to have as much interaction with Fabio as Monica. That's normal for a housekeeper. That's kind of normal. Wah. Sorry. I'm listening to the closing arguments on the the Natalie Cochran case. Oh, it's just a fighting matter. God, that guy's irritating. Sorry, y'all aren't hearing it. I'm on the other live. Hi, Gretchen. They should be back soon. We're over here on the other trial for the Natalie Cochran trial, and the jury's getting ready to go into the deliberate whether or not she should get life or life without the possibility of parole. Oh gosh, don't come back. Get it done. Get her done. Please don't come back tomorrow. No. I would demand we get it done. I would say let's just get it done. That means they've already decided. Alright, I'm starting now. I got the timer going, I just can't get it on the screen. Well, actually, I probably should only have y'all, what do y'all think? I've got the sentence watch going. The other court is still on their lunch break, so I am waiting for them to return. So we're waiting for that. I have got these are gonna take forever to get done, y'all. Ever and ever, amen. I got some funny stories on George Strait. Did you know George Strait's daughter slapped me? I hate their music. Yep. His daughter in 3rd grade smacked me on the face because she didn't invite me to her birthday party like she was supposed to. She was supposed to invite everybody in her class, and she left about 3 or 4 of us off the invite list. And she was kind of being a little taunty about it. And I said, "Who wants to go to who wants to go to your rich party anyway? I bet it's gonna be boring watching you do everything while I mean, I think I said something along about us watching her do everything and we don't get to do nothing." And she smacked me. Well, George Strait didn't find out, and that little girl had to eat crow. Not only did she have to eat crow, she had to invite me and the other unwanteds, and we got first rides on everything. And then later in life, about 10 years later, after her death, she passed away at a fairly young age. After her untimely death, a friend of mine worked at a tuxedo place, and she told me that George Strait was coming in to get fitted for the GMA Awards. And I was like, ooh. She was all scared. I said, "He's a sweetheart. Oh, I'm scared his wife is going to be there. So I came down and I ended up doing the physical measuring while she wrote it down. There you go. All right, guys. So right now we are waiting till the sun don't shine. And I got a hot mess on the back of this beading, and I'm trying not to lose a lot of thread. It snagged and didn't pull all the way through. So I got to find which one of these threads. Oh, did I just find it, or did I just pop a thread? I think I did. It's tight, but it's pulling. I found it. So yeah, look what I mean by hot mess. I got all this thread sticking up on the back. So I got to figure out who do what to whom. No, not that one. This ain't easy, y'all. But now I think I got it. Well, maybe I don't. So on the Sementilli trial, what do y'all think about the maid? I think she's just there doing her job. She didn't want to be a part of the drama. She's like, no drama llama for me, honey. She's like, no drama llama for me, honey. I was supposed to go to my daughter's college today. Honestly, I have not been feeling good the last couple of days. And I'm just at the point where I just didn't want to drive anymore. I have to be totally honest and say that. And I don't feel up to it. But I will tell you, I miss my girl. And apparently, y'all, apparently, they said it looks like eyes is on target to graduate in December. I am on target to graduate this December. I got to take 3 classes, 2 or 3 in the summer, and then I got to take another 2 or 3 in the fall, and I will graduate. This is irritating me to no end. Is this what I'm pulling against? Nope. Y'all, we do. I think I found it. I did. Found 2 of them. So what I have are these 2 hoops on the back of this. I didn't pull it all the way through. So now I've got to figure out how to get it all pulled through. I know. It's weird. I did have some credits from my other degree that gratefully it applied. but I had no idea that I was going to graduate with only a fall, a spring, and then a fall class. So I'm only going to be in school a year and a half when I get my degree. I'm doing everything in a year and a half. But yes, got it. I got to get this one through. So that's kind of cool. I'm getting my criminal justice degree. God only knows what I'm going to be able to do with it. I know what I'd like to do with it, but we'll see what happens. When I got my ASL degree, I was under the impression certain things were going to happen, and they didn't. So the goal is this: I get my degree in criminal justice. I got 3 of these going here. Get my degree in criminal justice. I have to have a bachelor's degree in order to go for my in order to go for a national certification interpreters for the deaf. And that is what I'm going for. Okay, that's this one. I don't want that one. So it goes here. So it's going to be between these two. And I just typed in the wrong one. Dagnabbit. And then hopefully I can get more work as an interpreter, which has always been my goal. But we'll see. Miss Diane said she'd help me. I'm like, Diane, help. Why am I not able to pull this one through? So these two aren't it. So y'all, I have such a hot mess on the back of this. I wish you could see. I'd like to get my camera set up. I don't want to have to unbead this, and I think I'm going to have to. I'm just going to have to unpull the beads. Gosh almighty, this is going to suck. One. Well, this is the first time I've had to do this. Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise. I didn't lose any beads on that one. So, they have a position here at the state of Texas. I found it. Am I going to be in the way? No. Can I from here? Yes. Yay! I fixed it. Patience. I have an uncle or cousin, actually, more like an uncle, who's been deceased for years. But when I was a young thing, we used to go to his house after every Christmas. The day after Christmas, we went to their house. And he was a jeweler. And he would save all the necklaces that were knotted that he could and leave them for me. Because I would sit there and unknot those necklaces for hours. I think I got like $2 a necklace back then. And, you know how it is at our age, our eyes don't work so good no more. Like, y'all don't understand. This needle is my camera's focusing on the wrong thing, is so thin that you take the end of this thread and you flatten it because the thread's round. And you flatten it and it will go through the needle. But if you don't flatten it, it won't go through. And then we use beeswax. This is real beeswax. It's not the fake stuff. And we rub it on the thread. Does two things. It protects the thread and it also helps keep it from knotting and sticking. I got to remember what I was doing. Okay, that's the one. So, uh-oh. It was a spam call. If I don't know the number, I'll answer like, bueno. So that's what I do. The sentence watch is, oh my, Yana, you got yours going 10 minutes? I got 14, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Yep. Do you have yours going too? Girl, you on it. How's your move going? I am so sorry you're having to go through a move. Uh-oh. That's where I lost my beat. So we'll just... Exactly. If you run the beeswax over your thread, it helps. Oh, wrong thing. Especially a fibrous thread, it keeps all those fibers together and helps it, keeps it what I call more stable. And then there it is. And it also helps strengthens it. But yeah, a lot of people don't understand. I had somebody put on Facebook, why and what in the world is this? Because it was so old, it had turned a darker color. So it really didn't look like beeswax no more. Now I am using a nylon thread. It's like the super, 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 super thin fishing thread. I find that under the wear and tear that regalia goes through, I find it is more durable. And I like the fact that when I go to knot it, here, I'll go back here and do it this way. I just have to put one knot in the back to cast it off. Trying to do it up high so you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. Pull it nice and taut. You cut it. Keep the end right here. Burn the end. It gets a little hard plastic ball. The piece that you just finished, you put a knot in it. But if you burn it and then push it down like that, it doesn't come undone. Stays forever. They used to do this with something called sinew. And sinew is basically the the tendons that they pull apart and pull apart, pull apart until they get a thread-like consistency. And that is what they used as thread. It's called sinew. I have used sinew on some things like my moccasins. Have a sinew, not for the beading work, but for the putting it together, for the actual making of the moccasin. So yeah, that is what they used to use. And they used to use very thin bone for needles. They used to really use bones for the needles. I love to embroidery. I do not like to crochet or knit. Knitting or crocheting, if I have to keep up with numbers and stuff, I'm done. A lot of people go, Ada, what can you not do? And I went crocheting, crocheting, anything like that. I know it was, yeah, and I was just giving you a hard time. Moving is going. We'll be out of this apartment, back to my house tomorrow night. Woohoo! I know you have earned that. We are in 18 minutes, 30 seconds. Anybody want to take a poll? Should I put a poll up? I can put a poll up. Well, let me tell you, I like to get things done quickly. I like doing a lot of things, but I don't like to do things that take forever. Am I an instant gratification person? Yes, sort of. I don't mind the process, but I find that when I complete things, I'm at my happiest. So I'm always eager to complete, just how I am. And I will tell you, when I beaded that hat back there, that cowboy hat that I showed y'all yesterday, I thought I was never going to get done with that thing. It does help that I sit here and dive into trials and listen to trials and do this while I'm with you guys. But each one of these barrette pieces, it's not going to be a barrette, but that's what I'm calling them. Each one of these little individual pieces that will create the drag, and I'll pull up what that looks like for you in a little bit, will take, I would estimate, about 40 hours each piece. Some of them are a little bigger than others because I go from a bigger size from the neck. And as we work our way down, I go just slightly smaller. So that drag definitely is going to take a long time. And I'll show you what that is. As soon as I get this last stitch in, I can let go of this and show you what that's going to look like. For those of you who are just hopping on, we are waiting, patiently waiting for trials. Here is the final piece. That is the bigger. Let me pull up some. I need to take a little beading break anyway. Weaves, paint, sketching, crafting. Oh, that's good, Gretchen. I know you'll be happy to be out of this apartment. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Well, I don't want what's on eBay. That's all men's. I said women's. Okay. Beautiful. Perfect what I'm trying to do. Let me show y'all. I want to view image, share this screen, share this screen. Okay, so this here is a buckskin dress, very traditional. But why can't I see the next image? Let me. It's not letting me do what I want it to do. Why can't I go to the next image? Thank you. View image. Okay, now I can share. Now I can share. Present. Share screen. That. Present. Share screen. That. Okay, here we go. There we go. So you'll see on the back of this woman, see that all that beaded right there? All of that, that's what I'm making. And it goes all the way down. And it is sewn onto a traditional red hand woven piece of wool. This is a buckskin dress. You will see It is made of buckskin. There's a belt. On the belt, you have a knife sheath, a coin purse. Here's the coin purse, knife sheath. This here is part of the top that comes down here. But all of this is hand beaded, y'all. Everything on this is hand beaded. Even the little barrettes on her head. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that simply? My mouse is doing something weird. Hold on. There we go. Isn't that awesome? Let me see if I can find more regalia. This is what I want to make. Share this, share this. This is what I want to make. Now, I want you to see something. That is fully beaded on top. The white is beads. The floral is beaded. That in and of itself, with the fringe, it's a 2-piece. That top piece weighs 20 pounds or more. Or more. And of course, if you look up at the barrette, that's beaded. That's beaded. Everything is beaded or, handmade. All of this is handmade. 100% of this is handmade. So let me see who else I can go to. I'm trying to find. Oh, that's kind of like mine. Let's look at that. This is similar to mine. Why is it not? There it is. This is similar to mine, but the difference is this is more of a velvet material with the shells on it in a purse. This is also considered a traditional, not as ornate, but boy, these take a lot of time. Oh, I love this one. Let me do this one. Let me do this one. This one here, come on. All of this is beaded. Yep. All of this is beaded. So here's the barrette. The black that's coming down past the bottom of the barrette is otter and the fan. And then, of course, the bone breastplate. She beautiful. So just kind of letting you guys know what I do. Which case is this wrong one? Okay, so this one here, I need to share this one. Yep, I got it. Yay. Oh, so that's what I make. That's what I got to finish. It's going to take a long time. We're in 26 minutes and 10 seconds now. So y'all show me your artwork. We have a place for that, I think, in our Discord. And if none of you have ever been to a powwow, go to one near you. They welcome non-natives. Just don't go into the circle unless you're asked to do so. It's way cool. It's way cool. I enjoy it. So now that I've bored you with my stuff, I want to check on the airplane situation. Let's watch this together. Of course, they don't have an interpreter.
U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter crashed into an American Airlines regional jet last night.
Now they're saying the helicopter crashed.
We are waiting for a press conference on the NTSB. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you for joining us. My name is Jennifer Homendy, and I'm the chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board. The National Transportation Safety Board is an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation and serious accident and serious incident in the United States and significant events in other modes of transportation. I want to start by expressing our deepest condolences, our sympathies on behalf of the entire board for those who lost loved ones in this terrible tragedy. Our thoughts, our prayers are with you. Entire communities were affected, and we are thinking of you. With me today is Bryce Banning. Bryce is a senior aircraft accident investigator with the National Transportation Safety Board. He's also going to serve as our investigator in charge of this investigation.
I'm sorry
Also
for you,
with me
Bryce.
today is the entire board. We have Todd Inman, member Todd Inman. Todd is going to serve as the board member on scene, the spokesperson for this investigation. All of the board members will be here. We have Vice Chairman Alvin Brown, member Mike Graham, who lived in Wichita for 20 years, and we also have member Tom Chapman. The NTSB's headquarters is just a mile from here. And so we are all here because this is an all hands on deck event. And we're here to assure the American people
Can
that
someone
we
fix
are
that
going
mic?
to leave no stone unturned in this investigation. We are going to conduct a thorough investigation of this entire tragedy, looking at the facts. Now, with that, I want to level set. When we go to the scene, and we were here last night, we allow the responders to do their important safety mission, which in this case was search and rescue and recovery. We stand back to allow them to do their important safety mission. And so this for us is our first full day on scene with our entire crew coming together. We have about nearly 50 people on scene, and in addition to our resources back at headquarters in our labs and throughout the agency. So with that said, we are not going to get into specific facts in this press conference. I want to level set here. We're going to get into our investigative process. As we are able to confirm factual information, we will provide that. I do want to say this is a whole of government effort. I was able to brief, along with others, the President of the United States and the Vice President this afternoon. I want to thank them for their leadership, for their tremendous support of the NTSB, for our investigators, and for the responders that are on scene doing an important mission. I also want to thank Secretary Sean Duffy, who I was communicating with early on after we first got word of this tragedy. We've been working together throughout the day, along with his team at the DOT and within FAA. I also want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth, who was also integral in working with us today. Chris Rocheleau, the acting administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. We've heard from many members of Congress on both sides of the aisle. And so I will say this is a tremendous, one more time, whole of government effort. I also want to take a moment and thank the many, many responders that have been on scene. It has been an incredible effort. And I will have a full list that I will provide, that we will provide tomorrow, but I do want to thank them for all their work. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Member Inman for additional remarks.
So today is our first full day on scene. Our investigative team will be on scene as long as it takes in order to obtain all of the perishable evidence and all of the fact finding that is needed to bring us to a conclusion of probable cause. Our mission is to understand not just what happened, but why it happened, and to recommend changes to prevent it from happening again. Since we're just beginning our investigation, we don't have a great deal of information to share right now. We will keep you informed by giving regular updates as we learn more. Our intention is to have a preliminary report within 30 days, and the final report will be issued once we've completed all of our fact-finding and investigation. Now, we will not be determining the probable cause of the accident while we're here on scene, nor will we speculate about what may have caused this accident. Today, we will be going and having an organizational meeting and establishing our parties to our investigation. We currently have the following parties that are already identified: PSA Airlines, GE Aerospace, Sikorsky, FAA, NACTA, which represents the air traffic controllers, ALPA, which represents the pilots, Army, AFA, which represents the flight attendants. The Transportation Safety Board of Canada will be an accredited representative under Annex 13 of ICAO. They will be supplemented by MHIRG as a technical advisor. They were previously known as Bombardier, sorry. The NTSB offers this party status to those companies, government agencies, and associations that have employees, activities, or equipment involved in the accident. We offer that because they will provide technical expertise and relevant information supporting the development of the best possible factual record. Once they join this investigation, they are not permitted to release documents or talk publicly about the investigation without the consent of the NTSB. So I want to stress this. It is only the NTSB that will provide information related to this investigation, with one exception. Regarding the fatalities that occurred, that notification will be handled by the DC medical examiner. We will not be discussing fatalities or names. That will be handled by them as the proper authority. So we want to talk a little bit about our process. We will analyze the facts and determine the probable cause of the accident, and then issue a report of those determinations. I also want to talk a little bit about some additional people that are here with us, and they're very important to us, and that is our family assistance group. Later today, we will be briefing the families. We normally try to do this before a media event, but in this case, they're still arriving. Our family assistance specialists are already working closely with local officials and others to help assist them in their efforts to support everyone that's affected by this accident.
The
Let me just
son of the
reiterate what the chair said.
skating coaches, the husband and
Well,
wife
loss of life
skate
in an aviation
team
accident
is
very
already there,
unusual in the United
just
States.
arrived.
And our heartfelt sorrow goes out to everyone that's affected. It affects us, it affects everyone around us. There are a lot of people hurting today. We will help find out what happened. We will do it factually, and we will do it accurately. As part of this, we are going to be standing up some specific working groups. Those working groups will be operations. They will be looking at the history of the accident flight and crew members' duties for as many days before the crash as appears relevant. We'll be forming a structures group, which will be the documentation of the airframe wreckage and the accident scene, including calculation of impact angles to help determine the plane's pre-impact course and altitude. We'll have a power plants group. They will do the examination of the engines and the engine accessories. We'll have a systems group. They will study the components of the plane's hydraulic, electrical, pneumatic, and associated systems, together with the instruments and elements of the flight control system. We'll have an air traffic control group. They will do reconstruction and review of air traffic control systems provided to and including acquisition of pertinent flight track surveillance information, what you might typically think of as radar or ADS-B, along with controller pilot communications. We will also have a survival factors group. They will be doing the documentation of impact, forces and injuries, community emergency planning, and all crash and fire rescue efforts. Also, due to the unique nature of this crash, we will be having a helicopter group as well. Lastly, we will have a human performance group, and this will not be its own group. It will actually be a part of the operations, air traffic control, and helicopter groups. They will study the crew performance, and all before the accident factors that might be involved in human error, including fatigue, medication, medical histories, training, workload, equipment design, and work environment. Now we're going to take a few questions, but I will again stress, we don't have a lot of information now. We will continue to gather that. We will try to release it as we can, but we will only talk about the facts of the case that we know right now. I'm going to ask, we'll call on a few people. I'm going to ask that you state your name and affiliation.
James Matthews from Sky News. So we've heard from President Trump today talking about DEI hiring policies within the FAA and associating that with the cause of this accident. What do you say to that?
Well, unfortunately, I didn't hear the remarks. I was briefing House and Senate members, but I believe, Chair, would you like to take that?
As part of any investigation, we look at the human, the machine, and the environment. So we will look at all the humans that were involved in this accident. Again, we will look at the aircraft, we will look at the helicopter, we will look at the environment in which they were operating in. That is standard in any part of our investigation. I'll turn it back.
Chair, can I ask you, has the flight data recorder been recovered yet? And what is the difficulty in a water disaster like this, which presents a very difficult environment for your investigators and the people out on the water right now?
Well, the question was on the flight data recorders. And we have not recovered the flight data recorders yet. We know they're there. They are underwater. This is not unusual for the NTSB. We have many times recovered flight data recorders in water. We have our lab right here that is about a mile from the NTSB, so it's not unusual. And once we get those, we'll be able to get those read and information from them to be able to provide further information to you.
Chair.
I'm going to turn it back over to Member Inman.
Hey there, Skylar Henry with CBS News. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said a mistake was made last night. Based off of you all's initial investigations and preliminary findings, have you all been able to tell whether this was human error or mechanical failure?
The question was, has there been human error or mechanical failure? We don't know what we know just yet. We do not know enough facts to be able to rule in or out human factor, mechanical factors. That is part of the NTSB investigative process and where all of these groups will come together. It's one of the reasons why the NTSB is known as the gold standard. We will take the time that's necessary, but I'd also like to reiterate, if we find something that is a significant issue that warrants immediate action, we will not hesitate to make those recommendations and make them public. We have a good track record on that, and we want to continue doing so. Sir.
Hello, Sir. Tom Costello with NBC News. Does it hurt your investigative process, maybe for the chairman, does it hurt your investigative process to have the president already suggesting possible causes here as you try to keep an open mind and begin this investigation?
Tom, with all due respect, I think the press also likes to state what probable cause is before we get to the probable cause. So what I'm going to say is you need to give us time. You need to give NTS, it's not that we don't have information. We do have information. We have data. We have substantial amounts of information. We need to verify information. We need to take our time to make sure it is accurate. That's best for you. That's important for the families. It's important for legislators who are seeking answers to try to figure out what they're going to do about this. And so it will take time. We do have a lot of information, but we need some time to verify that.
Oh, that was a good jab at the news people.
Yeah, Member Chase,
don't jab at the president when he wants to know the same thing you do.
Last night, were there any performance issues in the past with any of these controllers? Anything of that?
The question is about.
They're not going to give you that information. Don't
ask. As I
ask.
said, we're just now forming the groups. The controllers do have union representation, which they are entitled to. They'll be working with our party system and our party groups. They'll be conducting interviews. Those interviews will need to be analyzed, transcribed, and other team members will need to look over it. It'll be a long process, but we will go through the entire history.
Michelle Ray, The Independent. My question is for the chairwoman. Can you tell us more about what the president and the vice president's responses were when you briefed them this afternoon?
Sure. So the question was about my briefing for the president and the vice president. As is standard, we offer briefings on our process and what we know. And this was a briefing with the president and vice president and with Secretary Duffy and Secretary Hegseth and also the acting administrator of the FAA. There was discussion on what we know so far and our process, and that was about it.
Madam Chairwoman, Stephanie Ramos with ABC News. Similar to Tom Costello's question, the president has stated what may have caused the crash, stating common sense. Does that affect your progress at all at this early stage?
Yeah, so the NTSB, we conduct an important safety mission where we take a very careful approach. I'm sorry, the question was on
Methodical
speculating
approach.
during investigations, which is we often hear about. What I will say is we look at facts on our investigation, and that will take some time. And at some point, we'll be able to provide that factual information, as Member Inman said, and provide that hopefully tomorrow.
Hang on a second.
Have you been able to retrieve the black boxes from the helicopter? Has the military decided whether they're going to read those to the NTSB? And what about the ATC tapes? Have you guys been up?
So the question was about black boxes, which are referred to as black boxes, which are typically orange. We have not recovered any of the boxes involved yet. We feel comfortable and confident that we will be able to. Right now, recovery of life is probably the most important in those that were involved. I mean, there are still ongoing recovery efforts involving the fatalities involved, along with some debris is coming out as well. We will make sure that that perishable evidence is maintained. We have a great process for that. We will probably have more than one black box, so to speak. It's our understanding that the Sikorsky helicopter is equipped with some form of recording devices, and those will be read either by the DoD or by us. We have a good starting relationship with them, and we've already made agreements in order to be able to do that. So I feel comfortable in what we're going to be doing. The other question was about air traffic control. We received a very large package of information from the FAA at about 3 a.m., I believe, this morning. That is still being reviewed and analyzed. I would say there's a lot more information that usually comes in that than what you might find online and people might speculate about. And that is part of that overall process where we take the time to get the information correct and to make sure all the parties are engaged and involved and can fact check that information. One.
Gabe Cohen from CNN. Can you tell me if the NTSB has reviewed this FAA internal report that has been cited by the New York Times indicating that the controller that was on duty at the time of the crash was doing a job that's usually done by two people?
We have not reviewed any specific reports about the controllers at this time, at least from the leadership team. Our investigators are continuing to pull all that information, their personnel records, their files, where they were at, whether they were fatigued. All that information will be part of that investigative process. But right now, we can't speculate on anything that may have been reported in the media until we get the opportunity to validate and understand how it impacts the investigation. We're going to take just a few more questions.
Follow up on that.
Sir?
Yes, Oren Conran, Zebra Magazine. What's the process and logistics like of bringing the families in? Are they coming into the airport? And how are you going to sort of treat the sensitivity of bringing them to the place where this tragedy happened?
So the question is about the families. And many of those families are still en route. Some are still being notified from both the military and from the commercial crash. There is a family assistance facility that's being stood up by American and PSA Airlines in Bethesda, Maryland. They've already been working on that, standing it up. Our team from our disaster assistance team has also been coordinating with them. We plan on briefing them. It is customary that at some point, if the families wish to go to part of the accident site, that we would arrange such a thing, but it will only be when we know that it's safe, we have the correct perishable evidence, and we can do it in the proper modesty that should be for those family members. It will be a little bit of a process, but it will take some time.
Sir, to follow up on the air traffic control system.
No, sir, are you?
I know that very prevalent with DC News now. We've heard from some witnesses that they saw people were able to come down the slides of the plane. Has there been any indication that people made it off the plane into the water?
Well, again, we will not speak to the fatalities. The DC medical examiner will, but I think the DC fire chief this morning very succinctly said correctly that we believe there are no survivors.
But were they off the plane? Like, did they even get out of the plane?
Last question.
So hang on one second. Right now, we're going through the debris fields. Nothing we've seen would indicate that maybe slides or chutes were deployed. It was a very quick, rapid impact, but we've seen nothing in that regard so far from the evidence we had, but we still need to verify all of that information. One more question?
Jeff Cook, ABC News.
Go ahead.
Jeff Cook, ABC News. What do you know about the altitude of the helicopter at the moment of impact? And can you talk about the procedures for such helicopters in that area?
The question was about the helicopter procedures. And in DC, it's kind of a unique environment. We've been getting briefed more and more by the FAA. I'm not an air traffic control specialist, but they're actually helicopter zones, if you will, or tracks. And this one was transiting, I believe, from track 1 to 4 as part of their normal procedure. If you live in DC, you see a lot of helicopters going down into this area. So there's a very well-defined system in that regard. As far as altitude, until we get the additional information, we can't validate or basically corroborate any of that until we get more of the electronic data and the data that's on the plane. I do want to clarify one question that also came about cell phones. You know, in today's age and time, a lot of electronics and other devices do contain a lot of different information. We've found on a number of our accidents that we actually are notified through a smartphone that may sense that. As part of our process, we will obviously treat all of the effects of the deceased with dignity. We are already starting to pull that information together. If we feel that it's necessary to find or pull some of that information, we will work with the families and make sure we do it in a manner that's respectful for them and their privacy. But right now, we don't have any plans specifically on that amount, on that area until we need to. Thank you very much.
All right, there you have it. The NTSB just finished up their first update on the deadly collision since taking the lead last night.
Yeah, here are 3 things that we know about this investigation right now. First, that the National Transportation Safety Board's preliminary report of that crash will be available in 30 days. Flight data recorders have yet to be recovered. And lastly, the NTSB will look at all elements in that crash.
Yeah, something we heard them say, they're going to take a look at the human, the machine, and the environment. And of course, the question here, was there human error? Was there machine error? Those are some of the questions that are going to play out here. We do know the NTSB has launched a GO team to the crash site. So essentially, they've begun the journey of photo documenting the scene, analyzing evidence, trying to understand what exactly took place.
And as they were really clear in their news conference there, that this GO team doesn't interfere with the search and recovery that's taking place right now. What their job is to get information so that they can assess and determine, as we heard it there, a probable cause in this investigation.
Something else you're going to see to that point, Larry, is eventually over the coming months, they're going to painstakingly recraft essentially both of the aircrafts into a hangar. So then they can have a bigger understanding, bigger picture of what all played out, where the malfunctions were, what took place here. When they talk about the human, the machine, the environment, it kind of gives you an idea for just how vast this investigation is going to be, just how many different facets of it are going to be encompassed, and just how many stones they have to overturn, so to speak.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really interesting about the NTSB specifically is that they have subject matter experts on just about everything related to transportation. So there's a structures group, a systems group, a helicopter group. All of these groups have experts in this particular field that will be able to lend their expertise in helping to piece this investigation together, because they're going to be looking at so many angles to try to determine what exactly caused this collision.
Something I found was notable was that they were talking about how today, Thursday, was their first full day on scene. We've been seeing over 300 responders, first responders out at the crash site as they tried to look for survivors, try to help the victims. And so them talking about this is their first full day on scene is them saying, hey, we're letting the first responders do what they have to do. Now we're coming in to also do what we have to do. Joining us today is former Delta Airlines pilot, Lieutenant Colonel Alan Bullet Campbell. It is so good to have you with us. Again, we're terribly sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for joining us.
I wish it were a better circumstance also.
Yeah, let's talk about the traffic at the airport. That is something that's come up time and time again, that there is a significant amount of traffic at the airport, but in particular, that DCA is a difficult airport for pilots to land. How are those two things working at tandem? And in your estimation, what will the NTSB be able to glean from those two factors?
I think one thing they're not talking about so much, I understand that they had to change the runways. They had an airplane sitting on the active runway that wasn't ready to take off. So they switched the American airplane to a different runway, which is not unusual, but it put him more in the path of the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk apparently was a little higher than they normally are. I understand they're supposed to be down at like 200 feet. I understand now that they might have been 350 or 400 feet. That doesn't sound significant, but it can be catastrophic. And so this will all be uncovered with this investigation. I was watching the NTSB. They're just in the open door phase of this. They don't know a lot. They won't say a lot until they actually have the information. And there's a lot of things to prove. There's recordings on
Well, this
the commercial
break
plane.
for
There might
the
be
love affair
recordings
murder
on the
trial of
military
California
plane. I
versus
don't
Monica
know.
Sementilli is
But a
taking a
lot will be
long time.
uncovered, and they'll figure out why this happened.
Lieutenant, I know that you specifically have flown in and out of DCA many times before. Can you kind of walk us through what that experience is like and how kind of delicate and precarious it can be if you don't time things correctly?
Right. It's a unique airport. You know, a lot of airports just have open territory all over the place, like Dallas and Atlanta and Los Angeles. But when you go into that airport, you have to go up the Potomac River. You have the Pentagon, you have the White House, you have the Capitol.
No-fly zones.
You cannot be over the land area. And so they prescribe that you go up the Potomac, which means you do a few little curvy turns heading up to the runway. And the normal runway just
I've
goes
flown
right
there a
off
year and a
the
half
river
ago.
and you land. My understanding now,
I
and again,
remember
this
that
is initial,
banking.
but there was an airplane that was not able to take off properly at that time. So they switched this airplane to a different runway, put it over a little bit different angle, and got it more into the zone of the Black Hawk helicopter. Again, that will be all uncovered. There should have been visibility. The helicopter should be able to hover. They can stop. The airliner cannot stop, obviously. So this will all be uncovered, and they'll figure out why this happened. When you think about two airplanes colliding, that is so unique. It never
Very.
happens. It's incredibly rare.
Several questions from journalists in the
I
room
want to welcome y'all.
centered
Thank you,
around
Candace
these
Huff and Gretchen
flight data
Shea. Good to
recorder,
see
those
y'all.
black boxes. What information do those machines do they provide?
Really an incredible amount of information about their airspeed, their altitude, their position, their maneuvering left or right or whatever. It'll just put the whole code of what they were doing as they approached the airport. But you have to remember that a commercial airplane is very predictable. They have flaps down, they have landing gear down, they have their speed reduced. They don't have a lot of maneuverability at that point, and they're low altitude, so they can't go down. They can go left, right, or up, but nothing abruptly. So they have the screens up there that'll tell them their collision potentials and whatever, and it might have given them a warning about the Black Hawk helicopter, but it may have been too late for them to actually take a maneuver to avoid the helicopter. Again, this will all be uncovered, and it's just a critical situation. And when they talk about the pilots of the helicopters perhaps having the visual lenses on, the night vision goggles, that may be a factor also. So there's a lot to be uncovered.
I wanted to ask you, just on an emotional level, given your background as a pilot, your expertise in that realm, when you watched what was unfolding yesterday, what went through your mind? Walk us through some of that.
It's just always sad. I turned the TV on early this morning and it popped right up on the screen at 4 a.m. And they talked about it constantly. And the tragedy is it's so rare, it's so unusual. It's the safest way to do transportation on this planet. Driving in your car or taking a taxi or walking in some areas is much more dangerous. And so when this happens, that's why it gets so much attention, because it's unique. And so, I was watching it uncover. And then you think, well, but the pilots have to continue flying. The passengers have to continue riding. The flight attendants have to continue working. And so people are just so incredible that they can see this, realize it's unusual, should not have happened, very, very rare. And so you just have to move on.
And I think so many of us are just trying to process, understand what exactly unfolded yesterday here in the nation's capital. And once again, we certainly appreciate your time, your expertise, and we're sorry to be meeting you under these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our Matthew Torres was at that news conference and has more on the update from investigators at Reagan National Airport. Matthew, we got a lot of information, at least some, that we didn't know before from the NTSB. Parse out for us what really stood out to you.
Yes. She-Wolf, there were 60 souls that were on the airplane as passengers, 4 were crew. And then there were 3 on the Black Hawk that we know of. So right now it's a confirmed 67 souls were lost.
Matthew, can we see if we can get you to turn your mic on, Matthew? I'm not sure if we can. Give us 1 second, just working out some technical moving pieces here. We're all good. So he was just inside that news conference at the NTSB. And so we're going to get his perspective there was a lot of reporter questions being asked.
Right.
And let's go Matthew, we're going to send it back out to you. Bring us into that room. Tell us what you took from that press conference.
All right, so we're going to give him a second, and then we're going to go back out to him in a minute. But a lot was given from the NTSB as we're trying to get a better understanding of where they are in their sort of investigatory process and what things will look like as we move forward. Already, there's been a lot of speculation and a lot of theories that are floating around as to what contributed to this. I think what the NTSB did was sort of level set with us, that a lot is still unknown. There's still a lot of questions, and they're still working through the process of trying to collect critical data that's going to allow them to come up with that preliminary report coming up in 30 days.
And that's something we'll be waiting for, certainly. Let's go back out to Matthew Torres. Matthew, we heard them say in this press conference, they're going to be looking at the human, the machine, and the environment. What else did you take from that meeting today?
Oh, I'm sorry, Yana. You did. You
So
posted.
they're
Sorry.
going to investigate every facet of this
Good
flight,
job.
every facet of the helicopter, the plane, knowing that they're going to create some groups to really focus on each element, whether that be the engine, the angle of this plane, as well as the air traffic control. The NTSB is really launching all of these efforts to make sure that they don't leave any stone unturned. What also stood out to me earlier was there were questions to the NTSB here, whether or not comments by President Donald Trump, the Secretary of Defense, as well as the Transportation Secretary, alluding to mistakes already made, if that may be impeding in progress or even as a distraction during this investigation. And as you heard from the chair of the NTSB, they're really putting that all aside right now to make sure they are not offering any speculation or even a glimpse of speculation until they can for certain that they are able to fully investigate this. And they are planning to be out here on the scene. They say as long as it takes to collect all of the evidence. We know that the families of these victims are still on their way here to DC. So that's why at some point they will also
Can you
be
imagine having to
briefing
get
these
on a
family
plane to
members
go
as soon as they
where your
can.
loved one
And
passed
you heard
away on a
earlier as
plane?
well how they still have not been able
I don't know
to
if I could get on a
recover those
plane.
black
I
boxes
would have to
from both
drive
the
it.
helicopter and the plane as well. They're underwater, something that the NTSB is used to. So that part is really not completely unusual, but that will take some time. And so they're also saying that they have received a large package of information from the FAA, presumably about the air traffic control. They have yet to review that large package, as well as they're looking into they haven't looked into any other reports. There was another question about if they looked into reports of lack of employees and lack of personnel when handling these types of planes. They say they're still, again, holding off until they're able to review as much information as possible. You've said it already, in 30 days, a preliminary report will be out there. 50 NTSB personnel out here on the scene and will remain here as long as possible, guys.
Their mission is to understand why it happened. Matthew, thank you for walking us through that. We appreciate it. Of course, we do know there's still a very active recovery happening right now in the Potomac.
Yeah, let's get on over to Melissa King.
Yeah, I
She's
agree
at
with you,
Gravelly
Rachel.
Point in
There's
Arlington,
always going to be a
not
holdout.
far
There's
from the
always going to be
airport. When
one
we
that
saw
does
you
not believe
earlier
in
this
life in
afternoon,
prison.
Melissa, we saw a rather large response behind you in that area as investigators continue with their investigation there.
Yeah, hey there, guys. That crowd, that group of people, those hundreds of people, rescue efforts, that is still here. I want to show you what is happening here right now. If you want to look between those two trees there and way back far behind towards the water, that's where the recovery, most of the recovery efforts have been happening with a lot of these crews. We've seen them picking up what looks like pieces of debris and bringing them into that tan tent over to your left side over here. And I guess that is where they are analyzing to see what most of those things are. But we've seen FBI officials, we've seen Arlington County Police, as well as fire crews. So really federal, state, and local efforts here at Gravelly Point. And this is obviously having an effect on a lot of the people who live here in Northern Virginia as well. At Gravelly Point in Arlington, federal, state, and local officials continue to recover debris from American Airlines Flight 5342. As police boats patrol the cold waters of the Potomac River, planes roar overhead and land at Reagan National Airport, where flights resumed at 11 o'clock this morning. Kristen
And we
Clark
watched
Taylor
the first
stood and
flight
watched
takeoff,
those
actually.
planes while holding a Bible and praying.
I didn't know anyone personally, but aren't we all members of the same human race? Aren't those children there my children too, and your children too? Doesn't that make us all belong to each other?
She lives in Reston, Virginia, but like so many others whose curiosity brought them to Gravelly Point, felt comfort in being near the site.
What else would I do besides get as close as I could to the souls who perished, as close as I could to the spirit of our living God, and just say prayers.
Prayers of hope as they watch rescue crews carry pieces of the wreckage.
Prayers of strength, prayers of compassion for those souls, for the country, for the world, and just to show more of that.
It is
what my prayer
labeled
is
one
for
of the
each and every
highest stressful
American
jobs
in this
is
nation.
being an air traffic controller and one of the highest divorce rates.
Yeah, I think that Kristen there captured the emotions of what so many people are feeling and thinking right now. And Gravelly Point and Dangerfield Island still closed at this hour. U.S. Park Police also asking drivers to avoid stopping right here. You see all this traffic kind of getting towards rush hour now in the middle of George Washington Memorial Parkway. We have seen a lot of folks slow down and take out their phones, try to take pictures and videos.
That's
Police
sick,
are telling
guys.
you to please
Come on.
not do that, obviously for the flow of traffic and the potential of any mishaps that could happen with that. So again, please keep traffic flowing here if you are driving in this area, if you know someone that is driving in this area. But again, we'll continue to monitor the rescue efforts, recovery efforts rather, behind us here. But for now, back to you guys in the studio.
We know there are 39 families still waiting to have their loved one recovered.
And as flights are
Yeah.
now back in progress at DC,
Some may never be recovered because it was a fireball.
An active investigation sits below
And if
them.
you know anything
Melissa
about
Kemp,
fireballs,
thank you so much. First
instant
responders are
incineration
dealing
can
with
be
some
happen.
tough conditions during the recovery mission.
Let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Caitlin McGrath for some more context here, because Caitlin, one of the questions we keep getting is how cold is the water? What other factors are the crews encountering out there?
Yeah, Simone, that water temperature is the biggest thing to note
It was
here
like
as
30,
those recovery
32.
efforts are continuing to be underway. That water temperature only 36
Now
degrees
36.
right around the site where they are working on that recovery. Now, at the time of the collision, wind was coming in from the northwest, gusting up to 26 miles per hour. We've heard a lot of that debris has already moved really far down the river, and that wind, no doubt, had a contribution to that. But otherwise, conditions last night, crystal clear skies. The wind was the biggest thing to note. And today, most of the day has been quite nice. The weather has been amenable for those cleanup efforts. We've had calmer winds, clear skies, but that is going to change here over the next several hours. We'll see clouds increasing later tonight and then rain that's going to develop shortly after midnight and continue through
You're
much
right,
of the day
Rachel.
tomorrow. So no doubt making for a really difficult day tomorrow, off and on rain, moderate to even heavy at times, especially throughout the afternoon. We, of course, have issued a weather impact alert as a result. But then as we look ahead toward the weekend, the weather will take a more tranquil turn and we'll see nice sunshine back for Saturday and Sunday.
Caitlin, thank you. Of course, in times like these, we think of the victims. And
We do.
so that's where we're going to go now. We're starting to learn the names of the people who have lost their lives in this awful tragedy.
One
Well, this
was
is one
a
of the
set of
pilots on board
oh,
the American Airlines flight.
there was a husband and wife. I think they were an Olympian ice skater team from like the 80s, and they got married and they were coaches, and their son was supposed to he was at the same competition with him. He did not fly home with them. He flew home earlier with another person, so their only child survived because he didn't go home with them.
28-year-old Samuel Liley. In a post, Liley's father said, quote, "Now it hurts so bad, I can't even cry myself to sleep. I know I'll see him again, but my heart is breaking."
Also
Oh,
on
the
board that flight,
pilots.
Ian Epstein. He was a 53-year-old flight attendant based out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh.
His family says he leaves behind 2 children.
Also identified tonight, the crew chief on board the Black Hawk helicopter. This is Ryan O'Hara. Our sister station in Atlanta confirmed the news earlier this morning. He leaves behind a wife and a 1-year-old son.
There are also local victims to talk about.
That's
Some
so
people on the
horrible.
plane were part of the Fairfax County public school system.
The district put out a statement saying in part, quote, "Our hearts are broken as we learn that we have lost members of our FCPS family in the tragic accident at Reagan National Airport last night. I invite you to join me in praying for our families, friends, and colleagues that we know have lost loved ones in this tragic accident."
Now, some people on the plane were also former Loudoun County students. The district said, quote, "This unimaginable loss has deeply affected our community, and with great sorrow, we have learned that multiple victims were former LCPS students. Many other Loudoun families have also been impacted. We extend our deepest condolences to all those grieving in the wake of this tragedy."
We're learning that members of a Prince George's County-based labor union were also
Toxic?
on board that flight.
Did it have to
Flight
do with Karen Reed? Because if
5342.
so,
Steamfitters Local
I already read
602
it.
confirms that 4 of their members died in
Let
the
me go back
crash.
The union represents over 5,000 journeymen, apprentices, and helpers in the DC region. In a statement on social media, union leaders said in part, quote, "As more information continues to come in, we are heartbroken to confirm that 4 members of UA Steamfitters Local 602 were among the victims of the American Airlines flight yesterday." The entire United
Yes, I did go
Association
through
is
that this
grateful
morning,
to first
beloved.
responders
You
who
were
worked
such a
tirelessly throughout the
sweetheart.
night
Thank
and who will
you.
continue to investigate what happened.
Well, this
We
tragedy
gave
has
you
affected
credit
many
too,
families
hun.
locally and many in the figure skating community as well. We know that
Okay,
local figure
hun.
skaters were on that plane
Loves and
heading back
blessings.
from
Hope
a
you feel better
competition
soon.
in Wichita.
John Duran is in Ashburn at one of the rinks that those children used to skate at. John, tell us about this. I mean, this is just devastating.
Simone, it's been heartbreaking to see. This is the Ashburn Ice House, and all day we have seen parents with their children, most of the children in skating gear with flowers in their hands and a lot of them with tears in their eyes. This is, we're told, where many of the children skated at the Ashburn Ice House. I want to take you inside. That's where we're told skaters, people that knew the figure skaters that died, are grieving right now. And you see a memorial has begun to set up and people keep adding to it, as recent as a few minutes ago. Today, I spoke to a local figure skating coach who says he didn't know the kids who lost their lives personally, but his ex-wife, Ina Volyanskaya, or Ina V, as the skaters I've talked to have called her, was their coach and was on the plane last night. He tells me the kids were 12 to 15 years old, but a skater I talked to here says some of them were 10 or 11 years old. They stayed beyond the national championships that happened in Wichita for some elite coaching.
These kids were just doing an extra thing. It's called a developmental camp, and they stay for an extra couple of days, and then they go off and do this, and then they just took their flight home, and unfortunately they didn't make it home. And it's it's too hard to even wrap around how many people are affected by this in our skating community. One of our students, she was going to be on that flight and then took an earlier flight. So that even for all of us is like,
if you would say that Fabio and Monica get along, or do they fight a lot? Remember that?
No sé. I don't know.
Let me ask you, did Fabio and Monica get along good? Or did they fight a lot, or do you know?
Fabio y Mónica. ¿Peleaban mucho? ¿O se dan bien? ¿O yo nunca lo vi pelear? I never saw them fighting.
Did you say they were happy?
Objection, situation. ¿Están contentos?
Did you ever hear them argue?
¿Usted alguna vez escuchó que ellos discutían? No. No.
So how would you characterize their relationship with each other that you saw?
Normal.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you, ma'am. And you are excused. Do we require the Spanish interpreter anymore? And thank you to the Spanish interpreter very much. You're excused as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Your Honor.
You may call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People would like to call Corey Hawk, please.
You can please face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat and stand. Just the microphone so we can hear you, and for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Corey Hawk, Korihawk.
Proceed, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you're employed, please?
I am currently employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations in the Forensic Science Division.
What is forensic science?
Forensic science is utilizing science for the pursuit of justice.
And how long have you been employed there at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Forensic Science Division?
I have been there for 2 years now.
Prior to going to Tennessee, where were you employed?
I worked for the Los Angeles Police Department in their Forensic Science Division.
Is that sometimes referred to as the LAPD's crime lab?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your position?
Toxic,
at
please
crime
get some
lab
rest.
for
I hope you feel
LAPD?
better.
I was a criminalist in the Field Investigation Unit.
What is the Field Investigation Unit, or what does that particular section do?
The unit is the one that responds to the crime scenes in order to document and recover items of evidence of forensic value to be brought back to be tested forensically.
And approximately how many years were you so assigned?
In the Field Investigation Unit for 8 years.
And you talked about going to crime scenes. What was your job when you would go to a crime scene?
Most of the time I would be the lead, and my job is to obtain a synopsis of why we would be responding. Then when I get there, do initial documentation of how we found the scene, and then identify items of evidence for forensic value. And then I would collect the items of evidence and keep them in protective custody until I could book them into our property division.
Approximately how many crime scenes would you say during the time you were assigned to the field investigation unit did you go to?
Around 200.
And have you also testified previously as an expert with respect to the identification and collection of biological evidence as well as crime scene response?
Yes.
Prior to be assigned to the field investigation unit, were you assigned to other units within LAPD's crime lab?
Yes, I worked for 2 years in the narcotics analysis unit, and then I worked just over 2 years in the serology DNA unit as well.
So in the serology DNA unit, what was your job there?
I was a DNA technician by the time I left that unit.
So does that mean while you were assigned during those 2 years to the serology DNA unit that you were dealing with items of biological evidence that had in some cases been collected from a crime scene, such as what you were doing in FIU?
Correct.
All right. And tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience that qualifies you, if you would.
I have my bachelor's of science in cellular and molecular biology. I worked for 10 years in biopharmaceuticals doing cancer research. I did the 12 years with LAPD and in addition my 2 years with the TBI. During my training in the forensic discipline, I received internal and external training in all disciplines and was found competent. Some of the external trainings would be bloodstain pattern documentation, identification and collection of biological evidence, shooting incident reconstruction, other things of that nature. I've taken quite a few courses. And I'm also certified by the International Association of Identification for crime scene investigation.
Okay. And in terms of the training that you received, did you also receive specific training with respect to being able to identify and recognize perhaps biological samples and how to collect them?
Yes, both internal and external training on both of those.
And did you also receive training on service material and which services lend themselves to collection versus photography versus DNA versus, let's say, latent prints?
Yes.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the date of January 23rd of 2017 at about 9:40 at night, where you called out to a particular crime scene.
Yes.
And did you respond on that evening to the location of 5012 Queen Victoria Road in Woodland Hills in LA County?
Yes.
And at that location, did you spend several hours at that scene looking at identifying and collecting various items of biological evidence?
Yes.
While you were at the scene, did you also take simultaneous notes with respect to your observations as well as your identification and collection of various items of evidence?
Yes.
Start by showing you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 9, page 9, which you can see in the bottom left-hand corner. Do you recognize the location that you see here?
Yes.
And is this the location that you responded to on the night of January 23rd of 2017?
Yes.
Okay. When you responded to this particular location, did you speak to various individuals?
Yes.
And did you also, prior to your collection, have conversations with LAPD homicide detectives that were at that scene?
Yes.
Did you come by yourself to the location, or did you come with another person from the crime lab?
I arrived with my partner, Matthew Saucedo.
Okay. And was he your partner that was assigned to this crime scene with you?
Yes.
When you got to the location, were you briefed by detectives regarding their crime scene investigation up to that point?
Yes.
Were you also made aware that there was surveillance video in the area that was being collected?
Yes.
Were you also made aware that a vehicle from this location had been stolen in the course of the crime?
Yes.
That being a Porsche.
Correct.
When you came to the location that night, you said that you arrived at somewhere around 9:40 at night. So I'm assuming in January it was dark.
Yes.
And did
All right, guys.
Was the location lit in any?
They've got a verdict.
There was portable light unit.
For
They have a verdict in the Natalie Cochran trial. If y'all want to know, hop on over there. We're live on that end. 1 hour, 22 minutes is what I have.
To provide sufficient lighting so that you're able to identify, let's say, potential biological evidence.
Yes.
All right. And were you also advised that the lighting at the location was
Why do I not
off
have
when
sound?
responders arrived on scene?
Yes.
Were you also advised in terms of what you subsequently did at this crime scene that the light panel or the breaker box had been
Life without.
turned off in the garage
That's
area?
what I'm hoping for.
And were you also advised again?
I know I sound horrible, but
respect to
that's
what you
just the way I
subsequently
feel.
Did that the those lights on that breaker box were turned back on by the first responder?
Yes.
Did you actually examine the circuit breaker box?
Yes.
Where was that?
Walking in from the garage, it was just to the right of the entry, or to the door that went into the kitchen from the garage.
Okay.
From the 2-car side.
Okay. So if we're talking about the 2-car side, we're talking about this this area here that would be behind the gate to the left of the home. Is that right?
Yes.
And next to the 2-car
I don't
garage,
think
there's
his
another
family's going to be
single-car
happy
garage.
with
You see
anything
here the
less.
photograph that's been marked as People's Exhibit 9,
But
page 1, correct?
I don't often say this, but I think she's just pure
When
evil.
you looked at that breaker box, did you make any determinations as to what?
And
had
she's
been
going to sob. Be prepared.
It was a smooth surface, not a textured surface. So I left the breaker box switches for the latent print unit to process, as they had.
I'm going to pause this one for a minute so I can hear it.
Recover evidence.
And did you?
I am listening to the verdict not the verdict, but the sentencing verdict of Natalie Cochran. No mercy. Says no mercy. Okay, here you go.
You make some determinations based on your collections with the detectives at the scene regarding what you were going to collect and where from.
Yes. The criminalists that arrive, so me, I follow the evidence and I collect the evidence that I deem forensically relevant, and I communicate that with the detectives what I believe is.
All right, they're going to give her life without the possibility. How much you want to bet?
you are continually, as you're saying, updating or advising the detectives of what you're seeing and what you're collecting and why?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the training that we talked about, did you also receive training with respect to what biological fluids might look like, let's say if they were diluted or transferred from one area to another onto a surface area?
Yes.
And did you also receive training regarding what biological fluids look like when they are, let's say, dripped onto a surface?
Yes.
Did you go through this entire home located at 5012 Queen Victoria?
Yes.
And did you notice when you went through the scene anything with respect to some sort of a trail?
Yes, there was a continuous pattern of red stains from garage through the kitchen, back patio, back towards the front door, down a hallway and into the master bedroom.
And so did you basically go about following that trail?
Yes.
And during the time that you were at the location, approximately how many samples did you collect?
I collected 43 items of evidence in total.
Okay. Did that include what appeared to be biological or blood stains?
Yes, it was collections of red stains, possible biological material that would happen from touching surfaces, 2 towels, 2 pillowcases, a bottle, and a pair of shoes.
Did you find anything in the upstairs
Not surprising,
area
is
of
it?
this home that was of evidentiary significance or forensic value?
No.
I am not
So
surprised.
your collection was limited to the first level, is that right?
Correct.
And did you go about numbering the various items of evidence that you collected or collected samples from in a particular way?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
When I locate items of evidence, I place what we call a photo identification number adjacent to the item of evidence. And what this is it's just a numerical determination of what that item would be in for photography reference. And then in my notes, there's a sketch, and then I also have an evidence log. So it's to associate that item of evidence with all subsequent documentation that I will be doing. So it's called a photo ID number, and they're yellow placards.
And are those referred to in the detailed notes that you took as PID numbers?
Correct.
I want to show you exhibit, what's been marked previously as exhibit 7, page 4. And I'm going to turn it right side up for the moment. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a bird's eye view sketch of the home, the first level.
And who created this?
The actual outline sketch was done by my partner, Matthew Saucedo, but we both made notations on the sketch while we were processing the crime scene.
And is this a piece of paper that is pre-printed with the information that we see at the top left that you bring with you to crime scenes, or that you brought with you to crime scenes at the time, in order to make notations of the sort you're just talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And up on the top right, I see a series of numbers next to what says DR. What does that stand for?
That is the division record. It's the number that is assigned to every case that is processed by the Los Angeles Police Department. And every case has its own unique identifier, and that is this case's identifier.
And so in terms of the items of evidence that we talked about that you collected at this scene when you were there for several hours, did you collect all of them and book them into LAPD property, as you were talking about a few moments ago, under this unique identifier?
Yes.
Okay. Does this box contain your writing?
Yes.
And is this actually your initials in the box?
Yes.
Okay. And if I flip this document sideways, does this lay out the various areas where you collected evidence from at the residence?
Yes.
And I note that in yellow highlighter, there appears to be numbers throughout this diagram. What do those stand for?
Those are the PIDs, so the photo identification numbers. That's how they are designated on the sketch.
Okay. And did you explain in your set of detailed notes next to the PID numbers what it was that you were collecting?
Yes.
And next to that, did you also include property item numbers?
Yes.
Were there times where the PID number did not match up to, let's say, a property ID number? In other words, you have a PID number of 6, but a property item, a booked item of evidence as number 7.
Yes, it's very common.
And did you also in your notes identify what the relevant PID or photo ID number was next to the property ID number?
Yes.
Did you also indicate in your notes the date and time of collection of each of these particular samples?
Yes.
And while you were processing the scene and collecting items of evidence, were you working with a forensic photographer?
Yes.
And in what way?
In this case, I was working with forensic photographer Martinez, and I was directing her as to the sequence of photographs that we would want. In this case, we take what is called overalls to begin with, and that is to document the scene as we are walking into it. Then once I have laid down my photo identification numbers, I directed her to take the pictures to put them into perspective, and then close-up pictures of the actual items of evidence. And again, this is just another stage of the documentation that we perform as we go through the crime scene.
So when you put down, you said your numbers, were your numbers, your PID numbers, a particular color?
Yeah, they're yellowish.
Okay. Were there other placards that you saw at the scene that had been placed prior to your arrival?
When I arrived in the garage, there was some white paper tent markers.
White paper tent markers, in other words, where someone would, let's say, take a piece of paper, fold it in half, and put it over something?
Yes.
Okay. And those had nothing to do with you and your collection, is that correct?
No.
No, that's not correct?
I mean, no, it had nothing to do with what I was doing.
Okay. All right. Is there a difference between the numbered placards that you placed at the scene and the lettered placards?
When I place a lettered placard, that is for evidence that I cannot remove from the scene. So say, in this case, there was possible shoe impressions and red stains. I can't take those impressions as a whole, so I would put a letter, and then we would do what's called one-to-one photography. It's comparative photography that makes sure that what I see at the crime scene can then be examined by the lab personnel photographically and have it be an exact replication. And then I would add, in the case of, say, one shoe impression was letter A. Well, I would want to take a sample of that red stain to see what the substance may have been in. So it would be A1, the number designation for what I can remove from the crime scene. So I would be removing a sample of that red stain.
So that it could be tested for DNA?
Correct.
For a particular biological evidence?
Correct.
And if I show you, it's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 7-3, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is a to-scale diagram of the scene. So the previous one, it's not to scale. It's what we do at the crime scene. Quick sketch just to make sure that we can put, recreate where the items of evidence may have been. This generated one is to scale. It's done in a software program. And at the time, this was done by our forensic architect.
At the lab?
Correct.
And did you work with the forensic architects at the lab in order to put this together to ensure that the information that's contained on this particular exhibit, which is People's 7, page 3, was consistent with your notes on 7-4?
Yes.
Okay. And does this document also contain, as we see here to the far right, a photo ID number in order of all of the items of evidence that you collected?
Yes.
And if they were next to it, we see what is a red dot, such as at the top here. What does that signify?
Those are the swabs with the red stains from the crime scene.
Okay. And if we have items that are not red but are black, what would that identify?
That's just a different item, like an actual item. So a towel, the shoes, the bottle.
I see on one down at the bottom, photo ID 21, you have down cat green.
Yes.
We'll talk about that. And can you tell us a little bit about, very briefly, how you go about the actual collection of items of evidence, of biological material?
In the case of the red stains, in order to pick it up, I would take a swab, which is, we should all know by now, the COVID test swabs, wet it with some sterile water, and I run that over the stain. And what that does is it transfers the stain onto the swab. I then package that into an envelope, allow it to dry, and then I book it into evidence. And I only collect one at a time, and I use a sterile swab.
And you also individually package each and every swab that you collect?
Yes.
And in terms of the packaging for each of those individual swabs, does the packaging itself also contain the unique DR number that we talked about?
Yes.
And is that so that a chain of custody can be established for each item that you collect?
Yes.
In addition to the DR number that we talked about in this case of 17-21-050194, is there also a unique laboratory number that applies to simultaneously also track all the evidence you collect?
Yes.
What is that?
So we have a program, it's the Laboratory Information Management System, and it is our internal database in order to track everything that we are doing for the cases. So in this case, it also has its own unique designation that is specifically used for laboratory purposes.
And is that sometimes referred to as a LIMS number?
Correct.
And the LIMS number in this case, was that 17-001339?
Yes.
And were you and your partner, Mr. Salcedo, responsible for transporting all the items of evidence back to the lab, or did somebody else do that?
Matthew took it back to the lab.
Okay. And once the items of evidence that you and Matthew collected were taken back to the lab, what is the process that happened with the samples then?
The samples are placed in a secured evidence containment where the key is maintained either by myself or my partner until I am able to package the evidence with tamper-proof tape. Once the evidence has been packaged with the transfer-proof tape, I then create a property report, and I am able to book those items of evidence into our property division.
Okay. And are those items of evidence, let's say if you were collecting something that was wet at the scene, like let's say blood, is there some procedure, standard procedure that you followed with those particular items?
I must wait for them to dry before I could book them into property to prevent any form of contaminant from happening. Say if something is wet, you can have bacterial production that would affect DNA.
Bacteria eats away at DNA.
Correct.
So you would put them into some type of a drying cage, secure drying area in order to dry those items before you package them?
The swabs in the envelopes, there's, we call it a collar, and it's basically like an upside down cap. So the swab stays inside of it, and that stays in the envelope. And we don't remove that until the swab is dry. So it dries in that envelope, so it doesn't get any other sample with it. So each time that one of those swab envelopes are open, it's only one at a time. Whereas if I were to put it in, say, a drying container, they would all be open at the same time.
And that's to prevent cross-contamination?
Yes.
All right. And in terms of your work in the DNA serology unit at the LAPD's crime lab, did you work with a DNA analyst by the name of Randy Zepeda?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that the items that you collected were sent to the DNA unit to Randy Zepeda for analysis?
After he processed them, I found out that he was the one who did it.
Okay. Now, where did you enter the scene through?
The garage.
Showing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 7, page 15. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And is this the two-car area, the garage that you were talking about before?
Yes.
And is this the location where you entered into the residence?
Yes.
When you entered, did you enter through the door that we see here where I'm pointing to? It looks like maybe next to some type of a black object that might be a trash can, through the open door right behind that?
Yes.
And in terms of the white items that we see on the ground in the garage, are those the white placards that you talked about previously?
Yes.
When you entered into the home through this door, what did that lead you to?
The kitchen.
And before entering the home, you said to the right of the door was the breaker box that you looked at.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 7, page 21. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
What is that?
It is the breaker box.
Okay. And that's the area that you said you decided based on the surface area to leave for the latent print people.
Yes.
Okay. So that would be a different discipline, correct?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 20. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
The door that is open toward the left of the image, I'm sorry, my left, that is the door to the kitchen. So the breaker box would be practically in the middle. And then to the right is a cabinet. And on top of that cabinet, that's the close-up image that you see. There's a bunch of like cables that are up there.
And did you inspect that area?
Yes.
And what did those cables appear to be?
It looked like where a surveillance system would be.
And were the cords that you see there just left unattached to any particular object?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 16, on the left photograph first, where we see this number 36, this yellow placard. Would that be a placard that you placed?
Yes.
Okay. And we know that because it's yellow?
Yes, and I remember putting it there.
Okay. And what was the purpose of this particular placard?
It was to identify a red stain that I would be collecting.
Okay. And is that the red stain that we see to the right, just underneath the placard 36?
Yes.
That I'm pointing to here?
Yes.
And you collected a swab from that area?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you People 7, page 17, looking at the two placards that we see in the photograph to the left, 37 and 38. Again, were those placards that you placed?
Yes.
And looking to the right, what do we see here?
They each designate their own red stain.
And did you then take swabs from those areas as well?
Yes.
Showing you People's
Canton PD, take note. This is how you do it.
Page 18, looking at the photograph.
This is how
to the
you
left,
do it.
Does that show you the entrance from the garage into the kitchen area that you were referring to?
Yes.
And hanging down in the middle of the garage, we can see that there's another yellow placard. What did you use that placard to denote?
That placard is on the manual release for an automatic garage door opener. When the power is off to the house, you can't use an automatic garage door opener. So I swabbed that for possible touch DNA because in order to get a vehicle out of the garage, the door has to be open. So I thought maybe somebody might have manually opened it.
This is back in 2017, right?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the right, does that appear to be a close-up of that manual release with your 39 yellow placard?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what touch DNA is?
In general terms, it is when a person touches a surface, the oils and from your hand then get transferred to the surface, much like a fingerprint. So the fingerprint and touch DNA, it's the same principle. If you think that a fingerprint's been left there, you have a chance of leaving touch DNA. Some people leave more than others, or if you tend to, touch your face more, you're going to leave more touch DNA behind.
Meaning skin cells, yes?
Yes.
When you got to this scene, before you even entered, were you advised that the victim was still at the scene on the patio?
Yes.
And did coroner personnel arrive on scene while you were in the process of collecting items of evidence?
Yes.
Showing you People's Exhibit 7, page 24. Do you recognize what's displayed? Let's start with the photo to the left.
Yeah, I'm
Yes,
muted.
that is the view from if you're standing
Talking
in
to
the
my
kitchen,
son.
out that door into the 2-car garage.
And did you find something of significance on the door itself?
He's standing back
Yes,
there
right where
behind
that
the
door
screen.
latch is, there was what appeared to be red stains in a smeared pattern.
And is that where you placed your placard?
Thank you, though,
yellow
Gabby.
14 that we see in the photograph to the left?
Sometimes when I don't like what I'm seeing and I want to say a few choice words that could get me in trouble,
Appears to be
I'll,
a red stain. Did this appear to be
you didn't
a
say what I
red
want to
stain
say.
that was transferred?
I don't get in
It
trouble.
was possible that it was transferred, yes.
Consistent with?
Yes.
And so did you take a swab from that leading edge of the deadbolt there of the door from the kitchen to the garage?
Yes.
Sensei, stop it. Go lay down.
Now, prior to
Down.
the coroner personnel
Lay down.
moving the body, did you collect some evidence from the patio area?
Yes.
And when you did that, was that initially around the body of the victim who was still at the scene?
Yes.
Yep, Barbara. She got life without parole.
Page 5, do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the view from the backyard towards the house with the patio to the right.
And when we see this area that's blue, just through this open door, what area of the house would that be?
The kitchen.
And in terms of the patio area where you collected evidence from, where was that?
Where that yellow crime scene tape is, it was from that area.
Inside that yellow taped off area?
That whole vicinity and from there towards the kitchen as well.
Okay. Showing you
Hi. Hi, Hilda B.
page 6. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the view if you were standing adjacent to the home towards that patio area.
With the victim still at the scene, leaning over or folded over on his knees on a chair?
Yes.
Okay. Again, with the yellow taped area you were talking about.
Thank you for liking.
Showing you People's 8. Page 7. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is a closer up picture of the patio, and you could still see the decedent's left hand in the image.
showing you People's 8, page 9. What do we see here?
That is a close-up picture of the decedent from a different angle.
And did you collect evidence from this area?
Yes.
Showing you People's 8, page 8. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is the vantage point here?
That is from further back. It's from outside that yellow tubed area. The previous image was from inside the yellow tubed area.
And what about People's 8, page 10?
That is the view if your back was towards the kitchen, towards the rest of the backyard, to get that angle for where the decedent was in position.
Again, we see that there appears to be a red substance resembling blood around the body. Is that the area from which you collected items of evidence?
Thank you, Barbara.
Moreover, in terms of the background behind the pool, we see that there is some type of a light source that's been set up. Was that brought in by the crime lab to light the scene?
Yes.
And was that done in order to assist you in your collection of evidence?
Yes.
Well, I'm in Discord.
When you were at the scene, in terms of the area next to the victim, let me show you People's 8, page 11. Did you make any notations with respect to the fire pit itself?
When me and my partner arrived at the crime scene, that fire pit was still smoldering. So I checked through it to see if there may be some possible items of evidence in there, but I did not discover any.
And over here to the left of the victim and the left of that fire pit, right in front of this couch or chase area, we see that there is a yellow #1 placard. What does that signify?
There's a red stain in front of it.
And is that what we see in the photograph to the far left?
Yes.
And is that an item of evidence or an area from which you collected the swab?
Yes.
I want to go back to People 7, Exhibit 4 for a moment. With respect to the patio area, did you identify the location of the victim in a certain manner?
Yes, it's the X.
And that's what we see to the bottom right corner of this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And the yellow circled numbers that we see in the area around the X, are those the areas from which you collected potential blood stains?
Yes, technically the #2 Matt Saucedo collected, but I did the rest.
You were present when he did that?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that the coroner personnel arrived while you were at the scene. Were you present when they moved the victim's body?
Yes.
We can watch that in Discord on Saturday, y'all.
This is page 12, where we see this number.
Gabby, you want to watch that on
right
Saturday in
just
Discord? We can.
The edge of the pool to the right of
I'll be happy to.
the victim and forward. Did you collect an item of evidence from this location as well?
Yes, a swab of the red stain.
And is that the red stain that we see just beneath your yellow photo ID number placard 3?
Yes.
Once the victim was moved by coroner personnel, were you present to observe?
All right, we'll do it
what
Saturday.
remained underneath
We'll set it up.
the line?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 8, page 18. What do we see here?
That is the area, you can see the 2 voids in that pool. That's where his knees were. And then on the cushion is where his upper body was resting. So it's the pools that were all around him.
in terms of the backyard area, we look at People's 8, page 5. Was the TV on when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you also search the area for footwear impression?
Yes.
And did you look at the bottom of the victim's feet?
Yes.
Showing you again People's 8, page 10. What, if anything, did you note with respect to the bottom of the victim's feet that was significant to your investigation at the scene?
There was no red stains on the soles of his shoes.
And what did that signify to you?
That if I were to find any footwear impressions in or any part of the crime scene, it could not have been his.
Showing you People's 7, page number 43. Do you recognize what you see here in these 2 photographs?
Yes.
And what is that?
They were shoes that were at the crime scene when I arrived, and the PID 6 is indicating a pair of brown boots that had red stains on the soles.
And were you informed at some point in time, in order to conduct your investigation, that these shoes belonged to one of the daughters?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the shoes, given once you were told that?
I recovered them.
And they're just at the, just outside the door on the red and white mat, just outside the open kitchen door, is that right?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 7, page 41. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that is standing in the kitchen area, and it is the open door that leads to that back patio area.
And if we look at the door jamb area as depicted to the right photograph in People's 7, page 41, what did you notice in this area here?
There's a red stain there that again appeared to be possible transfer.
Okay. And if we were to look through the open door leading from the kitchen to the backyard, was there a particular item of evidence on the other side of this glass pane on the counter?
It was the decedent's cell phone.
Did you notice whether or not there was any red stains that led from the patio area around the back side of the pool?
No.
Did you notice if there were any red stains along the side of the house where the master bedroom and 2 other bedrooms were that lead around to the back side of the pool?
There were no red stains there.
So in terms of the blood stain or the red stains that you recovered that resembled blood, were those stains consistent with the killer or killers entering the kitchen from the back patio after the murder, given where you observed the red blood stains?
In order for the red stains to appear where they were, the blood would have had to be present, so it had to be after the decedent was attacked.
And did you follow the red stains into the kitchen area?
Yes.
We spoke a moment ago about the decedent's cell phone, showing you People's 7, page 36. Again, as I mentioned, looking at the photograph to the left, that appeared to be within that circled area, the cell phone that we were talking about belonging to the decedent.
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the right of that, again looking through a pane of glass.
I may watch it tomorrow afternoon.
Cell phone.
Yes.
We may watch it tomorrow night.
And
We'll see.
you also find stains that resemble blood around the kitchen sink area.
Yes.
Showing you People's 7, page 38. And let's start with the photograph to the top left. Did you place placards number 15 and 17?
Yes.
And what did those signify?
There was red stains on the faucet handle, which is 15, and then also what appeared to be possibly dilute red stains. That's on the basin of the sink, and that's 17.
Okay, so taking a look at the photograph on the bottom left corner of People's 7, page 38, is that the red stain that you're referring to with your placard number 15?
Yes.
And looking closer at the photograph to the right with placard number 17, where
We're watching the trial where Monica Sementilli decided to. Oh, what are we watching in Discord? Oh, it's the new OJ. Remember chat? It's the new Netflix American Manhunt OJ Simpson, the official trailer. It's the very newest movie on OJ Simpson. We may watch that on Saturday, but right now, for those of you who don't know, we are watching the Monica Sementilli trial where she unalived her husband by hiring her lover and her lover's friend to murder her husband. Yes, I am in Discord, Gabby. Can somebody, well, maybe I can just post it. Let me see. There's my Discord link.
see various, it looks like circles. Is that what you're referring to in terms of diluted blood stains?
Yes.
And you took samples from those areas as well?
Yes.
Showing you People's 7, number or page 37, starting again at the photograph on the left. What are we looking at here?
It is a further back image of that same kitchen sink. There's a placard on that blue towel that had red stains. The faucet handle is 15. The basin is 17. And then 20, there was red stains on a vinegar bottle that was left in the sink.
And in terms of that vinegar bottle, did that appear to be an empty vinegar bottle?
Yes.
And was there a top on the bottle?
There was no top while it was in the sink.
Did you find a top?
Yes.
Where was that?
In the dining room, so just outside the kitchen.
Looking at the 2 photographs to the right of People's 7, page 37, what do we see here starting with the photograph at the top?
PID 16 is the blue towel that was draped over the kitchen faucet. And then you can also see placard 17 in that same photo. And then the photo below that is the indicating the kitchen faucet handle and the basin.
Okay. And in terms of 16, when you put a placard on the towel.
Oh no, Ada, I was talking to She-Wolf. I am so sorry, She-Wolf.
Perhaps on that towel that resembled.
I'm so sorry, guys.
It's not a towel that's soaked in any particular manner.
My bad.
Red.
Sorry.
correct? It has maybe a couple of
I didn't get much sleep last night. I was up reporting on this airplane crash.
of the blue tower.
I'm tired.
Right? Yes.
I'm ready for bed already.
Showing you People's 7, page 40, and looking at placard number 20. What is this indicating?
That's the vinegar bottle with the red stains.
Y'all get a load of this. Frontier Airlines grounded all flights across the U.S. due to IT issues. The FAA advisory says Frontier Airlines serves over 100 destinations across the U.S. states, Mexico, Canada, and Latin America. The airlines focused on low-cost, low-fuel services. It tends to operate from secondary airports. Just hours after the Belgium closing its airport due to technical problems in the air traffic controllers. Oh my,
So
there's a lot of people who are
at the
stranded.
photograph to the right, I'll look at the one at the bottom. The bottom right of People 740. Are these looks like diluted stains that you see, that we can see here in this photograph?
Yes.
And you took samples of those?
I took the bottle.
You took the bottle itself. Which means, given that you previously worked again in the DNA serology section, would that be an item of evidence that would be screened?
Yes.
What is the screening process?
To screen for something to be possible blood, it's a color test. You would transfer a small portion of the stain, add chemicals. If it turns bright pink, it's possibly blood. And then if it doesn't turn any color, then most likely it's not.
So you brought it back to the lab so that it could be screened for potential biological material such as blood?
Yes.
Based on a chemical test?
Yes.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get comfortable.
Exhibit 7, People's 29. Do you recognize what you see here?
It's a picture of the other side of the kitchen from where we were previously focused.
Okay. So across from the door that leads to the back patio?
Correct.
Okay. And what in particular were you identifying with your number 12 placard here?
Red stain.
Okay. And is that on a drawer just below the monitor that we see here in the photograph to the left?
Yes.
And if we look up close at the photograph in the bottom right, is this the area from which you collected a swab?
Yes.
Appears to be some type of material that's dripped.
It was hard to tell based on the color. It was either dripped or transferred.
Okay. Back to the kitchen counter across from this island, looking at Exhibit 7, page 39. What do we see here?
That's another indicator for a red stain that was collected.
And is that the diluted stain that we see, red stain just below your 18 placard?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at Exhibit 7, page 32, starting at the photograph to the bottom left, where we see a number of yellow placards on the floor area. What do we see here?
Where you can see the letters, those are the possible shoe impressions and the red stains. And then where you see the numbers, it's red stains that were collected.
Okay. So where I'm pointing right now, is that a letter?
Yes.
Is that a B?
Yes.
And is that to identify the shoe prints and blood that you thought you saw?
It indicates one of them. So it's a letter per stain. And the rule of thumb is to get 2 of each type of pattern in hopes that you can piece enough together to get the entire shoe impression, because they're never perfect when you leave an impression.
So let me interrupt. Let's stretch. Huh? Actually,
All
I'm
right.
not doing it for you. I'm doing it for me.
Sidebar. We got a sidebar. Whoo, my hearing aids are screaming. That's weird. Oh. Oh my God. There's someone saying that California is going to be getting 100 inches of snow in the northern part of California. I'm like, nah.
So if we look at this yellow placard with the item number 10, what does that indicate?
There was a red stain that was recovered.
And if we go closer to the door, does there appear to also be another letter?
Yes.
And what letter is that?
A.
And what does that indicate?
That was another possible shoe impression and red staining.
And in terms of the item 9 placard, what did that indicate?
That was a red stain that I recovered.
And just beyond that, is there a placard number 19?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were those all areas from which you collected a sample?
Yes.
Looking to the right, 2 photographs in People 7, page 32, beneath the number 9 placard and beneath the number 10 placard, are those the stains from which you collected swabs?
Yes.
Showing you People 7, page 33. Does that give us a close-up view of the areas we just talked about where there were blood stains that we saw next to placards 9 and 19?
Yes.
And is this the blood trail that you referred to earlier that led from the patio through the kitchen and around the island area?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the bottom right of People 7, number 33. What are we looking at here?
That's placard B, indicating a possible shoe impression and red staining.
And showing you People 7, page 25. Let's look at the photograph to the left first. Right at before we get to the door, is this a placard with another letter?
Yes.
And what is that?
C.
And what does that indicate?
It's a possible shoe impression and red staining.
Showing you the photograph to the right. Is this a close-up of, well, let's see if it focuses itself. There it is. Does that depict that potential shoe impression in blood that you were referring to?
Yes.
From which you collected another stain?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you People 7, number 27. Photograph again to the bottom left. What do we see here?
That is photo identifier D.
Okay. And again, what is that?
That is a possible shoe impression and red staining.
And to the bottom right, next to the D, is that up close an enlargement of that potential shoe impression and blood that you collected from?
Yes.
Now, we talked about the empty vinegar bottle in the kitchen sink, showing you People's Exhibit 7, page 45. Where we see the tile in the kitchen floor meet the wood in the dining room, where we see a number 21 placard. What is that?
That is the cap, the green cap for the vinegar bottle.
If I could have a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
any red stains in the dining room area? That means on the wood floor area?
No.
How about in the living room area?
No.
Showing you people 7, page 46. Do you recognize the vantage point that you see here?
Yes.
And what is that?
If your back is to the kitchen, you're looking into the living room. So you're standing in the dining room, though.
So it's a long room with the dining room next to the dining table next to the kitchen area, and further down to the opposite direction would be the living room area.
As far as we know, nothing has been filed.
Correct.
And you didn't find anything of significance forensically in that area of the house?
No.
We can see to the right of the photograph to the top left of people 7, page 46, that it appears that there are some stairs that are
That would be great.
tile.
I think they've missed her
Yes.
30-day window.
The entryway, the main entrance.
And he wasn't the attorney then. It was another one.
To the right in people 7, page 46. Is this the entryway that leads to the open front door?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you exhibit 7, page 49, the photograph to the top left. Did you lay down a couple more placards here?
Yes, 22 and 23.
And what did those identify?
They were red stains that I recovered.
Showing you the photographs to the right. In people 7, page 49, are those the red stains up close that you're referring to?
Yes.
Now, did this area near the front door, let's say to the left of the front door, lead to a particular room?
That leads to the hallway that branches off into the bedrooms.
Okay. So if you were to go down this hallway where the floor changes once again from the tile to wood, did that lead you into the master bedroom?
Yes.
Showing you people 7, page 53. Is this the doorway, one of the doorways leading to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And on the floor just outside of the carpeted area in the bedroom, did you place a placard number 26?
Yes.
Showing you the photograph to the bottom right, although it might be hard to see. What were you identifying here with number 26?
There was a red stain.
Again, another item that you collected from?
Yes.
Showing you people's 7, number 52. If you were to follow the 24 straight forward to the 26 that we looked at a moment ago, what does that identify?
That's a red stain that I recovered.
Okay, on the counter area?
Yes.
That we can see right below the placard?
Yes.
Showing you people's 7, page 77, again, looking at the overall photograph to the top left first. Looking at the placards 30 and 31 on this green bed, what did those identify?
The pillowcases had red stains on them, so I recovered the pillowcases.
Okay. And in looking at the photograph, the bottom right of people 7, page 77, was this a photograph that you had taken of the condition of the
Closet doors.
shutters over a
Oh,
a
shutters.
sliding door?
Yes.
page 54. Is this a photograph taken from inside of the master bedroom?
Yes.
And does this photograph appear to lead into a walk-in closet?
Yes, it would be as if your back is to the bed. To the right, you see the hallway that would lead to the hallway. Straight ahead is the closet, and then to the left is the bathroom.
And if you were to go to the left, showing you people 7, page 55, the photograph to the top left, is that the master bathroom?
Yes.
And showing you the photograph to the bottom right, is that also a photograph inside the master bath?
Yes, if you're standing in the master bath, to the photo towards that hallway.
And what is the 34 identify?
There was a towel on the back of the door with a red stain I recovered.
That's interesting.
And if you were to be at the entering from the front door into the entryway of this home, as we see in People's 7, page 48, the photograph to the bottom right, this is, it looks like if you were to enter, in front of you would be the staircase that led upstairs.
Yes.
And you indicated there was no items of evidentiary value up there.
No.
But you looked around.
Yes.
It appeared to be undisturbed.
Correct.
Showing you photograph to the top left of 7, page 48. As you enter into the house, if you were to go to the left, what does this door lead to?
The garage.
And would that be to the
Her voice bothers me.
1-car garage portion?
Yes.
Pierces through my
It's led
head.
into the 2-car garage portion.
Yeah, there's no wall or anything in between them. It's all one big space.
I know I'm being petty, but it bothers the hell out of me.
In terms of the living room area that we spoke about a few moments ago, was there also a television in that living room area?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 7, page 46, the photograph to the top left. Was the TV on when you arrived?
Yes.
Did that include the sound?
I don't independently recollect if the sound was on.
If I could have a moment again, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Did you find any rooms in the home that had been ransacked other than that master bedroom that we talked about?
No.
From ransack, it's overruled.
No.
That appeared to be the only room that had been disturbed,
Yes.
where there were items strewn about,
Yes.
cabinets and drawers open. You didn't find that elsewhere?
Nope.
By the way, in the master bedroom, did you identify a location where there was a safe?
Yes.
And where was that located?
If you were to enter the master bedroom closet, just behind the door, so in the wall, it looked like a full-length mirror, but behind that mirror.
Today it's just going so slow. No, Yana, it's not there. I've looked.
did that appear to have a, did that appear to be untouched?
I did not see any red stains on it.
Well, I only got about 3 hours sleep last night. I actually slept here at the shop because I was afraid I wasn't going to wake up.
Area leading upstairs?
No.
I was afraid I wasn't going to wake up.
And I just want to make sure that I clarify, because I might have read this wrong. In terms of your set of notes, with respect to the divisional report number under which you booked all of your swabs, is this the correct number, 172105194?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Looks like we're having recess for 15 minutes. The evidence supplies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
Well, we don't get the admonishment of the jury every time they take a break. They just go. We've got a lot going on in the news. We've got a lot going on. I'm not going to cover any more of the situation with the airlines until I'll probably do a once a day thing, only because, now they just need to take the time to go through things. When they hold their press conferences, we'll watch that. But we'll definitely keep up with that. There are some weather concerns that are hopping. I just saw a thing, I don't know if it's true or not, that if it is true, it's going to be horrible for California. The California IA is going to get a lot of snow in the northern part of California. So I don't know if it's good or not. I'm not sure. So anyway, I am chilled right now. Very chilled. I've got a heating pad under my calves and feet, keeping my feet warm. I haven't been able to get my toes warm in over a week. That's miserable when your feet can't get warm. So I've got a heating pad on them right now. It feels really good. So this week we have no football game, but next week we have Super Bowl. And this week we have a special Sunday Night Live with Bob from Defense Diaries. We'll have some insight into the Delphi murders trials. We still have one more of those to go. I'm just kind of wanting I'm wanting to focus on some specific things. I got to think about it. And then I'll shoot him some stuff, and hopefully y'all will join us on the Sunday Night Live. I was going to do members only, but I'm going to open it up to everybody because I want everybody to get to see it. I think it's only fair. So we'll open it up to everybody. Uh-oh. Oh, someone's going off on Karen Reed. Oh, I don't there's a lot of stuff going on about the crash in the news. I'm just trying to just doing what's not new. Oh, it's so hard to figure out because all the thumbnails start looking the same, so you really have to look at the descriptions. So apparently, Miss Boone has some very interesting lawyer dilemma. She has a lawyer that's representing her in her appellate issues, but the lawyer hasn't spoken to her. And did he miss the deadline? That is something I'm going to have to figure out. And if hold on, I'm looking. One thing I will say, Boone is good at advocating for herself even though we don't like her. So, I brought up the notice of inquiry, we'll look at it again. Oh, that was Karen Reed. I'm looking for Sarah Boone. Hold on, I'm trying to pull it up for you. So, I'm adding this, I want you to see this, okay? So, right here oh, I need to get rid of that. I really will say I'm glad I have these multiple screens because I was hurting if I hadn't, because I had to pull 2 streams at the same time today. Okay, here we go. Comes now Sarah Boone Pro Se files this notice of inquiry with the clerk of circuit court. In the above reference case number inquired as to the status of colon appointment of appellate counsel. The last entry in the docket on this case shows that Joshua Adams Esquire was appointed to represent the defendant on December 18th, 2024. However, she has not received any correspondence from him, and her application of indigence to be appointed an appellate attorney was not filed with the court until December 23rd. Please advise as to the new appointment appellate counsel in the aforementioned case, signed on the 20th of January. However, the clerk, Tiffany, came back and let's share this and states to Miss Sarah Boone, in response to your correspondence, other attorney Joshua Adams has been appointed to represent for your appeal. However, at this time, no notice of appeal has been filed. Ooh, this is gonna get nasty. It gonna get real nasty if they missed her appellate date. Freaking nasty. It's been over a month since her appeal. What do y'all think about that? I'm listening to something. I'm gonna have to go back and view this. I was trying to do it here, and it's just too much information. I did pull up the law on it, so maybe tomorrow during the hour lunch break, for this court, I will pull it up and we'll go through it, but I gotta tell you, Sarah Boone may have a problem on her hands, and if she missed the appellate date, with that attorney, it is going to get nasty, and it's going to get royally nasty. It's all kind of messed up. Hi, oh sunny day. Do you get tired of me singing it? I don't know. I worry about myself sometimes. Oh sunny day. Oh sunny day. So I've just been kind of channel surfing, just kind of looking around, trying to see what's going on. Um, this case is still going on. Nancy Kerrigan has broken down while talking about the ice skaters that perished. It is sad. I remember those ice skaters that perished. I remember watching the Olympics and falling in love with them. Okay, we saw that news conference. I shall go check lawyer, you know. Who just sent that to me? Oh, is someone eavesdropping on my live? Are you watching my live and trolling? So I will go watch lawyer, you know. I will watch that. I also want to read the documents myself. I want to kind of see it for myself. We do have stuff kind of starting to ramp up, for the lack of better terms, for the Karen Reed. Will there be a Daubert hearing for the cell expert? I think every time I think the prosecution is going to go after every major expert in this case and try to get them thrown out. It did not. Now they did allow the sweet Dr. Russell in. I thought she was fabulous. I like Dr. Russell. Mess up. Oh, sunny day. Oh, the song, it's fun. Oh, sunny day. Oh, it's Dawn. Oh, okay, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. But yes, I will be watching him. Dawn, you're such a sweetheart. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, no. Um, oh, I gotta do that's a long way out, dude. We got powwow scheduled this weekend. A lot of people are watching this trial. Um, the one thing that concerns me about the Karen Reed situation is I don't want the jury to be so bogged down in the weeds concerning the battles of the experts, because they can put too much emphasis on an expert. And I know they got court coming back. I can see a little movement in the camera. So, the inquiry type is not handwritten or underlined in caps. Yeah. She's got access to better stuff, I think. She's got access to computer, typewriter, whatever. But I will tell you, I am concerned about this because it appears to me that they're making everything about the legal experts and they're trying to get them thrown out and da 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 da. So I don't know. My brain's not as functioning on 3 hours sleep and 2 trials today and an air crash all night and all day. So I'm a little bit fried. So forgive me. Don't judge me on my channel on how I'm doing today. But I think the prosecution needs to be careful in how they're trying to attack all of the witnesses. I think the defense has a right to put up their own witnesses. Let me go back. My computer's starting to wig out over here. Hey, some of y'all haven't seen this. This is my setup. I'm trying to get my There he is. Hey, guys. Oh, when you see it like this, you can't see moi. There it is. You got to see that. You can't see. There's another sound thing there. Switcher, iPad, cell phone, computer, monitor, monitor, monitor. Why can't they see the upper monitor? There we go. Yeah, there we go. I'm not this fat. I'm just rolled up with a bunch of blankets. I know some people don't think that this is a big deal, but I am highly concerned about the battle over the experts. No, when is this? What case is this, Yana? What case is that? Yep. So this monitor here, I have Discord up. You can see me running it up and down. When well, I should do that. I had 2 lives going, so I didn't. I normally will pop out my chats. Let's do that. Y'all can watch me work behind the scenes. Pop out the chats, close that. Get the chats back up. Over here. Put them back up here. So I have Discord and the chats popped up on this one. This is the operational. This is where it shows all of StreamYard. This is currently set on the live feed from the court. If I have multiple feeds up, I will have 2 windows. This that you see up here is the one that's connected to the switcher. So if I have something keyed up like I did earlier today, I had that app where you could see the flight patterns and everything for the air traffic control and the air crash situation. I could press my iPad, which doesn't have anything on it right now. Why is camera 2 dead? What's camera 2? Camera 3? What is going on? Where's camera 2? Oh, that's right. I'm charging it. That's why. Okay, we're good. So camera 1 is the main camera. Camera 2 is the iPad. Camera 3 is this one, my desktop, my laptop. And camera 4 is the GoPro. I want to get another GoPro and have it coming facing down here. So when I'm beating, y'all can see what I'm doing. Some people really like it. So they're linked. All the monitors are plugged into this device here. You see a bunch of white keys. Oh, wait a minute. You don't see me. Okay, you see a bunch of white keys here. This here and that upper monitor are synced together. All of the other monitors and keyboards and phones and iPads are plugged into the back of it. It's pretty snazzy. I have a new arm for I have it kind of upside down at the moment. I kind of like it like this, but it's a low ride arm, so it stays underneath everything. It's not up here. It doesn't come up and back down over a monitor. And then, of course, my Rodecaster Pro that we love so much.
Breaking news.
Sound effects on that. So, yep, that's where we is. And of course, they're still on break. How long have they been on break? More than 15 minutes. They never take 15. They always take much longer. So anyway, today I had 2 lives going on at the same time. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. Okay, we're back. I come back to here. I switch back to here and voila. There we go.
You indicated you did not communicate with Ms. Sementilli and that she was a suspect in the case, obviously, correct?
Say it again, sir?
you did not communicate to Ms. Sementilli that she was a suspect in this case.
Oh, absolutely not.
Right. And you never told her that Mr. Baker was a suspect in this case. Is that correct?
No, sir.
It is correct.
Oh, it's correct. Yeah, but we didn't. Yeah. No, we did not tell her.
You had, by that
I
time,
don't
the
know.
scientific evidence pretty much established that he was a prime suspect as one of the two murderers. Is that correct?
At one point we did, yes.
And then you continued your investigation for several months without notifying Ms. Sementilli of that fact. Is that correct?
Yeah, they seemed pretty friendly, so we did not.
We've established that. We've established that. And there was a second murder you were aware of. Is that correct?
We knew there was an additional suspect at the time, but we did not know who it was.
And did you continue your investigation into the identity of that individual?
Yes.
And I take it you were long gone from force by the time that he was identified and arrested. Is that a
That's
fair
correct.
statement?
Yes.
Do you have any role in the case after you retired?
No.
Other than testifying here today?
No, sir.
Can you tell us approximately when you determined that Mr. Baker was a suspect in this case?
I believe the date was February 14th, 2017, when the DNA results came back.
And that was due to scientific evidence and the results of DNA being found in locations in the car and so forth, which would indicate that he had been present, his blood was present, and so forth.
Correct.
So from that date, he was a suspect.
Yes.
Could have been arrested.
Could have been.
And from that day on, one of your duties was to try to document whether or not he and Ms. Sementilli were having an affair. Is that right?
It wasn't about whether they're having an affair or not. That's nothing.
You knew that
I wasn't
already?
investigating an affair.
Well, you were investigating a murder, correct?
Yes.
And during the course of the murder, you uncovered evidence that they were having an affair. Is that
Yes,
right?
that is correct.
And that was a major part of your investigation, correct? Documenting that.
Documenting it, yes. It's whether or not they had an affair is not part of my homicide investigation.
Right. It's irrelevant whether or
Right.
not they were having an affair. What's relevant is whether or not she participated in the murder.
Absolutely.
And that's what your investigation was focused on.
Correct.
Correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Honor.
Anything from other people?
Yes, briefly on these topics. Would it be fair to say that even though you had DNA evidence pointing to Robert Baker as being at the crime scene and also being in the victim's Porsche that was stolen after the murder, that you and the other homicide detectives at Valley Bureau continued to investigate him along with anybody else that you suspected might have been involved prior to making any arrests?
Yes.
Anything further about that?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective Vernon. You may stand down.
Thank you.
You may call the next witness.
Can people call Officer Gabriel Revelata?
That's it. Anything
Like
else?
his jacket.
I know who it's supposed to be. It's just-
Okay.
I checked.
Why is it way behind? Sorry about that. I don't know. Let me say this, guys. Sometimes when I click play, I just use I don't use a mouse. I click play from the keyboard so it doesn't pull it back. Thank you for pulling that up to me. Sometimes when they come back and they shoot that feed, sometimes there's a glitch and it starts it all over and I don't catch it as quickly as you do. This morning, I wasn't paying attention right there. I had another live I was dealing with. So thank you very much. Let me do it with the mouse so we don't have a problem.
You see what that is?
That is the breaker box.
Okay, that's the breaker box that you previously discussed.
Okay, we're good.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the
Thank
item
you,
above
Yana.
it, above the cabinet, could you describe that again, what you saw?
It was loose
It's
cables
some-
that were not connected to anything.
Yana, thank you for that. If I don't see it in your comment right here, I will see it because it flashes me in live communication on Discord.
And you said they appear to be part of a surveillance system, is that right?
Consistent with what I've seen in the past for the types of plugs that would plug into like the housing, I guess you would call it.
Okay. Let me show you then another exhibit from number 7, and this is exhibit 20. I think we're gonna, exhibit 7, item 20. I think we ought to change the focus on this. I'm gonna mess this up, I'm sure.
Thank you, babe. Sometimes I've got a lot of
Here we
windows
go.
up. It takes me a minute
So again,
sometimes.
looking at this, and there appears to be 2 photographs here. One appears to be, again, the loose cables and wires you just discussed, is that right?
Yes.
And then here again is the breaker box, is that correct?
Yes.
And then finally, exhibit 7, item number 21. Is that a close-up of the breaker box?
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, when you were discussing that, you didn't find any blood or red stains on either of those 2 items, is that correct?
Correct.
But you did say, or correct me if I'm wrong, that the breaker box, perhaps the outside, might be right for, lack of a better word, fingerprints?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not the breaker box was ever examined for possible fingerprints?
I don't know.
Did you request or make it known that you thought that surface might be productive in possibly finding prints?
I communicated it to the detectives that I was leaving it for latent prints as it was a better surface for them, but I can't dictate what happens with any other. It's not my case.
Okay.
So I can only give recommendations. I can't control any part of that. And I didn't have direct contact with the latent print examiner.
And whether or not there was a follow-up on that, you have no idea.
And that's fair.
You wouldn't be part of that.
No.
Were there any other surfaces that you came across during the course of your very thorough examination, it sounds like, that you thought might be right for possible fingerprints?
There was a few, yes.
Can you tell us what they were, if you recall?
The kitchen faucet handle, I focused on where the red stains were, but it is a very smooth surface that would be a good place for fingerprints. The safe, how it was a mirror, though I didn't see any red stains, it could have possibly been fingerprinted as well as a target point.
Well, let me stop you right there. And if you recall something else, please let me know. So the safe itself, you examined for possible red stains, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had followed a trail of red stains from the first floor hallway and kitchen area, backyard, into the master bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
And found, I believe, a few small stains in the master bedroom?
There were 3, 4. Yeah, less than 10 red stains in there.
And can you refresh my memory approximately what they were on, what surfaces?
There was one that was on the top of the vanity that led to the hallway, and there was one on the drawer of that vanity as well. I'm sorry, door, cabinet door. And then on the dresser, there was the staining that was on the top drawer, and then on a door of the dresser as well. And then it was like a fossil jewelry bag. There was some red stains on that as well that was in the room. And the 2 pillowcases had some red stains as well.
And you said, I believe, for lack of a better word, that the room looked like it had been ransacked. Is that correct?
It did appear as though it was not how somebody intended to leave it.
But one of the things that you did look at closely would be the safe area. Is that right?
Yes.
And could you describe again how the safe area was situated? And you mentioned a glass mirror or something like that. Could you describe it in detail as best you recall?
As you walk into the master bedroom closet, the door would open inwards towards the left. And if you shut that door behind where it had opened, that would be where it looked like a full-length mirror almost would be. And that area was the safe. If you flip the mirror out, there's the safe.
Was the safe open or closed?
Closed.
And again, any red stains anywhere on the safe, near the safe, in the vicinity of the safe?
No.
And again, you don't know if it was printed or not?
No.
You also testified to examining a pair of shoes. Is that right? Or recovering stains from a pair of shoes?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't do the comparisons of any of these items, DNA, blood, touch, whatever. You just recovered the items to be compared later.
Correct.
Okay. Regarding those shoes, you found some blood stains on them. Is that right?
There was red stains on them, yes.
Okay. And you learned later that the shoes belonged to one of the daughters.
Yes.
Okay. So it seemed clear to you that perhaps the daughter who unfortunately had to discover the body may have walked through some of the red stains on the floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you directed to examine any other shoes or shoe by law enforcement other than the pair belonging to the daughters?
Any shoes that were visible, I looked at the soles of them to see if there was red stains. So there was extra shoes also outside of that kitchen door. So in addition to the boots that I recovered, there was, they might've been Vans. I looked at those soles. When I looked in the master bedroom closet, I didn't see any red stains on any of the soles of those shoes. But I didn't dig through every closet in the house to find all the shoes that could have been there.
Sure, but going back to the shoes that were in the kitchen area, that was the crime scene basically, correct?
Yes.
Did you determine whose shoes they belonged to?
The ones that were left outside?
Not yet, other than the daughter's shoes?
No.
Okay. But you examined them and there was no blood or red stains on them?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that other than the daughter's shoes, you did not recover blood from any other shoe or shoes that you saw at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And it was your impression that the crime scene had been kept as untouched as possible for your examination?
Yes.
Correct? You also said that the television was on, is that right?
Yes.
That's in the living room?
Yes.
Do you recall what was on?
No.
Do you know whether or not it was on when it was first observed by law enforcement or the first people on the scene?
I know that it was on when I arrived and no one told me that they turned it on. And that's as much as I know.
So you assumed that it was on when the crime took place or at that time?
It was my understanding, yes.
Okay. But you, well, let me ask you this. Did you examine the television itself?
I looked
for
at
any possible evidence. I'm sorry.
Yes, I looked at the remote and the television area, and I did not see any red stains in that area.
And again, were there any surfaces of the television itself that you thought were ripe for fingerprints?
Anything that's flat and smooth is a really good surface for fingerprints.
And was it black and smooth?
Yeah, it was a flat screen TV.
Okay. Did you point that out to other law enforcement who were present that it might be possible source of evidence?
I wouldn't feel the need to do any of that. The latent print examiner, they also are trained in doing crime scene recovery and evidence recovery. The only time that I would really communicate is if they would come in and there's a possibility that if I already collected swabs from that area, I would have obliterated the latent print. So in the case that we call it split evidence, so the case of the breaker box, they would not have known one way or the other if I had swabbed the breaker box, thereby destroying any fingerprints. So I communicate the split evidence in what I collected and what I didn't. And then the latent print examiner, who is also trained, would utilize their training to collect any sort of latent print from other surfaces. So because I would have no need to swab the TV, I did not feel the need to communicate that it's a good place for prints because they know it's a good recovery point for prints.
Let me ask you this then. To your knowledge, was there a print expert on the scene, at least at any time you were there, to work with you or in conjunction with you and examine any of the items for possible prints?
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered twice now.
I don't believe so.
Normally on crime scenes, the latent print examiner goes after us. The powder tends to overwhelm anything that it goes onto. So we collect our evidence and then the latent print examiner would follow. So I would say the majority of my crime scenes, I never interacted with a latent print examiner. So this is no different. I did not interact with one and I don't know if they came.
Okay, so I'll take that as a no. You didn't see any latent print expert at the scene?
No.
And you were not notified afterwards whether or not any latent prints were recovered?
No.
Okay. Can I have 1 minute, Your Honor? Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Anything for the other people?
One moment, Your Honor. No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Yay!
Take out your next witness.
Next.
Stand.
I really like her testimony and I really like her thoroughness. There's no holes in her work. I keep thinking, Canton PD, you need to come and learn from other people because that's how it's done.
Under oath. You're still under oath.
Oh, he's still under oath. He's back. See, he did come back.
See.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, he came back. See, we're caught up. He's
Good afternoon again,
back.
Detective.
Good afternoon.
This morning, we talked about the fact that you were assigned to investigate the murder of Fabio Sementilli along with your partner. Who was that in this case?
Gene Parshall.
Your Honor, I have a photograph of Detective Parshall. May it be marked as People's 21, which I believe is next in order.
It is, and it may.
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, it's People's 21, and it has a 24 in the bottom left corner. Sir, do you recognize who is depicted in this photograph?
I do.
And who is that?
That's Gene Parshall.
Okay. He was your partner on this case?
He was.
Okay.
Did he pass away? Did I miss something?
Now, when you got to the scene, you told us earlier you got there at approximately 8:10 at night. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were there until sometime around 2:30 in the morning?
Roughly.
When you were at the scene, were there other homicide detectives from Valley Bureau Homicide with you?
There were.
Okay. And was a supervisor also at the scene?
Multiple.
And was your direct supervisor at the scene?
He was.
And who was that?
Detective Steve Castro.
Showing you People's 7, page 10. Do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And what is this?
It's an image of the driveway area of the residence at 5012 Queen Victoria.
And is this the way that the scene looked when you arrived?
The light that's shown in the, if I can use.
Sure, the pointer.
Yes, the light that's right here in the photograph on the left-hand side in the middle of the image, that wasn't there. A unit showed up and provided lighting. But other than that, yes, that's how it looked.
Okay. And is it typical that when homicide detectives arrive at a scene such as this, that notifications are made to various individuals or departments within LA County?
I object what's typical, Your Honor.
Yes.
And standard procedure would be to notify who on a scene such as this?
Well, there'd be multiple notifications, but one would be the coroner's office for sure. And then additional resources from our own department in the form of scientific investigations division, whatever we decide we need.
Scientific Investigations Division, meaning SID, what the crime lab was at that point.
Yes, photographs, yes.
And would that also include things such as alternate light sources?
Yes, it could.
And is it also standard procedure that any individuals at the scene would be removed from the scene prior to your examination of the scene?
That's correct.
And that crime scene tape would be placed up?
Yes.
Such as what we see here in this exhibit 7, People 7, page 10.
Correct.
Now, when you got to the scene, what was the first thing that needed to be done?
Well, the first thing that we did, we got a briefing by the officers who were present at the scene.
Okay.
We were advised at one point, and I don't recall who got the information, but we were advised that the house had not been cleared.
What does that mean?
Meaning that there had not been a thorough search of the property for additional suspects or victims. So that's what we did. We took that upon ourselves to make sure that was done.
Okay. And when you did a thorough clearing of the home, were you assisted by other officers or detectives?
Yes.
And were those the individuals that worked with you at Valley Bureau Homicide, including your partner?
Yes.
Along with Gabriel Gutierrez, Efren Gutierrez,
Yes.
and Gabriel Bucknell?
Yes.
Okay. And does that mean you go thoroughly room by room through the entire property?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a purpose to doing that?
Yes. Again, it's to look for additional victims or suspects that might be present within the property. This is not a search for evidence or anything like that.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. That was Diane, my interpreter. She still has, since before Thanksgiving, she still has that nasty cough. She's still really struggling. But anyway, that's who I was signing to. I wasn't trying to be rude. We are getting set up for Sunday Night Live. It's going to be real special, so y'all need to join us.
And was a search warrant obtained from a judge that night so that you could go through the property and collect any evidence that you deemed relevant?
Yes.
Okay. And by the time you got to the scene, although you told us that you did not arrive until 8:10, were you made aware that law enforcement had basically been on scene since around 5 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive a briefing from those officers that came from Devonshire and Topanga divisions?
Yes.
Were you made aware in terms of your subsequent investigation and how you conducted it, that when the officers had initially arrived on scene, that power had been turned off at the location?
Yes, that portions of the residence did not have power.
Okay. And as a result, were you also told that someone had turned back on some of the power to the home based on the sub breaker box located in the garage?
I don't recall being told that there was power turned back on. My understanding, it was left the way it was found.
Okay. And so there were some lights that were on in the home and some that were out. Is that correct?
Correct. Some of the house had power and some did not.
Based on the condition of that sub-breaker box in the garage?
Yes.
Showing you people 7, page 21. Is this something that you inspected yourself?
Yes.
And what did you determine with respect to your inspection?
That it's hard to see in the photograph because of the shininess of it. But if you look at the bottom row, there is 7 breakers that are turned off. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th is in an on position.
Okay. And so this breaker box, where was this located?
In the garage.
Just outside the door leading to the kitchen?
Correct.
And when you got to the scene, was the black Ford F-150 pickup truck that we see depicted here in People 7, page 11. Let's see if I can focus this. Was it already in the position that we see here?
It was.
Okay. And were the doors, the doors to the double parking area of the garage open as we see depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, the 2-car garage door was open. The single-car garage door was closed.
And that's the one that we see closed just to the right of the open double garage area?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you People 7, page 12. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is this depict in these 4 photographs?
It's a black Ford F-150 pickup truck. This is a vehicle that was owned by the Sementilles.
Showing you People 7, page 69. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the front door of the residence.
Okay. And if we look through the window to the left of the front door, does that depict the staircase that leads to the 2nd level?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this location, the Sementilli residence and where it's located, can you describe for us what we see here in People's Exhibit 9, page 3?
Yeah. So Oakdale Avenue, if you come south from Ventura Boulevard, this is going south here, you could make a eastbound turn on Queen Victoria, and the house would be the 2nd house in on the left.
Okay.
On the north side of the street.
And at the intersection where Oakdale Avenue meets Queen Victoria, was there a neighborhood surveillance camera at that location?
There was.
And looking at this exhibit, does this appear to be an aerial view of the Sementilli residence, including the pool behind it?
Yes.
Showing you People's 9, page 7. Again, is this an aerial view of the residence, including the pool area?
It is, and it's the complete 180 orientation of the photo we just saw, essentially.
Of the one that we saw in Exhibit 9,
Correct.
page 3. Okay. And showing you People's 9, page 14, does this appear to be an aerial view of the backyard area?
Yes.
Showing you People's Exhibit 9, page 15, does this appear to be, again, a view of the backyard at this point taken from near the covered patio area looking towards the back of the pool area?
It does.
Now, along this back area that I'm pointing to the top of the photograph, is there like a ravine behind this house area?
Yeah, there was a set of stairs. You obviously can't see it in this photograph, but if you were to go around this corner of the house and go down, I don't know, probably about 40 feet or so, there was a set of stairs that went down to an area that was.
I'm with you too, Yana. I can't stand her voice.
Around the back side of the home.
Now have
where I'm
hearing
pointing
aids on.
here, towards the
Oh.
aisle along the residence, would that
Try and
would
put
there
up with
be
that
a
with hearing aids,
pathway,
love.
that leads you to the 3 bedrooms that were on the first level of the home?
Yes, there was a walkway behind the house.
When you arrived, did your division take over control of this particular scene?
Yes.
And so then, based on what we were talking about a few moments ago, in terms of the standard notifications, was it the responsibility of you and your unit to make the appropriate notifications to, let's say, the coroner's department and the crime lab?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene, was the fire department, in terms of the paramedics, including paramedic Lou and Yoshihashi, still on scene?
Yes.
And did you speak with them?
I don't recall.
Were you on scene when coroner personnel came to the scene?
Yes.
And typically, as in this case, when you call the coroner's department or the office of the LA County Medical Examiner, are you provided with a unique coroner's case number for this particular case?
Yes.
And was that received in this case?
It was.
And is that coroner case 2017-00688?
I believe so.
And as we spoke about earlier with respect to the divisional report number, where you indicated case numbers are assigned sequentially, is that also the case with the coroner's case number that you get assigned?
Yes.
And when the coroner's personnel arrived on scene, were you present when they moved the body of Fabio Sementilli onto some clean plastic sheeting onto his back so they could examine the decedent?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you notice at that point in time?
He had multiple sharp force injuries on his body.
Okay. And did you note specifically to what particular areas at that time?
Yes, chest and neck area.
And were you also on scene when the crime lab personnel arrived?
Yes.
Did that include Corey Hawk and her partner?
Yes.
And did that also include a forensic photographer?
Yes.
And did that also include people from Leighton Prince?
I believe so.
And did that include?
Was a weapon recovered at the crime scene that you believe to be used in this particular murder?
No.
Was a crisis
the
response team also called out to the scene?
They were.
And when the crisis response team arrived, were they directed to a particular location?
Yes.
And where was that?
It was across the street from the.
Yana, where did you hear
And why were
7
they
to 8
directed
weeks?
across the street?
Whoa. I saw that and thought you were being facetious. Now I'm wondering if you're serious. I thought, oh, snap it, I forgot to do this. I thought it was like a 3-week case. Are you telling me that you really believe this can be a 7 to 8 week case. And by the way, when you're not in front of the mic, no, when you're in front of the mic, it's a little more bassier. But if I'm over here, I mean, you can hear it. It changes. It gets more tinny, more nasally. But when you're in front of the mic, exactly like you're supposed to be in front of the mic, you get a warmer tone. But if you get over here, you can see it gets sharp and it gets more pierced. Woman, get on the damn mic. And need to come out of your freaking vocabulary. You guys took classes on how to do this. They told you.
The family members.
Y'all, I'm tired. 3 hours sleep, 2 lives, and a helicopter plane crash from the last 24 hours. I'm tired and I'm happy to do this. I'm not complaining, but her voice is like a knife in my ear.
Were there, including Monica and the two daughters.
Between my eyes,
When
too.
you say Monica, are you referring to the defendant?
Monica. Yes.
Do you see her here in court today?
I do.
And did you have a conversation?
Oh, God,
with her
no.
On the night of January 23rd of 2017.
Yes.
No,
And
in
who
sign
identified
language.
her,
No.
please?
Yeah, she's still seated to my left, blue blazer, white shirt.
Thank you. And that night across the street, other than the defendant, did you speak to anybody else?
Yes, the two daughters.
When you spoke with the defendant, where did that take place?
It was inside of a residence across the street.
I'm trying to see if I can
Was
warm her
she,
up a little.
by herself at that point?
During the interview,
Yes.
I believe there was a crisis response person that was with her.
Okay. And besides you, was there anybody else?
Detective Barshell, yes.
And you indicated that you also spoke with the daughters that night. Is that right?
Correct.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 12, number 28. Do you recognize who you see here?
Yes.
And who is that?
Isabella Sementilli?
And did she identify her vehicle at the location that night?
Yes.
Showing you People's 7, page 8. Do you recognize what you see here?
It's a red Fiat.
And did she identify this as her vehicle?
Yes, the vehicle she was driving that day, yes.
Okay. And where was that parked in relation to the house, the Sementilli house?
I believe it was on the street, just to the west of the actual driveway.
As we see here, if we look at the photograph to the top left, looking just to the left of the car and above it, would that be the alternate light source that we looked at a few moments ago coming from the house?
I believe so.
I'm trying to take some of the
Showing you
high pitch out of her voice.
11, page 25. Do you recognize this individual?
Does that feel a little better?
And who is that?
Not as tinny.
Was that the other daughter that you spoke to that night?
The older of the two daughters, yes.
Okay. And did she also identify her vehicle at the scene that night?
Yes.
And did she point out to you what we see here in People's 7, page 9, this red Mustang?
Yes,
Okay. And was that also parked along the street area?
it was.
Okay, I found the high gain. So let's see if we can take some of that out of her sound. And now I need her to talk. Trying to get that high out. It'll make it warmer. The men's will sound much more warm and bassy.
Showing you People's 7, page 1. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And what does this depict?
Testing.
It's a floor plan of the residence.
Okay. And where is the front entrance?
Go back to the pointer here. The actual front door is right here, kind of center of the screen.
Okay. And the diagram, the area that I'm pointing to right here, does this depict the location of the black Ford F-150 as it was parked that night?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. So it was basically in front of the home.
Yes.
When you enter the home, if you were to go to your right, where does that lead you to?
If you were to go to your right, it's actually more of a button hook. It would lead you down towards the master bedroom, and if you made a quick left, you would go up towards the other bedrooms that were connected via Jack and Jill bathroom.
Okay. And that's what's depicted here where I'm pointing?
Yes.
Okay. And if you, as you said, if you were to do the button hook, that would lead you into the master suite?
Yes.
Okay. And if
Testing,
you were
testing,
to,
testing.
enter
Testing,
the
testing,
residence and
testing,
go to the left,
testing.
is there also a
There we
powder
go.
room or a
That
small
warms it
bathroom,
up a lot, but
off that
it then
hallway to the left?
I think
testing,
if you went to the
testing.
right.
You don't want to 100%
Sorry, yes,
lowball
right,
it.
and then
Yes.
to the left.
Correct. It's right here
Testing,
on the
testing,
image center towards
testing,
the upper part of
testing. 1, 2,
And if you were to
testing.
follow this entryway
1,
from the
2,
front
3,
door
1, 2,
straight
3.
forward, would that
We're
lead
gonna
you
save
into
that.
the joined
That warms it
living
up a
room
little bit.
area as well
Let me know
as
if
the
that's
dining
better.
room?
Yes, it was like a one
It
big
is
long
redundant.
room that contained the kitchen,
But I like the way
dining room,
my
and living room.
voice feels on
And
this. I
all
can't
along
tell.
where I'm
It's a
pointing,
little warmer,
this
not so
back
sharp.
wall here, were those windows that looked
Shouldn't
out
be as
onto
sharp
the
on
patio
her.
area and the pool?
Yes.
It's going to be there,
And
but it won't be as
from
piercing.
that area, could you see, depending on where you were, if you were in this area here, the covered patio area where the victim was, as indicated with an X?
I'd be saying, Your Honor,
The bottom left.
I need a stretch
Exactly
break.
how you described it, depending on which angle you were standing at.
I would. I'd tell the owner I
you
need a stretch
Table
break. I'm going to
7,
sleep.
page 2.
Wake us up, sir, please.
Do you recognize what you see here?
Well, I also
Yes.
adjusted
And what
hers.
is that?
I brought mine down
This is
just
the
a hair
second
because I
story
don't want to
of the
be
residence.
too different from
And
the what's
did you
on there.
find anything of value, evidentiary-wise, that was relevant to your
But I took some of that sharpness out of her
investigation
voice.
at that point on the second level of the Sementilli home?
We did not.
Thank you. She-Wolf, I like you.
Do you want me to continue now, or do you
I
want to
like
stop this one?
coffee. I like tea. I like the job and it loves me. Coffee and me and the job and it.
At this time. So tomorrow,
A
9
cup, a
o'clock.
cup, a cup, a
Uh,
cup.
A couple things I want to tell you. One is the admonition, as always, not to discuss this case. either
Two,
yourselves,
I'm
with
sorry,
anyone
they're
else,
boring
but
as hell
continue
today.
The cause is finally submitted to you. Next, I can see how this case is going. And I'm going to tell you, it's going
You're gonna be here, Wah Boo Boo.
somewhat quick. And I'm going to make a promise. This is a promise from me to you. I promise you, this case will be over no later than Christmas. Have a good night. See you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Oh, did that wake you up? I promise you it'll be over by Christmas. In other words, he's kind of throwing some shade at the attorney, saying, "Y'all need to hurry this crap up." So now you will not. I took out a little of that out of her voice, much as I know how. All right, guys, it's been a day. And y'all want recaps, and I ain't giving recaps. But what we do have are giveaways. We have 2 giveaways to do. Ba-doop-be-doop. Ba-doop-be-doop. I am sorry. I'm a little bit on the weird side today, y'all. I really am, but that's kind of what happens when I stay up all night live. Or stay up late and then don't go to sleep. Okay, so what we's gonna do is we gonna do this. Only 6 on that one? Only 12 on that one? Oh, come on, y'all get your likes in. That makes this one 12. Y'all, come on, get your likes in. The 6th one is gonna be the first one, I believe. Just put ILIKED in capital letters, just like you see there. If you've not done it, do so now. Hit the thumbs up, and I'll do the giveaway. Okay. Tomorrow we're going to have this court only. Thank you, Jesus. I'm going to go home and get a good night's sleep. I can't wait. Thank God I didn't have to drive all the way to my daughter's college, 2.5 hours away, and turn around and drive home. Yes, I do that all the time. That's 6 hours. Well, no, 2, 4, 5 hours or so on the road, but with her being there and everything, it's a 10-hour day. But we will be more energized and more alive tomorrow. We will be here with bells on tomorrow. Y'all don't forget our Sunday night live. I really need you guys to share this. Is going to be with this fabulous man, Sunday Night Live with special guest Bob from the Defense Diaries, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're going to ask him about the Raven. My girlfriend is a Raven at heart, and so she would love to see that. He has a very unique insight of the Delphi murders. We will be talking about some of the things that other people aren't talking about, I hope. And we will be kind of just, I want to talk about some things that aren't being talked about. So I've got my list. Okay, let's do the small giveaway first. All right, there we go. Oh, sunny day. You won that one, oh sunny day. Now the next one. Y'all ready? All right. Wouldn't it be funny if Sunny Day won it twice? Oh, yay! Gretchen Shea. Okay, all of y'all, you are entered for additional entries for the end of the month drawing, which is going to be here quicker than we know it. That means I got to get me a card. I am going to be sending out a huge box of tumblers to one of my mods who's going to be in charge of mailing them out for me. Now, I know some people are going, girl, you never mail anything. You're right, I can't. Part of my problem with mailing anything out is the fact that I'm here. Our post office opens after I get to work every morning, and it closes before I get off. And very seldom am I anywhere but here. So with that, we're going to get everything off. I'm going to mail a bunch of stuff to my mod. I'm going to mail what we already have. I'm going to go ahead and get that mailed out, and then she'll keep up from there. I'll mail her a bunch of tumblers. Yay! So we are going to get all that done. Thank you guys for putting up with the hat day today. I slept here last night. I did shower and everything before I stayed up here. But now it's time to go home and go to bed. Hugs, everybody. I hope you guys have a blessed evening. Tomorrow, a new day, new energy, new everything. No. But thank you so much for joining. Please keep in your hearts and thoughts and prayers and good wishes or whatever you do, the family of both the airline and the helicopter and all involved. It has been a rough 24 hours for a lot of people, and there's been a lot of devastation. And also, don't forget, they still have first responders on fires in California, so don't forget them as well. And all of our first responders who are handling things at home. So, miigwech, I'll see you. The time is trial tomorrow, 11 o'clock my time. Yay! I don't have to get up here at 6:30 in the morning. Yay! So I'll see you 11, probably about 10:30, 10:45 my time. Bye. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.